Tantor Audio, a division of Recorded Books presents From the Ground Up by Harper Robson, narrated by Dexter Thornton and Kevin Earlywine. Chapter 1. Mason. Oh, shit, I mutter, glancing at my watch. I don't have time to shower now. Wiping the sweat off my forehead, I grab the last flat of bedding plants from my cousin and coworker, Sam. I carry it to where he's knelt down in front of a garden bed full of rich, black soil and carefully lower the heavy tray to the ground. We're updating the gardens from summer to fall plants at this beautiful lakefront mansion. Before I started working for my brother, I never realized there are people who completely change their landscaping several times a year, as if they're changing the clothes on their house. I still shake my head sometimes at the things ultra-rich people spend their money on. But hey, it pays the bills. Hey man, this looks amazing. I take a moment to enjoy the earthy scent of the plants and soil. Sam grins at me from under the brim of his ratty baseball cap. Thanks. I gotta take off in a minute, I say as he stands and takes a step back to get an overview of his work. Dylan needs me to take a meeting for him today, but he didn't give me enough time to get home and change. I'm gonna be rolling into some guy's fancy-ass lake house stinking like fertilizer and sweat. I roll my eyes. Don't worry, dude, he says with a laugh. Maybe the owner will be some rich hottie who appreciates a man putting in an honest day's work and isn't afraid to smell like it. I snort. From what Dill said, I'm not even meeting the homeowner. It's a business manager or something. No one that rich wants to get too close to the people who do their dirty work. Sam shrugs. Could still be hot, though. We both chuckle. I'm mildly annoyed that my brother Dylan didn't give me enough time to prepare for this meeting. But I know I'm better at this part of the job than he is, so our chances of winning the contract go way up if I take the first client consultation, even if I do smell like manure. Dill's been salivating over this job, both for the income and the potential publicity it could generate for our company, so I want to put my best foot forward, smelly or not. Dylan owns Hot Damn Homes, which means he's also our boss. He pours his heart and soul into the business, and he's great at it. He's on the autism spectrum, and in this case, it means he sometimes struggles with the client communication side of things. That's how I ended up working for him. I handle most of the sales and client management. I like physical work too, so I often join in on a landscaping or renovation job as a crew member. It wasn't meant to be a permanent gig, but I've been here over 5 years, and have no plans to leave anytime soon. Dylan talks all the time about giving me an ownership stake in the company, but I always turn him down. Being a business owner, even a part owner, is way too much commitment for me. I never get into any situation without a clear exit strategy. I learned the hard way how dangerous commitment can be. I give Sam a quick slap on the shoulder. Okay, man, I got a jet, I say and head over to my truck. Climbing into the cab of my truck and closing the door behind me, I grimace as I take a breath. Oh, God, I mutter. Leaving the truck windows rolled up all day was a big mistake. It's been unseasonably warm for fall in Seattle, with temps reaching into the high 80s. Being a born and raised Pacific Northwesterner, I'm not used to this kind of weather. And I stink. Like, stink to high heaven. Splashing some cold water on my face from my water bottle and slapping on an extra layer of pit stick is going to have to be enough. Thank God Dylan leaves company t-shirts in the trucks for customers. Otherwise, I'd be even more screwed. Unfortunately, there's only one shirt left, and apparently the universe wants me to be dirty in one way or another today. The medium-sized t-shirt isn't going to hide much, since at 6'5" and 225 pounds, I haven't been able to squeeze into a medium since I was about 14. Sure enough, when I get it on, it's so tight I look like I'm auditioning to be a Chippendales dancer. But I guess if I have to choose between looking like an exotic dancer or like I have an aversion to showering, I'll go with dancer. At least the clean shirt might help cut down on the overwhelming stank. 20 minutes later, I pull up to a gorgeous lake home in one of Seattle's swanky east side suburbs. Hunts Point is one of the wealthiest neighborhoods in the area, which is saying something, since there is a lot of money floating around in this part of the world. You can almost smell it in the air around here. Before hopping out, I give myself a mental pat on the back for keeping wet wipes in the truck. At least the stink factor has been dialed down a little. As I approach the front door, it swings open to reveal a twinkish man wearing an expensive suit and round glasses, holding a leather-bound planner. "Hello," he says evenly. "I'm Gary, the business manager for the homeowner. You must be from—" He pauses, looking down at his planner. "Hot Damn Homes?" Just the hint of a smile pulls at the corners of his mouth, like he wants to laugh at our cute company name, but is holding himself back. "Hi, Gary. Yes, I'm Mason Campbell," I say, reaching to shake his hand. "Great. Please, come in, and I can show you around." We walk through the modest entryway into a huge great room with floor-to-ceiling windows overlooking a swimming pool and the lake. The vaulted ceiling makes the place feel bigger than it is, and at least 2 sets of French doors lead out to the pool area. But as beautiful as the views are, it looks like nothing has been touched in this home since approximately 1975. The horrible orange and brown flowered wallpaper and brown shag carpeting are the least offensive decor elements. "Wow," I say, trying to ignore my urge to make a joke about the decor. "The view is stunning." Gary smiles. "Yes, the views are lovely. The house just needs a little updating." I can't help but chuckle. That's a slight understatement. "Well, that's what I'm here for, right?" "Exactly. As you can see, there's some work to be done." He leads me into the large open-plan kitchen, and it's like walking into a time capsule. The appliances are avocado green. Dark wood cabinets look like they could have come from some kind of kitchen museum, and the cabinet hardware is an ugly brass color. More of the orange floral wallpaper and linoleum floors complement the look. I guess the upside is that everything seems to be sparkling clean and hardly used, just old as Methuselah. We walk through the kitchen and down into the ground-level basement, which is a big open rec room. There's a skanky old bar on one side and more brown shag carpeting. Sliding glass doors lead out to another patio, where I can see comfortable but dated outdoor furniture surrounding a fire pit. Honestly, as weird as it is, I can't wait to show Dylan this place. He'll be so stoked to sink his teeth into a project this big. As long as the homeowner isn't a cheap ass, this job will be amazing. I'm in the middle of asking Gary some questions when a voice calls from upstairs.
Chapter 2. Jackson. Ladies and gentlemen, we ask that you please fasten your seatbelts and return your seatbacks and table trays to their upright and locked position. We are starting our final approach to Seattle-Tacoma International Airport, and we should have you on the ground in about 15 minutes. Sunlight reflects off the buildings in downtown Seattle, and for the first time in a very long time, my usually racing mind is calm. Even though I mostly prefer Seattle's soft gray drizzle to glaring sunshine, today's unusually sunny and warm weather matches my mood. I just closed a deal on my dream house here, and I cannot wait to get started on the renovation project that will turn it into my perfect nest. I'll let my head fall back against the seat and take a yoga-style cleansing breath. Just knowing that I'm putting down roots somewhere, after feeling completely out of place in LA for the past 5 years, is enough to settle my mind and give me a taste of the elusive sense of peace I'm always trying to find. "Mr. Cullen, I just wanted to stop by one last time and say how nice it was to meet you," a quiet voice says beside me. One of the flight attendants is crouched beside my aisle seat, giving me a come-hither smile. She's stunning, with dark blonde hair and luminous blue eyes. Unfortunately for her, it's not happening. "Thanks very much, Christina." I give her my most professional but least sexy smile. She amps up the wattage of her own smile and places a perfectly manicured hand gently on my forearm. "I'll be in town for a couple of days on a layover," she says in her soft Scandinavian accent, looking up at me through her lashes. "If you would like to get a drink or something, I'll be staying at the W downtown." Inwardly, I cringe. Turning down a woman always feels like walking a tightrope between being firm and not being an asshole. As often as it happens, you think I'd be used to it, but I hate it every time. "That's a lovely offer, Christina," I say, patting her hand as if she's my elderly grandmother. "But I'm going to be slammed with meetings while I'm here, so I'll have to decline." "Thank you, though." She smiles politely and withdraws her hand, the veneer of her professional demeanor sliding back into place, like some kind of non-threatening Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde. "It was a pleasure serving you today, Mr. Cullen. Enjoy your stay in the Seattle area." "Thank you again." I smile at her and shift my attention to the e-reader in my lap. Thankfully, she took my subtle rejection in stride and didn't get weird or huffy like some do. Most normal people would consider being constantly hit on by beautiful women a perk of the job. But seeing as I'm pretty sure I'm queer, I find it exhausting. Turning them down while keeping that part of myself hidden makes it even more tiresome. No one wants to hear rich and famous actors complain about how hard their lives are, but exhaustion is my constant companion. 5 years straight of 12 to 18-hour days, with almost no time off, has taken its toll. However, the intense work schedule brought success I'd never have dreamed of not too long ago. Staying at the top of this pile as one of the highest paid actors in the business is almost as grueling as getting to the top in the first place. It's both thrilling and stressful, but now that I know what it's like to be at the top, I've started to question whether all the trade-offs are worth it. While I wait for the valet to bring my car around, I leave a voicemail from our assistant Gary. "Hey mate, thanks for dropping my car off. I've landed a bit early, so I'll come to the lake house straight away. See you there in 45. Cheers." I don't know what I'd do without Gary. He's been with me since I moved to LA. He's probably the best friend I have, which sounds pretty fucking sad, considering I pay him to run my life and take care of the bullshit I don't have time for. That includes finding the right company to take my new house down to the studs and rebuild it from the ground up, which is what he's working on this week. There's a white pickup next to Gary's BMW when I pull into my driveway, so he must be meeting with the contractor. The sign on the side of the truck reads Hot Damn Homes, and the logo features a beaver. I chuckle at the witty name. Maybe this is a contractor I should meet, someone with a sense of humor. I probably shouldn't interrupt them, but apparently my ADHD brain is at the wheel today, and Gary's used to protecting me from my impulsive tendencies, especially with anything related to my new house. So screw it. I decide to check in and see how things are going. "Oi, Gary, you here?" My voice echoes slightly off the bare walls and floors of the house as I step inside.
Chapter 3. Mason. Gary grabs his phone from his jacket pocket. "Shit, I forgot to turn my ringer back on. I guess you'll be meeting the homeowner today after all." "We're down here," he calls, walking toward the staircase. Before he gets there, the hottest man I've ever laid eyes on appears from around the corner. I rarely get starstruck, but heading straight for me is Jackson Cullen, one of the biggest movie stars in the world. He plays a James Bondish character in his biggest action franchise, Extreme Justice. Jackson Cullen is also at the very top of my hall pass list. That is, if I had a partner to have a hall pass list with. "Mason Cabell, this is Jackson Cullen," Gary says. "Mason represents Hot Damn Homes. They're one of the most highly recommended contractors in Seattle." He sticks his hand out and gives me a panty-melting smile. "Hi, Mason. Please, call me Jax." "Hi, Jackson. Jax." Holy shit. Jackson Cullen is shaking my hand. "It's so nice to meet you." He is touching me. We're shaking hands, although we may be moving away from shaking hands into holding hands. This situation is moving quickly from slightly awkward into creepy territory, so I force myself to let go, hoping he hasn't noticed how sweaty I've become. "I'm a big fan of your work," I choke out. "Smooth, Campbell. I'm sure he's never heard that before." "Thanks very much," he replies. "So, forgive me, but I'm guessing from your reaction that Gary didn't let you know in advance who owns this place." His blue eyes twinkle as his smile shifts from blindingly gorgeous movie star into teasing mischievous grin. Damn, he is a good actor if someone as clueless as me can pick up on such a subtle shift. The sun has caught him at just the right angle, so his red hair seems to give off a copper-colored glow. He has a light dusting of freckles across his face, and his red beard is perfectly trimmed. I know it's a cliché, but I imagine running my fingers through those thick, wavy locks. I could really get a handful and hold him steady while feeding him my record scratch noise. Whoa, where did that come from? I shake my head and swallow, but my dick thickens in my jeans. I send up a silent plea to the universe that Jackson won't notice the growing situation in my pants. Wait, what did he just ask me? Oh, right. No, I wasn't aware of who the owner was until just now. Jackson chuckles and shoots a look at Gary, who shrugs. We try to keep it under wraps as long as we can. No one wants paparazzi hanging around if they can help it, Gary says. I get that, I say, nodding sagely like avoiding paparazzi is a totally normal occurrence for me. So, tell me, Mason, what do you think of the place? Jackson asks. His British accent is pronounced, and it occurs to me that I've never noticed it before. I guess all the characters he plays have bland American accents, like mine. The house is amazing. It's great you're here so I can get some of your ideas, I say, miraculously sliding back into my charming sales guy persona. Right, Jackson replies. Let's walk through. I'm curious about your ideas as well. He turns to Gary, who's busy doing something on his phone. We'll be fine here, Gary. If you want to head out now, that's no problem. I can lock up. Gary gives him a polite smile and nods. Great. I'll take off and talk with you tomorrow. He reaches out and we shake hands. Nice meeting you, Mason. I'll be in touch with you regarding a decision soon, he says and heads for the stairs. Thanks, Gary, I say, turning back to Jackson. Shall we? He says with a smile. As we walk through the house, it's obvious he's thought carefully about what he wants the space to feel like. The conversation flows easily between us, each of us asking questions and bouncing ideas off each other. There's no pretense with him, not like what I would expect for such a huge star. He also seems to be really knowledgeable about what can be done with his house. A lot of homeowners get attached to an idea in their mind, but don't understand that there's sometimes no way to make their vision happen short of tearing the whole house down and starting over. Jackson seems to understand what's possible and is willing to work with it. I'm impressed, I say as we stand in the time capsule-like kitchen. You put a lot of thought into this process. I like that you have a clear vision, but you're also open to changes. Thank you, he says with what looks almost like a shy smile. I do know what I like, but I also know you all are the experts in what works best. I try to focus on the end result and not worry about where the ideas come from. I shoot him a grin. Well, many people don't operate that way, especially in projects of this size. But I guarantee you the end result will be even better by working as a team. He gives me that shy smile again, looking up at me through his lashes, and a warm feeling settles low in my belly. We walk out onto the pool deck and pause for a moment to appreciate the view. You really picked a beautiful spot, I say as we look out over the lake. The Seattle skyline is visible in the distance, but the way the house sits on a small peninsula, you can't see any of the homes on either side. Cleverly placed trees and good use of the natural terrain make it seem isolated and private, instead of 15 minutes from one of the fastest-growing cities in the country. He smiles proudly as he looks over the property. Thanks. I fell in love with it right away on seeing it. There's a small boathouse on the beach you should probably see. He gestures toward a steep staircase built into the cliffside, leading down to the small, rocky chunk of shoreline. As we descend, I absolutely do not try to get a look at his ass in those jeans, and I am definitely not disappointed when I can't get a good look.
Chapter 4. Jackson. We get down to the small beach at the bottom of the stairs, and I show him what I'm thinking for this area. He asks more thoughtful questions while taking loads of notes and snapping pictures of everything. Then we walk out to the end of the boat dock, which widens out at the far end, allowing enough space for some ancient patio furniture. As with everything else on the property, the dock and the furniture are as old as dirt. Getting down on his knees, he takes a closer look at one of the wooden deck boards toward the edge. When it easily breaks off in his hand, he holds it up like a trophy. Yeah, Mason says, an amused smirk on his face. Did your home inspector bring this up at all? Because I'm pretty sure the whole dock will need to be replaced. Yes, it was in the inspection report, but I didn't realize it was in such terrible shape, I say, reaching to take the piece of rotten decking from him. Good. It seems like you've done your homework here. No big surprises. He smiles at me again and stands. I want this house to be the place I finally put down roots, I say, surprising myself by sharing that info. I would have signed on the dotted line within the first 10 minutes of stepping in the house, but Gary, good man that he is insisted on getting an incredibly thorough inspection. Smart man. Mason gives me a friendly look. Even if the budget isn't an issue, finding unexpected problems can mean major delays, so I'm glad you're aware of everything. We stand at the end of the old dock for a few moments. There's a weird energy between us. It could be sexual chemistry. I mean, the man is insanely hot, and that shirt he's wearing is taut enough that there isn't one single thing left to the imagination. It's so taut that I can see the little barbells he's got for nipple piercings, and all of a sudden, I feel my dick start to thicken. I'll clear my throat and try to discreetly adjust myself. "So, you'll be moving to Seattle full-time?" Mason asks, still looking out over the water. Normally, I don't share much with strangers. Being a public figure makes one cautious that way. But I really want him to know my thoughts and plans. I can't explain why. "I love this part of the world," I say. I've been in Los Angeles for about 5 years now, but it's never felt like home. I don't know if it's the climate or the culture or something else, but I could never see myself living there permanently. He gives me an admiring look. "This place is going to be great. You've put so much thought into the planning already. There's no way it won't be beautiful when it's finished." He looks down at me, and his smile is hot enough to melt my insides. I wonder if he's gay. Well, that's a bit odd. Even though I'm fairly certain my sexuality falls somewhere on the rainbow spectrum, I've never found myself wondering whether a guy is gay, never mind whether he finds me attractive. I shake my head, trying to clear out my thoughts. "I think that's it for down here," I say. "Shall we go back up?" He turns around and starts toward the shoreline, but stops to point at something high in one of the trees. "Hey, look! There's an owl there," he says, his voice sounding almost childlike with wonder. For the first time, I notice the rainbow flag tattoo he's got on the inside of his bicep. It's not huge, and it's partly covered by his shirt, but there's no mistaking it. This observation brings me a little jolt of happiness. I look up to where he's pointing, and sure enough, there's a small owl perched in one of the giant fir trees, dotted along the shore. "Wow, look at that," I say, delighted. I don't think I've ever seen one in the wild before. The owl looks down at us from his perch, and he's close enough we can see his big yellow eyes. Mason smiles, but he's still gazing at the bird. "That's a great horned owl. See the little tufts of feather on his head that look like ears? They're pretty common. I hear them all the time out at my place, since I have a lot of big trees on my property. But they're not normally out and about until nighttime. Something must have woken the sky up early. He's beautiful. I wonder if it's a good omen," I say, and Mason chuckles and starts toward the shoreline again. "There are dozens of groups of indigenous people around here, and almost as many different beliefs about owls. Some believed owls represented souls of the dead." Mason glances over at me before continuing. "Others believe the owl foretold changes in weather and the environment. Then there are other groups who believed owls were reminders to take care with your actions, think about the future, and to love your family. It's fascinating," he spouts. I turn to look at him, shocked. Having an extensive knowledge of Native American mythology is not something I would have expected. This bloke is full of surprises. He must see the look on my face, because he laughs, loudly this time. "Didn't expect that to come out of my mouth, huh?" he says, the corners of his eyes crinkling as he grins at me. "Well, I stammer, and he laughs again. "I took a lot of anthropology electives as part of my degree, and I loved learning about the art and myths of the indigenous people from around here. One of the few things that stuck with me. I love that you know that," I say, looking back up at the owl. Mason is a couple of steps ahead of me as we start to walk back toward the shore, but I'm still focused on the bird, who continues to give us the stink eye. As I start to follow, I lower my gaze, but instead of paying attention to where I'm stepping, my eyes get stuck on Mason's very broad shoulders. God, the man is built like a brick shithouse. I open my mouth to ask another question about the owl, when an odd, squishy sound breaks the quiet, and something gives way underneath me. Before I can react, my foot breaks through a rotten board and sinks straight down, my leg disappearing into the dock up to my thigh, where it gets stuck, leaving me pinched painfully between the jagged edges of the broken boards. I'm canted awkwardly to one side, with my right leg jammed rather painfully into the hole, and my left leg splayed out awkwardly, like some kind of gymnastics move gone horribly wrong. "Holy shit," Mason exclaims, whirling around. He drops his notebook, falling to his knees in front of me. "Oh my God, are you all right?" I'll attempt to hide my embarrassment by forcing a laugh and making a flourishing gesture with my hands, like I'm a magician. "Oh, I'm fine," I say, my voice sounding a bit weak even in my own ears, but I still try to make it into a joke. "I felt that Al was taking away my spotlight, and being a famous person, that just will not do." I force another laugh, and Mason cocks an eyebrow at me. "Right then, I'll just hoist myself out of here," I say. I push down on the deck and attempt to pull my leg out of the hole, but as I do, a sharp pain slices through my thigh. "Ow, bollocks," I curse, settling back into the hole to a less painful position. I may have cut my leg, because that hurt like a son of a bitch. Shit, okay. Mason looks down at where my leg has disappeared through the wood. "Looks like we need to make the hole bigger so you can pull out." It could be shock kicking in, or maybe it's a reaction to severe embarrassment. But hearing Mason talk about making the hole bigger and pulling out sends me into fits of hysterical laughter.
Chapter 5. Mason. I stare at Jackson Cullen, stuck up to his thigh in the rotting old boat dock, laughing his ass off hysterically. The scene is so ridiculous that I can't help but chuckle, and before I know it, we're both laughing so hard tears roll down our faces. Okay, we need to get you out of here, I say once we get control of ourselves. He nods, wiping his face with the back of one hand. "I'm sorry," he starts to giggle again. "When you started talking about making the hole bigger and pulling out, I couldn't help myself. I promise I'm not actually a 14-year-old kid." He presses his lips together, attempting to stifle the next outburst, but he can't hold it in, which gets me going again, too. "Okay," I say, still chuckling. "I won't mention doing anything to any holes, but we need to get your leg out of there." Jackson nods again and then grimaces. "I think my hysteria was preventing me from feeling the pain, because right now my leg hurts like a bugger." He starts to look a little pale, which means he might be going into a mild case of shock, so I need to get him out as soon as possible. "It's okay, Jackson. We'll get you out." Unfortunately, the only way to get him out is to break some of the boards pinning him in place, and doing that is going to involve getting real up close and personal with Jackson Cullen's junk. Apparently, he realizes this at the same time as me, because even in the fading light, I can see a delicious red blush color his cheeks, and it's fucking beautiful on his creamy white skin. I can't help but wonder what other parts of his body blush when he gets flustered. Right then." Jackson clears his throat, jolting me out of my little daydream. "Well, by all means," he gestures to his groin area, "make yourself comfortable and have a go." I chuckle and shuffle closer to him, still kneeling. "Okay, if we're lucky, I should only have to break a couple of these boards to get you out. I'll try to protect your virtue as much as I can." I grin at him and lean over to grab the edge of a broken piece of decking. My knuckles end up pressing tightly against his dick as I curl my fingers around the edge of the rotting board and pull up as hard as I can. Thankfully, it gives way easily, enlarging the hole by a couple of inches. I toss it aside and lean forward again to grab a second board. This time, I don't have to press my knuckles right up against his crotch, but right as I'm about to pull back on the wood, I feel movement against the back of my hand. I swallow loudly as I realize his dick is responding to me. If his dick did move, it's got to be a biological reaction because I'm so close to him, and he's nervous about getting hurt. I ignore it and pull on the second piece of decaying wood. Thankfully, like the first one, it breaks off easily. "Okay, I think one more should do it, and we'll be able to get you out." He nods mutely, and as I get my hands in position to pull off the third board, I feel movement again, and this time it's stronger than before. What the actual fuck? There's no denying it. Jackson Cullen's dick is as hard as steel, and my hands are literally pressed right up against it.
Jackson. Fuck. My traitorous dick has decided to betray me, and I know Mason just felt it. What the hell? Thanks, asshole, I yell internally at my disloyal body. My leg is throbbing, and who knows what kind of damage I've done to myself. But my cock has decided now is a good time to come out and play. Okay. The Queen, dirty socks, traffic jams. I cycle through a bunch of unpleasant thoughts and try to keep my breathing steady as I will my dick to stand down. But this gorgeous man's big, strong hands are closer to my junk than anyone has been in 5 bloody years. It's hardly fair of me to expect it to sit there quietly, while Mason shoves his thick fingers as gently as possible through the narrow gap between my thigh and the broken boards trapping me. Okay, maybe he didn't notice, I try to convince myself. But when I hear him sucking a sharp breath, I know he's felt it. Thank fuck he's professional and simply goes ahead with what he's doing. Bloody hell, thank you, I say to him as he helps me stand, and I pull my leg out of the goddamn deck. I'm still focused on my unending mortification when he curses. Oh shit, he says as he looks down at my leg. Sure enough, my jeans have a long rip in them that's gaping open, to reveal a nasty-looking gash running from my upper thigh down to my knee. Damn it, Mason says softly, helping me up. Can you stand on it? I put my foot down and tentatively shift some weight onto it. I think it looks worse than it is, I say. It doesn't really hurt too much, more like my foot's gone to sleep. I try bending my knee to see how that feels. It's not too bad. He cocks an eyebrow at me. Do you think you can make it up the stairs? I can carry you if you need. I hold up my hand and laugh. Oh no carrying necessary. Of course, I immediately began to imagine him carrying me up the stairs. Once we reached the top, maybe he would set me down on the grass, covering me with his large body and kissing my neck and... Holy fuck, what is with me right now? I might need a little help keeping steady, since my foot's asleep, but that's it. Okay. He puts his strong arm around my waist. Let's take the stairs together. Just lean on me if you have to. We'll figure out if you need stitches once we get inside. I nod and allow him to take some of my weight. Now that I'm moving around, I don't think it's serious enough for a doctor. It hurts like arse, but it appears to have stopped bleeding, and I don't think it's very deep. Certainly not as deep as my embarrassment over the entire incident. Right then, I say, as we make it back to the house and into the kitchen. Thank you for that. I'll just go try and clean this up in the loo. Nope, Mason says, with an edge of authority that makes something clench in my gut. I want you to sit on the counter. Wait here while I go grab the first aid kit from my truck. I'm going to take a closer look at that cut. Sure, right then. I fix my gaze on him, my voice sounding a little breathy even to my own ears. Here, I'll help you, he says. And before I know what's happening, he's grabbed my hips and hoisted me onto the edge of the kitchen island. I'll be right back. Stay here. Of course, I whisper, but he's already turned and heading out of the kitchen. Probably good, because it's going to take me a few minutes to calm down. My dick is rock hard again. I don't know what it is about Mason that's waking up my sleepy sex drive, but I do know that I can't wait to feel his hands on me again. Chapter 6. Jackson. Mason returns a couple of minutes later and sets the red first aid pouch on the counter, focusing immediately on my leg. I'm going to clean it out first, okay? He says, pulling disinfectant from the kit. I nod, saying nothing, but soaking in my breath when he gently presses the disinfectant-soaked pad to the wound. Sorry, he grimaces. I know it stings. Oh, it's fine, I say, secretly thankful the bite of the pain is keeping my dick from standing at attention again. You know, I think you're right. It looks worse than it is. How is it feeling right now? He says, peering at my leg. It's not bad at all. I don't think I'll need stitches. I flex my leg, testing the pain level. I agree, he says. I think you'll be fine with a couple of bandages. But you need to watch for signs of infection from that rotten wood. Do you know whether your tetanus vaccine is up to date? It is. All my shots had to be up to date when I got my green card a couple of years ago. Good, Mason says with a nod. He finishes doctoring me up with a couple of large bandages, then walks to the sink to wash his hands and put the supplies away. Thank you, I say softly, hopping off the counter onto my good leg. It was so kind of you to take care of me like that. Probably not the meeting you were expecting, though, right? He laughs and then shrugs like it's no big deal. I have an industrial first aid certificate, so even minor injuries cause my training to kick in. But I'm glad it's not as bad as it first looked. He turns around to face me, leaning against the counter and crossing his legs in front of him. Well, I appreciate it. Thank you again. I limp over to the ancient avocado-colored fridge. Can I get you something to drink? I ask. It looks like Gary, also known as the best assistant in the world, has stocked the fridge for me. There's pop, beer, cider, and sparkling water. Sparkling water sounds good. Between my embarrassment and the come-down from the adrenaline rush, I need something stronger than water. Sure I can't get you a beer? I shoot him my best Hollywood smile. I could really use one. You're off the clock now, yeah? You can consider yourself hired. There's a surprised silence as the words coming out of my mouth register with both of us. I have no clue where they came from, and Gary will probably flip out. But hiring Mason Campbell seems like the biggest no-brainer ever. I'm sorry. What? He says. I swallow and hold his gaze. You know what? I've heard good things about your company, and you're clearly an honest bloke. The longer I spend fucking around with the sodden, the longer it will take for this place to be ready. And I'm ready for it now. You're fucking hard. Wow. I mean, if you're sure, that's great. We stare at each other for a few more seconds. Then I grin and stick out my hand to shake his. I'm sure. Let's build my dream home. He laughs. Okay, then. That's fantastic. We'll do a great job for you. I know you will, I say, holding my beer out to toast our deal. Why don't we go sit outside, since that's the only place I've got furniture? Mason nods, and I grab 2 more beers before heading to the patio. The previous owners said the fire pit was still working, so I hobble over to the pool house and try to figure out how it works. Seeing me struggling, he comes and peers over my shoulder at the mechanism. Here, let me, he says, grabbing hold of my shoulders and shifting me gently out of the way. Heat radiates off his body, and the scent of pine, fresh dirt, and clean sweat lingers in the air between us. I bite the inside of my cheek to stop from groaning. I haven't gotten laid in so damn long, I barely remember what it feels like. Aside from a couple of one-time encounters, I've basically been celibate for the past 5 years. Flirting with him is playing with fire if I want to keep my sexuality under wraps. But at the moment, I can't remember exactly why that's such a big deal. Hiding the fact that I'm questioning whether I'm straight or not has become more habit than anything else. Something about Mason Campbell has me believing I can trust him. I don't know why, but I feel it deep down in my gut. He makes me feel protected and safe, and it's like soothing an ache I never knew was there.
Chapter 7. Mason. After getting the fire pit going, I sit on the surprisingly comfortable patio furniture. I'm feeling awkward, but hell, if Jackson Cullen wants to have a beer with me to celebrate hiring us, I'm not about to deny him. Plus, let's be real, it's Jackson Cullen. The dude has occupied top spot on my list for years. And there it is. It's been, a couple of hours since I last thought about my ex? Thinking about lists and hall passes reminds me of what it was like in the beginning of our relationship, before things went so bad. I take a deep breath and stare into the flames. Jackson clears his throat. You look deep in thought, he says with a kind smile. Well, it's not often I get to share a drink with a movie star. I grin at him. Tell me, what's it like being so famous? Jackson takes a drink. I enjoy acting, but it's not something I want to do forever. He didn't exactly answer the question, but I'm not here to interrogate the man. Really? What do you want to do forever? He takes another swig from his beer. I don't know. I was married for a while, and after my wife died, working was easier than sitting home alone, you know. My career has turned out well enough, but it's been more than 5 years without a break. He pauses, and the sense of sadness that comes off him is almost tangible. And you? Do you like your job? I do, yeah. I smile. I love working with my brother, Dylan. He owns a company, but I'm in the same boat. Not sure if it's what I want to do forever. What would you do instead? He asks. I take a drink and think for a second. It's been a while since I've considered doing anything with my life besides taking each day as it comes. Well, I used to want to be a teacher, but I don't exactly look like anyone's idea of their kid's perfect kindergarten teacher. He shoots me an amused look, and if I didn't know better, I would swear he was checking me out as he let his gaze slide over my body, taking in my nearly 6.5-foot-tall, linebacker-style body, both arms nearly covered in tattoos. To be fair, I really like my tattoos too, so I can't blame him for looking. One is a full sleeve depicting a scene with huge cedar trees as a background, a brown bear lifting his head out of the river with a big salmon in his mouth, and an eagle soaring overhead. The other arm is a mishmash, a few smaller pieces with some Native American-inspired artwork. My small pride tattoo is on that arm. His eyes linger on the scene with the bear for so long it's like he forgets where he is. He licks his lips, and when his eyes meet mine they're a little glassy, his pupils dilated. My cock jumps in response, so I clear my throat and try to shift subtly in my seat. He blinks and gives his head a tiny shake. You might be right about not looking like a traditional teacher, but if it's your passion, you'll find a way. He swallows and takes a drink. Any other siblings besides your brother? Yup, I'm the middle child. Dylan is the eldest, and Grace is our younger sister. Grace's husband, Derek, and my cousin Sam, who also works with Hot Damn Homes, round out our little crew. Jackson's mouth curls up at the corners, but it doesn't reach his eyes. Instead, his expression is wistful. That must be nice, having a close family. It is. Grace is a physical therapist at a rehab center for traumatic brain injuries. Her husband, Derek, is a psychologist. Dylan and I are close, but he keeps things to himself a lot. He seems pretty content living with his 3 dogs and a couple of cats. Looking over at Jackson, I can see the firelight reflected in his eyes. It's almost mesmerizing, so I look away and back into the fire. My cousin Sam is my best friend. We grew up together, and we always had each other's backs. I'm lucky to have them. I pause for a moment and take another drink. I remember hearing your wife passed away a few years ago. I'm so sorry, I say quietly. That must be really hard. He looks down at his beer bottle, working at peeling the label off. Sometimes 5 years seems like it was a lifetime ago, and other days it feels like she just died yesterday. He pulls the label off the bottle and begins to tear it up into tiny pieces. I'm struck with the overwhelming urge to reach out and touch him, wanting to comfort him. He's this famous movie star, but sitting across from me in the firelight, he seems so alone. I clear my throat, pretty sure that would be inappropriate. Do you have any siblings or other family around? Jackson gives a half smile. No, my parents are both gone and no siblings. Chelsea and her family were pretty much it. Losing her was hard. He swallows. That's why I've not taken a break in 5 years. I didn't want to stop working and let the loneliness catch up with me. God, I'm so sorry, I say. The urge to gather him close to me gets even stronger, but I mentally shake it off. I'm not usually the touchy-feely type, but I can't imagine what it would be like to have no one to rely on but yourself. I like time to myself, but being that alone in the world just sounds scary and a little sad. Do you still keep in touch with her family? I ask, and then wonder if I should have tried to change the subject. This conversation is getting heavy, but I find myself wanting. no craving to know more about this man. He's nothing at all like the characters he portrays. Chelsea and I grew up together on a council estate north of Manchester, Jackson starts. My family was always a bit cocked up. My dad fucked off when I was just a wee baby, and Mum had plenty of her own issues. Depression, addiction, and the like. Jackson seems almost detached as he tells his story, and the longer he talks about himself, the stronger his accent gets. I've never heard anything about this part of his life in interviews or articles. It makes me more grateful for my stable, loving family, even though they all drive me a little insane sometimes. The Chamberlains were more family to me than my own, he continues. Their life was far from a fairy tale, but somehow they managed to stay close and actually love and care for each other. One of the few families I knew who were together and happy. Jax doesn't meet my eyes as he speaks, staring off into space. Even as he tries hiding the raw emotion in his voice, it tugs at something deep in my chest. He shakes his head and refocuses on me. I haven't spoken with him in quite a while, though. He smiles wistfully again. My urge to touch him finally wins out, and I reach over, putting my hand on his knee. His jeans are warm from the heat of the fire, and when he looks at me, his eyes are glassy. I have no idea what to say to show him how much compassion I have for him, so I just give his leg a gentle squeeze and quickly pull my hand back, feeling awkward. I should steer the conversation away from such personal stuff, but instead of taking that route, the question that falls out of my mouth shocks me so much I kind of want a hole to open up and swallow me right now. Do you think you'll get married again?
Chapter 8. Jackson. Do you think you'll get married again? I almost laugh at the stunned look on his face, like he can't believe what he just asked. It's bold, for sure, but I don't feel like he's fishing for information. I get the sense he's asking because he genuinely cares. Again, something about this man makes me want to share all my secrets. I don't know, I answer softly. Chelsea and I were best friends. I don't know if it's possible to find that sort of relationship with a woman again. I'll take a deep breath and continue before he can reply. Or with a man. Mason freezes for just a second. Oh, he says, his eyes wide. I didn't know you were... His voice trails off, like he's not sure whether he should finish the question. I swallow hard. I'm bisexual, I say. Well, at least I thought I was. I think demisexual might be more accurate, but I'm not exactly sure what label fits. I chuckle self-consciously. Although maybe no sexual is a more accurate term for my orientation these days. Is that a thing? I'll clear my throat and shift in my seat, suddenly feeling way too warm. Unbelievably, I keep talking. I think you're the only person I've said those words to since Chelsea died. I fought to keep my breathing steady. Did I really just tell him that? Holy shit, what if he tells someone? This could be all over the internet in a matter of hours. Shit. Sorry, that's probably entirely too much information. I'll roll my eyes. I'll bet you didn't think you were going to be a contractor, an EMT, and a therapist today, did you? I'll try to lighten the mood. Mason looks at me, eyebrows raised. He leans forward and holds my gaze. I'm honored you told me. Thank you. He pauses a moment and then says, I'm queer too. I'm gay. I nod. Oh no. I also noticed your tattoo. I gesture toward his arm, where I can see just a peek of the ink in question. He grins at me, and I notice a flash of something in his eyes that wasn't there earlier. Could it be interest? Arousal? Jesus, Jackson, slow down. He brushes his finger over the tattoo. I got this shortly after I came out. When I was 18, he says. I feel like I've been out forever, but I can remember how hard it was to tell that first person. So thank you. I really am honored. I nod, not sure what to say next. How does the conversation continue smoothly after you tell a virtual stranger that A, you're not straight, and B, They're the only person in the world you've ever told, aside from your dead wife. With no idea how to carry on, I just blurt out the question that's in my mind. Who was the first person you came out to? I ask him, and then feel like an idiot for asking. But Mason doesn't appear to be uncomfortable. He just looks at me with a gentle smile on his face. I got really lucky. I told Sam first, and it turned out that he was having the same questioning feelings. It was such a huge relief to know someone going through the same stuff. It took him a while, but he eventually figured out he's pan. Mason smiles, looking like he's reliving a fond memory. After Sam, I told my sister Grace. She was absolutely fine with it. And when I eventually told my parents, they were great too. I was incredibly lucky that way. His eyes meet mine, and they're filled with compassion. I wish more people could have the same experience I did with coming out. Society can be so fucked up with its rules about what's normal or acceptable. He shakes his head and then looks at me, his expression serious. Just so you know, I won't breathe a word to anyone. I mean, I've never heard any rumors about you, so I'm sure you've had to work pretty hard to keep that out of the tabloids. But it's your story to tell, if you ever want to. Thank you. I'll appreciate that, I say. Chelsea was the only one who ever knew. I had a couple of hookups about 5 years ago, right after she passed away. But I wasn't as well known back then, and I don't think either guy knew who I was. Aside from that, I've not been with anyone, so it hasn't been difficult to keep it quiet. I'll look down at my hands. Mason nods, and then his brow furrows again. Wait, you mean you haven't been with any other men in 5 years? I can't help but laugh at the look on his face. No, I've not been with anyone, male, female, or anywhere else on the rainbow. Wait, so you're saying you haven't had sex in 5 years? He asks, looking like he might faint from shock. Before I answer, he holds up his hand. Fuck, I'm so sorry. That is none of my business. God, that was so rude of me. I'll wave my hand dismissively. Pfft, it's all right. But it's been, quite some time since I've been with anyone. It's been a lot of, DIY, I guess you could say. I laugh, feeling a little embarrassed, but not nearly as much as I would have thought. Mason isn't judging me. I can feel that right down to my bones. Mason looks at the fire thoughtfully. I guess it just goes to show you can never really know what's going on in someone else's life. He pauses for a moment. Are you okay with it? I mean, there's nothing wrong with being celibate, especially if you think you could be demisexual. But are you happy with that part of your life? His face shows genuine concern for my feelings. And fuck me, if that's not a huge turn on. Jesus, this conversation got really personal, really fast. I can't figure out why I want to crack open my chest and show this man everything inside me. But I do. I want to know all his secrets, and I want him to know mine. I take a drink of my beer and shrug, trying to make it seem like I haven't just confessed one of my most closely held secrets. But it's like my bloody mouth isn't connected to my brain. I'm hoping that relocating to Seattle might make it easier to find someone. I feel like I'm ready for a relationship again. Jesus Christ. I'll continue like this. I'll be handing over my social security number to this bloke. How about you? Anyone special in your life? I ask, suddenly desperate to shift the conversation off me. He looks away and stares into the fire again. His shoulders hunch, and he crosses his arms over his chest. I feel like he's shrinking before my eyes. He clears his throat nervously. No, there's no one. Hasn't been for a while. My last relationship was. He hesitates, like he's not quite sure what he wants to say, then clears his throat again. No, I'm not a relationship guy. The way he fidgets, and has physically shrunk into himself, Makes me think this isn't something he shares easily. I really want to know what happened to this big man with a kind smile, to make him react so strongly to a normal question.
Chapter 9. Mason. Of course this question was coming. Why wouldn't it? Normal people can answer this type of thing without getting freaked out. But my skin suddenly feels too tight, and my mouth has gone dry, like there's something inside me that's clawing and scratching to get out. The idea that Jackson Cullen would ever be interested in dating me is fucking laughable. But still, all the reasons I will never date again crash over me like a tidal wave, and telling him I'm not into relationships is the simplest, and maybe the only thing I can say. Jackson nods, but before he can say anything, I quickly down the remainder of my beer and stand. I need to get the hell out of here before the full panic attack overtakes me. The last thing I need is to have him pick up on my distress and pick me as some kind of weirdo he won't want hanging around in his house. So, I should probably get going, I say, unable to meet his gaze. I'll have Dylan call you first thing in the morning to finalize everything. As I'm about to make a break for the door, I remember his leg. Shit. I turn around, and I can see the confusion on his face. I can't blame him. I've gone from being relaxed and easygoing to acting like I'm on the run from a hitman. Well, how's your leg feeling? Are you able to drive, you think? I can give you a lift to your hotel if you need, I say, hoping like hell he refuses. Oh, I'm fine. He waves his hand dismissively. Okay, if you're sure, I say, and Jackson nods. Okay, then. This is great. It was nice meeting you. We shake hands, and I'm out the door. Fucking hell. I'm such an asshole. The guy just trusted me with a huge secret. Coming out as not straight, no matter what flavor of queer he eventually identifies with, is a huge deal. He probably thinks I'm running out to sell his story to the tabloids or something. But my self-preservation instincts are stronger than my guilt at offending him. I practice my deep breathing as I drive. Only 25 minutes until I'm home, to the little cabin in the Cascade foothills I've spent the last few years renovating. Just thinking about it helps to calm me. I run through a mental list of all the changes I've made to the house and work to picture what the place looked like before. I can feel the panic that had been just under the surface start to recede, and by the time I'm close to home, I'm much steadier. I had a lot of therapy after what happened with Brad, my ex, and have gotten pretty good at managing the worst of these episodes. Right after it happened, I threw myself into renovating the house, and the work helped me get through some of the darkest days. As part of the process, I've learned that trying to repress all the bad memories completely will only result in nightmares. As I pull up to my house, I allow my mind to drift back to some of the bad things, reminding myself that I'm safe and I can let them go now. I was 23 when I met Brad, a well-known local reporter. He was deep in the closet, worried about tanking his career if he came out. In hindsight, that should have been the first big red flag. But he was nice, good-looking, and successful, and I fell hard and fast. Our relationship moved at light speed, and within a few months we were living together at his condo, making up stories about how we were just roommates. I hated being his dirty secret, but I loved him. The next red flag was his jealousy that got out of control after I moved in with him. He had to know where I was, and with whom at all times. He hated it when I saw anyone else, even family. When I tried to reason with him about the jealousy, he lost his mind, melting down completely, crying, saying he would die if I left him. He swore that because of his abusive childhood, he just needed more time to trust me. I believed him, and for a while things were better. The cycle repeated itself over and over. It never even occurred to me that I was experiencing abuse, because he never once threatened to hurt me. He always threatened to hurt himself, which would trigger every protective instinct in my body, and I would give in and promise to never leave him. Every single time. I take a big breath and blow it out slowly, shaking my head as I unlock my front door. Letting the memories come when they need to is all well and good, but the road up to my place is winding, and in the dark it can be dangerous. I should have been paying more attention to my driving, but thankfully I'm home safely. I'll give Dylan a call and then snuggle into the couch and watch an old movie. I love old rom-coms from the 80s and 90s. Whenever I need to get out of my own head for a little bit, turning on something like When Harry Met Sally, or Say Anything does the trick. I hop out of the truck and head into my house, where I grab a beer from the fridge and call Dylan to tell him the good news. "Hello, this is Dylan," he says when he picks up the phone. I always find it funny that he can see who's calling him, but he always answers the phone the same way, whether it's me or some millionaire client calling. "Hey, brother," I say, settling into my couch and turning the TV on low. "Hey, Mason, what's up?" "I've got good news, man." Always better to get straight to the point with Dylan. The guy's not about small talk. "The client I met with today is actually Jackson Cullen." "Really? And he was there?" "Yep. He showed up while his assistant was walking me through the house, which is fucking amazing, by the way." "Cool," Dylan says. "Dill, he hired us on the spot. We've got the job, man. You just need to call him tomorrow to arrange the schedule and talk budget and stuff." "Whoa, really?" Dylan says in his typically flat tone. He doesn't react much outwardly, but I know him well enough to know he's happy as a pig in shit right now. "Yep, done deal. How do you like me now?" I joke and he snickers. "That's cool. You should text me the info and I'll call him in the morning." "I'll send it over now. This is big for us, Dill. It could put us on the map for the high-end renovation business." "Yep, it's good. I'll talk to you in the morning and we can make a plan." I'm almost laughing as we hung up. Typical Dylan, right to the point. But even though he's not a big talker, hearing my brother's voice is always calming for me. After we disconnect, my mind is quiet, my near panic attack firmly in the rearview mirror. I grab my favorite cozy quilt and snuggle down to watch The Breakfast Club before heading off to bed. Chapter 10. Mason. Rolling over in bed the next morning, I luxuriate in a big, slow stretch, groaning in pleasure as my back cracks. The X-rated dream that woke me up with an urgent situation in my boxers in the night actually helped me sleep like the dead. Or rather, taking care of the situation did. I'm just getting out of the shower when I hear my front door open, and Dylan's voice calls out. "Mason, you decent?" "Give me 1 sec, I yell back. In the kitchen, Dylan is pouring a cup of coffee, with Alexis, one of his 3 yellow labs, sitting at his feet. And yes, she is named after Alexis Rose from Schitt's Creek. When she sees me, she bounces over for some ear scritches, which I'm happy to provide before grabbing my own coffee. "So, to what do I owe the pleasure of this early morning visit?" I ask. No one in our family is what you'd call a morning person, so it's a little unusual for my brother to pop by before work, especially since we just talked last night. He sits on one of the stools at the kitchen island. "So, I got an email after I talked to you last night. It turns out that we won the bid for that other big project in Medina," he says, talking about a renovation on a scale even bigger than the Jackson Cullen job. "Dude, that's amazing!" I shout. "Congratulations, man!" "Yeah, it's pretty good," he says, his tone even as always. Dylan's emotions are always hard to read, while I'm at the opposite end of that scale. I'm like an open book. It's usually obvious to everyone exactly what kind of day I'm having. Even though he isn't outwardly celebrating, I can tell Dylan is thrilled with this news. "Yeah, it's good," he agrees. "The only problem is I can't oversee 2 jobs this big by myself. I need you to project manage Jackson Cullen's house. Will you?" I laugh. Straight to the point. Classic Dylan. But as his question sinks in, I realize that if I agree to take on this job, I'll be spending a shitload of time with a sexy and irresistible Jackson Cullen. And that could be dangerous for me, given the weird connection we seem to have. Dylan sees me hesitating and gives me a weird look. "What is it? You don't want to do it?" No, it's not that." I blow out a breath. "A couple of weird things happened last night, and I'm feeling kind of, I don't know, unsettled about it, I guess." Dylan cocks his head to the side and raises an eyebrow at me. "Well, first he had a minor accident when we were down on the boat dock. He stepped through a rotten board and got his leg stuck in the deck. To get him out, I had to get real up close and personal. Like, my hands were basically pressing right up against his dick." Dylan snorts. "So you're embarrassed because you had to put your hands near his dick?" He rolls his eyes. "I don't really think—" "Let me finish." I narrow my eyes at him, then fill him in on how the rest of the evening with Jackson went down. "Sounds like the conversation got pretty personal," Dylan says when I finish. "Is that what made you freak out?" "Yeah. It just felt Like, too intimate or something. Like we were on a date instead of doing business. I paused briefly, still processing. I feel shitty about it, though. He looked totally confused when I jumped up and noped the hell out of there. But staying wasn't really an option once I started to feel squirrely like that. Dylan chews on one of his fingernails for a moment and then says, "Well, do you think you'll be too awkward to work with him?" No, I'm being an idiot. It's not like he was hitting on me. It's nothing, really. I'll manage the project, and it will be fine. I'm a professional." "Are you sure?" he asks. 100% sure. I think I just needed to talk it through. He looks at me for a second, probably trying to read me. "Okay, then. That's good," he says after a moment. "Just tell me if anything changes. I'll put together the job schedule today. Do you want me to put the newbies with your crew?" "Yep, for sure," I say, thinking about Tyler and Andy, our new hires. They're good guys, both in their early 20s and eager to do well. They've struggled in previous jobs, but I think a couple of easy accommodations at work will make all the difference to their success. I can't wait to start mentoring them, because I have a feeling they're both going to do great. "Okay, then." Dylan pushes back from the table and leans down to give Alexis a scratch. "I'll talk to you later," he says, heading for the door with his smiling dog at his heels. "Okay, thanks for listening to me, Dill. I think I needed to hear it out loud to get out of my head." He nods and smiles at me almost shyly. "No problem, Maze. I love you," he says and walks out the door. "Love you too, bro," I call after him. As I get ready for the rest of my day, nervous excitement zips through my body. Tendrils of hope are trying to take root, even as I try to weed them out like overgrown blackberry bushes. Having hope means I can get hurt, and that's scary as hell. But I can't deny that the prospect of spending more time with Jackson is kind of thrilling, too.
Chapter 11. Jackson. The misty drizzle wraps around me like a blanket as I stand on the back patio of my new house a few weeks later. September's unseasonably warm weather has given way to Seattle's October drizzle. Clouds filter the sunlight, casting a gray tone over the lake. Leaves cling to the branches on some of the trees surrounding the house, the wind trying in vain to knock them loose. After my flight back from LA last night, everything about this place is wild, real, and it whispers home in my ear. Today's the day. The work crew will be here soon to begin work on the house, the first concrete step toward a future where I'll always have a home to return to. I picked up donuts and coffee for them this morning, and walking back inside, sipping my latte, I hear a truck pull into the driveway. It's followed by male voices joking and laughing, taking the piss out of each other. I open the front door, expecting Dylan Campbell, but standing there in tight jeans and a white t-shirt is Mason. The three other guys all stop talking when they see me. "Oh, hi there. I was expecting Dylan this morning." "Oh, I'm sorry. We should have made that clear," he says, looking a little nervous. "We've had to change up a few things with our staffing, and I'll be the point guy for your project. Dylan will drop by every so often to check in, but otherwise you're stuck with me, if that's okay." He looks at me with those chocolate brown eyes, uncertainty lurking in them. "Of course," I say, probably with a little too much excitement. I'd been hoping to see him again, but I didn't know if I'd get the chance. "I'll feel so much safer knowing my personal EMT will be around." I wink at him. He grins, and it crinkles up the corners of his eyes, which makes my stomach lurch. He gestures to the guy standing behind him. "This is Sam, Tyler, and Andy, part of the Hot Damn Homes crew. Hi, come on in." I step back and motion for them to come inside. "It's great you're here. It's still early, and I've only had one cup of coffee. I need at least two in order to function." Mason chuckles, leading Andy, Sam, and Tyler down the hallway to the great room. "You mean you're not a tea drinker? I'm surprised. You're so very British," he says, using one of the worst fake English accents I've ever heard. I snort. "Jesus, no. It's fucking swell. First time I ever tasted coffee, I wondered what we've all been thinking, drinking that bloody dishwater they call tea. I prefer coffee strong enough to stand my spoon up in." Mason laughs, and I pull out my Hollywood smile, turning it on the other three guys. "There's coffee and donuts, so help yourselves." That laugh of his should come with some kind of warning label. It's a bloody dangerous weapon. When I hear it, I feel my dick thickening in my pants. But I also want him to make that sound as much as possible, and I'll do pretty much anything to be the cause of it. I need to calm the fuck down. This is the guy who ran out of here like his arse was on fire as soon as I asked him a personal question a few weeks ago. He's clearly not ready for any kind of relationship. Willing my dick to stand down, I return his smile. Please help yourselves to anything, including whatever's in the fridge. It's stocked with a bunch of stuff, so make yourselves at home. Mason nods at me. Thanks, Jackson. We really appreciate it. It feels like he holds my gaze for a split second longer than normal, but then he looks away quickly.
Mason. Jackson Cullen is a sweetheart. Feeding us and making sure we're caffeinated is more than most homeowners do, so for him to take such good care of us is extra kind. I spent the last few weeks convincing myself the connection I felt the first time we met was my imagination. I must have been starstruck or something. Sure, we had an intense conversation, but I really shouldn't make it into more than it was. Of course, that theory goes down the drain the minute he opens the door, looking like some kind of god. The intensity of my attraction to him is like a gut punch. Nope, I'm not going there. I run my hand through my hair, attempting to clear my head. Tyler and Andy look absolutely stunned as we gather around the kitchen island to go over the plans for the day. They'd signed the NDA to safeguard Jackson's privacy, but I don't think they actually believed it until Jackson opened the door himself. After getting them squared away, I noticed Jackson sitting outside under the covered area of the patio. He's got a heater to keep him warm, and he looks quite comfortable. He must be working, as he's making occasional notes on his tablet. After looking over some new plans, I go outside to where he's sitting. I don't want to disturb him, but I also want to get everything off on the right foot. I need to apologize for the way I raced out of here that first night. Hey, Jackson, do you have a moment? I say, stepping outside. He looks up with a gorgeous smile. Of course, mate. What can I do for you? I just wanted to apologize for running out on you so suddenly that first night we met. It was so rude. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to offend. I shuffle my feet awkwardly, feeling like a kid in the principal's office. Jackson waves his hand. Please, don't mention it. I get nosy, and I forget that not everyone likes to have their personal life made public. Thanks for being understanding. I felt bad about it. It's much easier to let him believe I'm just a private guy, as opposed to letting him know that I'm an emotional train wreck. Unfortunately, I do feel like I owe him a better explanation. Do you mind if I sit for just a sec? I ask. Of course. He grabs his messenger bag and slides it onto the ground, leaving room for me beside him, a questioning look in his eyes. I take a deep breath, but before I can second-guess myself, I start talking. I mentioned that I'd had a bad experience with my last relationship. It's actually been more than that. I start. He raises his eyebrows, but he's quiet, letting me continue at my own pace. I was only 23 when I first met Brad, and we were together about 2 years or so. It was a very toxic relationship. He was very manipulative. The therapist I saw after it was over told me that it was an abusive relationship, but I'm not sure I would go quite that far. I'm looking down at my hands, not wanting to meet Jackson's gaze. I'm honestly not sure why I feel compelled to tell him this. No one outside my closest family and friends know what happened to me. Christ, I'm so sorry, Mason, he murmurs quietly. I chance a quick look at his face, which is full of concern. I take a deep breath and keep talking. So, anyway, he was kind of well known locally, and because he was afraid of being outed, we had to hide our relationship. I was his roommate for the year and a half I lived in his condo. He was also so controlling and jealous that it became a problem for me to even see my family, so I was pretty isolated. I clear my throat, the collar of my shirt suddenly feeling too tight. I ended up getting locked into a cycle with him where he would get jealous and threaten to hurt himself, so I would comfort him and promise to never leave. Because he never threatened to hurt me, only himself, it never occurred to me that it was abuse. When I force myself to meet his eyes, they're filled with compassion. I'm not an expert in this area, but it definitely sounds like it crossed the line into abusive behavior, he says. Did he hurt you? I shake my head. No, he never even threatened to hurt me. His trick was threatening to hurt himself. When he did that, I would do anything in my power to stop him. God, I'm so sorry, Mason. That must have been horrible. I looked up to meet Jackson's eyes. Part of the issue is that at my size, people find it difficult to believe anyone could control me like that. It's a stereotype, obviously, but I was really ashamed. I sigh, looking down at my hands in my lap. I still have trouble trusting people, even with simple conversation. I don't always handle it properly, so I wanted to apologize. The reason I went running out of here that night was my issue, not something you did. Jackson waits until I meet his gaze, and then says, "It's really nothing to worry about, Mason. I'm just glad you were able to get yourself out of that situation." The kindness in his eyes is easy to see. He's clearly aware there's more to my story, but he isn't going to try to force me to talk about it or act snitty when I don't want to. And then I realize I'm thinking about him as a potential date, not as a client. Jesus Christ, I need to get my head on straight. Well, thank you. I appreciate that. I take a breath and stand, satisfied that he at least doesn't think I'm a total asshole. On a different note, this house is even better than I remembered. It's going to be amazing when we're done with it. I smile at him. I cannot wait to see how it turns out. I'm really excited, he says, and his eyes go serious for a moment. Thank you for sharing that with me, Mason. I'm sure it's not easy to talk about. I appreciate you trusting me with it. Thank you, I say again, and our eyes lock for just a moment before I turn to head back inside. I notice again the unusual bright blue of his eyes, and I wonder idly if he wears colored contacts. As relieved as I am that the conversation went well, walking into the house, I start to worry I'm going to need some kind of special underwear to hide all the inappropriate boners I get around this guy. Chapter 12. Mason. Walking down the hall after lunch, I hear Jackson chatting with Tyler in one of the bathrooms we're demolishing. During his interview, Tyler had informed us he had lost most of his hearing after he was injured during his first tour in Afghanistan. Apparently, Jackson has already figured out Tyler needs to see your mouth when you talk to him so he can lip read. Jackson strikes me as someone who notices the small things about people, like how I feel he can look right into my soul when he turns those startling blue eyes on me. He and Jackson are gabbing away like old ladies at a bridge game. You really think the second film is better than the first one? Jackson asks, mock horror in his voice. For sure, Tyler replies. The first one was like setting the stage, but the second one was where they really started to get into the shit. They must be talking about Extreme Justice, Jackson's biggest action franchise. My chest tightens as I listen to this A-list movie star sitting in a half-ripped-out bathroom, chatting to a young veteran like they're old buddies. Hey there. I walk into the bathroom and stand beside Jackson. How are things going in here? Oh, it's going okay. Thanks, sir. Mason. I've been trying to get him to stop calling me sir, because it makes me feel old and weird. But I guess those military habits die hard. Just chatting about Extreme Justice. Jackson smiles at me. We've got a difference of opinion on which one is the best. I laugh. I heard you. I got to side with Tyler on that. The action in the second one is way better, I say, keeping my head turned toward Tyler. Jackson rolls his eyes and grins. Well, there's no accounting for taste, I guess. But the third installment comes out in a few months. We'll see what you think after that. We'll need to revisit this discussion then, I agree. All right, I'm going to let you get at it, mate, Jackson says to Tyler, who smiles and turns to get back to work. Walking down the hallway together, I try to figure out how Jackson bonded with Tyler so quickly. I think I heard Tyler talk more in the last 10 minutes than I have in the total time I've known him. I laugh. What's your secret? He pauses for a second, a thoughtful look on his face. People usually react one of two ways. They either get totally starstruck and freeze completely, or they do the opposite and open right up. I love it when people go the latter route. It helps me feel less like a circus act. He shakes his head and then says, Ugh, sorry. Don't mind my whinging. God, there's nothing worse than a spoiled Hollywood actor moaning about how shitty their lot in life is. I'm sure it's tiring to feel like you've got to perform all the time, but I'm glad Tyler feels comfortable talking to you. He's been pretty quiet since he started with us. I love talking with guys like Tyler. He seems like a great kid. I get the sense he's seen some shit in the military and in his personal life. I raise my eyebrows. The only reason I know anything about Tyler, aside from how he lost his hearing, is because Derek hinted at it when he recommended Tyler for the job. He's been totally closed whenever I've tried to engage him. I know Sam has tried too, and he's been shut down. But he opened up to Jackson within 15 minutes of meeting him. I guess it's not just me. There's something about Jackson Cullen that makes people feel comfortable. That's both attractive and scary. He has that ability to make you feel like the only person in the world when you're talking to him. It's addictive. I'm not sure why, but we've both stopped halfway down the hall, dimly lit since the light fixtures have been removed. We're standing chest to chest, close enough that I notice the way his rises and falls with each breath he takes. "Thank you for being so kind to him," I say softly, not wanting to be overheard. I'm not sure he's had much kindness directed his way before. I swallow. "You make people feel comfortable." He gives me a smile I haven't seen before. It's not quite as dazzling as his Hollywood grin, but it reaches all the way to his eyes. And again, my gut squeezes. "Everyone I've met from Hot Damn Homes has been wonderful. I'm glad people feel comfortable with me, but I rarely feel comfortable with others this quickly. So, thank you," he says, looking up at me through his lashes. His gaze makes its way up to my eyes, but first it lingers for a moment on my mouth. The air around is crackling with unseen energy. His words filter into some part of my brain, but all my focus is on his lips, on that electricity bouncing between us. So much that it takes a moment to realize I'm staring at him. Fuck. I clear my throat and step back, breaking whatever spell is surrounding us. Apparently, he's also a bit distracted, because as we start walking, his toe catches on a loose extension cord and he trips. Instinctively, I reach out and grab him, pulling him back against me. It takes us a second to get our balance, and I can't stop myself from holding on to him for just a moment longer than necessary. He sucks in his breath when I squeeze his shoulders gently and step back. "Sorry," we both say at the same time and laugh. Bloody hell. First I fall through the boat dock, and now I almost break my neck in the fucking hallway. He gives me a cheesy grin, but his eyes are focused on my mouth. Suddenly, that electric energy is back between us, pulling us together. "Thanks for catching my clumsy arse." He reaches out and squeezes my bicep, just as Sam rounds the corner, nearly crashing into us. "Hey, I was just looking for you, Mace." He stops, his gaze flicks between us. Jackson and I step apart quickly, and I make a show of brushing some dust off my shirt. "Hey, Sammy, what's up?" I ask. Sam knows me better than anyone. The fucker's perceptive as hell, and I'm sure he can feel the sexual tension, or whatever the hell it is that's hanging in the air between Jackson and me. "Right, yeah. I just have a quick question for you about the living room fireplace." He turns to head toward the fireplace in question, and I follow without looking back at Jackson. Jesus. The way my libido redlines the second I lay eyes on Jackson is dangerous as hell. I probably just need to get laid. Fuck him right out of my head. I make a mental note to check my hookup app later and attempt to put Jackson Cullen out of my mind.
Chapter 13. Jackson. Mason and Sam disappear to figure out the fireplace issue, leaving me in the dimly lit hallway with a gigantic hard-on pressing against the front of my jeans. I'll need to reset because, holy shit, whatever that was with Mason has me shook. I'll debate going back to the rental house for a little bit, but then figure I may as well get some work done. I'll settle into what's fast becoming my favorite sport, out on the patio, and surprisingly, the afternoon disappears as I get sucked into reading several scripts my agent has sent me. Interestingly, though, while I love the stories, I don't feel a burning desire to be cast in any of the parts, which is a change. The sun is starting to set when I look up next. Most of the guys have already left, but I think Mason is still putting around in the house. Leaning back on the sofa, I stretch thoroughly, surprised at how quickly the hours went by. The final task of the day is checking my email, so I hit the icon for it on my tablet, reaching over to grab my bag at the same time. My email is full of the usual, but then a name I haven't seen for a long time pops up. Annabelle Chamberlain, Chelsea's mother. Why would she be contacting me, I wonder? a little ball of anxiety settling in my gut. I take a deep breath and open the email. Dear Jackson, how are you? It's been too long since we've heard from you, but I do hope things are well. Unfortunately, I have some bad news. Thomas was recently diagnosed with terminal cancer of the lung. He had 2 surgeries, but neither was successful. Regretfully, he passed away 2 weeks ago. We laid him to rest beside Chelsea. I apologize for giving you the news this way, but I didn't have your phone number in America. I thought you might like to know. Thomas was fond of you, and spoke highly of you until the end of his life. Keep well, Annabelle. I sit stunned for a moment, my messenger bag sliding off my lap onto the ground with a thunk. Chelsea's dad is dead? Suddenly, I'm freezing cold, and the world around me is spinning, making me dizzy. Leaning forward and putting my head between my knees, I try desperately not to pass out. After a few moments, I walk unsteadily into the kitchen, but even getting something to drink is overwhelming, as water sloshes to the floor from the glass in my trembling hand. Thomas Chamberlain, the closest thing I've ever had to a father, is gone. I squeeze my eyes shut as memories flash through my crowded brain, like a shitty movie montage. Thomas playing with Chelsea and me as kids. Thomas walking her down the aisle at our wedding. Thomas's face when we told him about Chelsea's diagnosis, and then holding her hand when she was sick. Her family was never perfect, but they're good people. Bile burns at the back of my throat. Thomas is dead and buried, and I've got nothing more than an email after the fact, as if I'm some stranger. The bond I shared with the Chamberlain family didn't deteriorate by chance. I allowed it to happen. Maybe on some level, I wanted it to happen. But seeing the relationship with the only family I've ever had reduced to a short, impersonal note after someone dies, I'm hit with a tidal wave of excruciating guilt and pain. My chest is so tight I'm having trouble getting oxygen, and there's a stabbing pain in my stomach. The water glass I'm holding slides out of my grip, hitting the kitchen floor with a smash, water splashing over my shoes and pants. Well, hello there, Mason says. His smile changes to a look of alarm as he registers my distress. Jackson, are you okay? You look like you've seen a ghost. One look into his kind eyes, and it's over. My knees buckle as I drop my face into my hands and sob.
Mason. What the fuck is happening here? I have no idea what to do with the sobbing Jackson Cullen in my arms, but since I've just had to catch him as he was about to collapse onto the floor, I gather him closer and let him cry. He buries his face in my shirt and clutches at me like he's drowning. Once he settles a little, we walk slowly outside to where he was working earlier. His tablet is lying on the ground, the screen shattered, and his bag sits beside it, a few papers strewn about as if they've been blown around by the wind. The heater is still on, thankfully, so it's cozy in this little corner. When I sit down, it just feels natural to keep him close to me, so I put my arm around him. Can you tell me what happened? I ask, my voice gentle. It's okay if you don't want to, but talking about it might help. He takes a shaky breath. I just found out Chelsea's dad passed away a couple of weeks ago. Oh, God, I'm so sorry, I say, tightening my arm around him. It was cancer, and it just brought me right back to it, Chelsea. He shakes his head. I haven't been good at keeping in touch with them since she passed. I moved to America right after her funeral, and I haven't been back. I kind of stopped talking to them. I don't know what to say, so I rub his shoulder and let him talk. I knew I was hurting them when I moved so far away, but I couldn't stay. It was just too much. Tears keep tracking down his face, and I want so badly to kiss them away. Anything to make him feel better. Something about Jackson Cullen brings out a protective instinct in me that I've never felt before. I'm so sorry, I say, looking into his eyes. But I'm sure he understood, on some level, why you needed to pull back. Thank you for saying that, he says. I'm not sure it's true, but thank you. We sit in silence for a while, but it doesn't take long until even the patio heater at full blast can't keep away the October chill. How are you doing? I ask softly. I'd be willing to sit here with him all night if that's what he needs to feel better, but he should probably be somewhere a little warmer. Much better, thank you. He starts to pull away from me, but I tighten my grip around his shoulders. Are you hungry? I ask. Because I'm starving, and I'm thinking some food will do you good. He clears his throat. We could go to my rental house and order something. The uncertainty in his voice is oddly endearing. Of course. Let me pack up here and I'll drive you. You can get your car in the morning. He agrees with a nod, so I gather my things and we get into the truck.
Chapter 14. Jackson. I'm still dazed as I unlock the door of my rental home. It's good that Mason drove us, because I don't recall getting here. I must have sat in the front seat of his truck like a zombie for the short ride. Why don't I order food? And you can go warm up in the shower, Mason says. I finally find my voice and manage to croak out. That sounds perfect. Thank you so much, Mason. I'm so sorry to trouble you with all my crap. Please don't apologize. Honestly, I don't mind at all, and it's no trouble. All I can do is nod and head up the stairs. As I stand under the shower, extra hot water beats onto my back and shoulders, running over my body. But it can't wash away my shock and sadness. Nevertheless, it's starting to cool off by the time I get out. The pain feels just as sharp as it did right after Chelsea died. Scabs I thought were mostly healed have been ripped off, leaving me exposed and vulnerable again. After drying off, I change into my most comfortable sweats. Mason is sitting on the couch with his feet on the coffee table when I get back downstairs. I let out a little giggle when I notice his Rick and Morty socks. I ordered us some comfort pizza. He smiles at me. Extra cheese and pepperoni. Simple but delicious. Does that work for you? I nod, biting back my instinct to apologize for causing him so much bother. That sounds brilliant. Thank you so much. I hesitate, feeling a little awkward that he's here, but absolutely wanting him to stay. So I could really use a beer right now. Can I grab you one? I say, my voice sounding quite a bit stronger than it did earlier. Sure, he says. Just one sounds good. It will probably help you sleep, too. I'll go to the kitchen and grab us 2 beers, just as the buzzer sounds for the pizza. I'll let the delivery person through the gate, and Mason goes to fetch it from the door, while I pour our beers into a couple of frosty pint glasses. We watch Seinfeld reruns while we eat, and the silence between us is weirdly comforting. When we've had our fill, we both lean back against the couch. Somehow, we've inched close enough to each other that our legs are touching. It feels so natural to lean against him, and when I do, he puts his arm around me. I've never been smaller than anyone I've dated. It feels nice to be the one who snuggles into someone else's warm body, instead of being the larger person. There are a lot of things about the situation that are new for me. He traces idle patterns on my shoulder, and I'll clear my throat. I don't know how to thank you for today. I can't believe I fell apart like that. I'm too embarrassed to meet his eyes, but not so much that I want to leave the safety of his arms. He takes my chin in his hand ever so gently and turns my head so I'm looking at him. We stare at each other for a moment, and my breath catches in my throat. Then he breaks eye contact, his gaze lingering on my mouth for a moment before looking away. I like that you were able to let go with me. It makes me feel good that you know you can trust me, he says, his voice an octave lower than normal. His eyes are intense as they take in my face, like he's looking for something specific. I smile, keeping my head angled down, not quite meeting his eyes. I don't want to inconvenience you any more than I already have. But I'm not sure I'm quite ready to be alone yet. Would you like to watch a movie or something? I ask. It feels strange, like I'm a high school kid on a first date. But the truth is, I really don't want to be alone. I'll stay as long as you like. He looks at me, and his eyes are dark and intense, but so kind. What do you like to watch? I ask, turning back around and resting my head on his shoulder again. To my surprise, he chuckles. Well, he says, very few people know this about me, but I have a soft spot for rom-coms from the 80s and 90s. I look at him, gobsmacked. You're joking. He grins at me. Nope, I love them. They always make me feel better when I'm stressed out. I laugh. This guy is constantly surprising me. He's this intimidatingly big man who's covered in tattoos. He could probably pass for a biker gang member. And he loves romantic comedies. What's your favorite? Oh, that's easy. When Harry Met Sally, no question. I snort at that. Wow, really? Okay, I'm willing to try it. I search it out on my streaming service, and we settle back into the couch to watch. You know, I'd forgotten what a great movie this is, I say as we laugh at Sally's famous I'll have what she's having fake orgasm scene. I suddenly realize he was right. We aren't even finished the movie yet, and I'm feeling much calmer and more centered. Just focusing on something funny and low stress has taken me far enough out of my head that I've got space to stop processing what's happened. These movies never fail to make me feel better, Mason laughs. Light and funny. And you know there's always a happy ending coming. So, do you read romance books too? I ask him with a teasing smile. He laughs again. Guilty as charged. Yup, I'm a sucker for a good romance. But the best thing is there are loads of gay romance books out there. Way more books than movies. I've usually got 2 or 3 on the go at once. I'll twist around and shake my head at him. You really are full of surprises, aren't you? I laugh. I don't know why I keep making assumptions about you, and being a little shocked when you smash the stereotype to pieces. He waggles his eyebrows at me. No fun being predictable. I like to keep everyone on their toes. I smile at him, and the expression on his face slays me. He's so earnest. There's no question in my mind that he'll stay with me as long as I want him to, because he knows I don't want to be alone. But my mind has shifted from shock and grief to something much closer to lust. He drags his gaze down to my mouth and moistens his lips, his breath warm against my face. When his eyes meet mine again, the look in them goes straight to my gut.
Chapter 15. Mason. I don't know who moves first, or maybe we move at the same time, but Jackson is in my arms as our mouths crash together with desperate need. Sliding my hand into his thick hair, I pull just hard enough to sting, causing him to gasp against my mouth. Dragging him into my lap, I arrange him so he's straddling me, his knees on either side of my hips. He's not a small man, but compared to me, everyone's small. At first, he seems to feel awkward, but being pressed together like this is intoxicating, and his body quickly relaxes into mine. I can feel his hot, hard length pressing into me, even through the layers of our clothes. Breaking away to catch my breath, I look up at him. His pupils are blown out, his fair skin flushed a delicious shade of pink. Shit, the man is stunning. He licks his lips, his Adam's apple bobbing as he swallows hard. Breathing heavily, we stare at each other, and for one terrifying moment, I think he's going to pull away. But then he fuses our mouths together again. I grind my cock up into his, closing my eyes as the sensation washes over me. He curls one hand around the back of my neck, sliding the other one slowly down my chest. His warm, seeking fingers find their way underneath my t-shirt, pulling it up so my chest and belly are exposed. Flicking at one of my silver barbell nipple piercings draws a deep groan out of me. He smiles against my mouth. Fuck, this feels so good. My head falls against the back of the couch when he begins trailing hot, open-mouthed kisses against my jawline and down my neck. My skin feels like it's on fire as he sucks softly on my Adam's apple, and I can't stop the shudder that rolls through me. Shifting himself back on my lap, he latches his scorching mouth onto my nipple, and the groan I let out would be embarrassing if I could summon the energy to give a shit. He tongues at it, biting at the piercing. Jesus, fuck, it feels amazing. And I arch into his mouth. Sitting up on his knees, he grabs the hem of my shirt. Arms up, he whispers, his voice low and ragged. This fucking thing needs to go. A laugh escapes me as I raise my arms above my head. He rips off my t-shirt and leans down to kiss me again. I'm the one to pull back this time, my hands under his shirt. Fair's fair. I smirk and he hastily pulls off the offending item of clothing, immediately grinding back up against me. His hot skin against mine feels like heaven.
Jackson. With our naked torsos pressed together, the flame burning between us sparks up into a roaring bonfire. Running my hands up his enormous chest, I love the way his wiry chest hair scratches against my palms. I hold his face, kissing him greedily, reveling in his taste. He pulls me impulsively closer, his big hands on my hips, our bodies moving in tandem, each seeking friction as he deepens the kiss. I'm struck by the intense desire to surrender to him, to just lie back and let Mason take charge and control everything about this. I feel so good, so overloaded with the most incredible sensations, that I don't want to have to think about where to touch him next. I don't want to do anything that might make him stop kissing me, because I want him to keep kissing me forever. His enormous dick presses against me through his jeans, and my mouth waters as I imagine running my tongue up it, tasting his pre-cum, and then swallowing him down. I've never wanted someone this desperately in my life. Never. He's touching me like he can't get enough of me, like he's so desperate he might die if he can't consume me. And I want nothing more than to be consumed by him. He slides his hand down over my arse and keeps grinding hard up into me. Suddenly he stands, holding me against him, his hands under my thighs. He flips us around and sets me down on the couch, where he was just sitting, while he's on his knees between my legs on the floor. My shoulders hit the back of the couch, and he drags his warm hands down my chest, stopping when they reach my waistband. My cock has never been this hard, ever, and it tents the front of my sweatpants. He rubs his palm slowly up and down my shaft through the cotton, and I slam my eyes shut and groan loudly. Please, I'll whisper. If I could summon any self-awareness, I'd be embarrassed about my voice cracking as I plead with him. But I don't give one tiny rat's ass. Sparks pinball throughout my body as he attaches his mouth to my nipple, biting down gently. Dragging his tongue down my chest, he stops to taste and explore my belly button for a moment, and I arch into his mouth. He hums, rubbing his face over my belly and breathing in my scent. He looks up at me with those chocolate brown eyes when he gets to my waistband, and his voice is ragged when he whispers, Can I?
Chapter 16. Mason. Sweet motherfuck. As I kneel at Jackson's feet, the look on his face is something out of my fantasies. His pupils are so blown out that his eyes are almost black. He looks like some kind of mythical creature. Mouthing his rock-hard dick through the cotton of his sweats, I let him feel my hot breath. He groans and thrusts up against me, almost involuntary. Can I? I whisper, looking up at him and pulling down slightly on his waistband. Oh, fuck, please, yes, he groans, and I pull his sweats down just enough to give me full access. Burying my face in the crease between his thigh and his groin, I take a deep breath. God, he smells good. Hooking my hands behind his knees, I pull him forward so his ass is on the edge of the couch, his dick standing straight up, only inches from my mouth. A shudder runs through him as we lock eyes. Starting at his base, I run my tongue up his length, stopping at his tip, where I lap up the pearly drop of pre-cum waiting for me there. His tangy taste is enough to drive me crazy. Part of me wants to take this slow, knowing that it's been a long time for him. This is my literal fantasy come to life, and I don't want to forget one single second. But when I see his long, thick cock standing up proudly, the intense need to feel him come undone slams into me. Circling his base with one hand, I swallow him whole and suck hard from base to tip. His gasps and whimpers as I slide my mouth along his length are like music to my ears. I want to jam my free hand down my pants and stroke myself, but I want to be inside him more. Instead, I move my hand to his mouth, sticking 2 fingers between his lips, which he sucks on until they're dripping. Then I run them down the crease of his ass, swirling around the edge of his rim, and tapping gently at his entrance as he arches his back. I work on opening my throat as he thrusts his cock deeper into my mouth. Feeling him start to shake, I pull off, and he groans as I give him a moment to crawl back from his orgasm. I'm not ready for him to go over the edge yet. When I'm sure he's calm enough, I ramp him right back up again by licking the entire way from his hole to his balls, where I suck one into my mouth, caressing it with my tongue. Oh my God, oh God, oh God, Mason, oh fuck, yes. He moans and slides his hands into his hair, looking almost frantic with need. I can't wait much longer, so I release his balls and drop back to his entrance, where I start licking and sucking in earnest. I thrust my tongue inside him, and I groan when his muscles tighten around me. A moment later he softens, and I'm able to thrust my tongue into him as far as it will reach. I slide 1 finger into him and he gasps. His body tenses and then relaxes as he adjusts to the intrusion. I keep my mouth on him, licking and sucking, and soon he's begging. Fuck, Mason, more. I need more. More fingers, baby? I rasp, sliding another one into him. His body accepts it almost immediately, and I take a moment to appreciate the gorgeous sight of my fingers buried in his ass as he thrusts helplessly into the air. He's so warm and tight around my fingers. I can't wait to feel him around my cock. Mason, I can't. Please, I need you, please. He begs so beautifully. His accent is thicker than I've heard it before, and I smile, loving how he's coming undone under my hands. I withdraw my fingers slowly, and he whimpers as they leave his body. He moves to stroke himself, but I swat his hand away. Hold on, baby, I whisper. I'll get us there. Just need supplies. Hold on. He's panting as I race to grab my wallet, which, thank God, has a condom and a tiny packet of lube. I hurry back to the couch where he's still half lying, his beautiful ass resting on the edge, open and ready for me. His head is thrown back with one arm covering his eyes. I sink back down on my knees in front of him and roll the condom on, then slick myself with lube, coating my fingers with the excess, and then pressing them gently into him again. Are you ready for me? I whisper as I line the head of my dick up with him. He opens his eyes and he looks almost disoriented, his face and chest flushed and his breathing still heavy. Are you good, baby? I double-check. He nods furiously. Fuck, yes, please, yes, just fuck me hard. I want it. I press the head of my cock into him and slide in just a little way until I feel myself pass through that first tight ring of muscle, where I stop, waiting for him to adjust. I'm not a small guy anywhere, and for someone who's been celibate for almost 5 years, taking me might be a challenge. I run my hands up and down his thighs, his chest and abdomen, feeling goosebumps form on his skin wherever I touch him. Is this all right, Jax? We can stop if it's too much. No, fuck no, don't fucking stop, he nearly shouts. I just need... Oh, fuck, he moans, writhing underneath me, causing me to sink a little deeper into him. He can't catch his breath as he pants and squirms. And God help me, I don't think I've ever seen anyone so beautiful. Move! I need more! Move! Now! He gasps out, and I press forward, slowly but steadily until I can go no further. The searing heat of his tight passage nearly undoes me, so I pause to give us both a moment until he lifts up on his elbows and circles his hips. Fuck me, Mason. I want it hard. He looks me in the eye, so I smirk at him and grab his hips, slamming into him. Ask and you shall receive. I grin, drawing almost all the way out, then slamming back into him as hard as I can. With every thrust, I hit his prostate, and he claws at the couch, whimpering. We're both dripping with sweat, the slickness adding to the erotic sound of our bodies crashing into each other. Please, 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 he moans, knowing I won't last much longer. I grab him, jerking him in time with my thrusts. The explosion of his orgasm rocks him a few seconds later, the first stream of cum landing near his shoulder. Seeing it pulls me over the edge, and I slam into him, all my muscles contracting and my eyes squeezing shut, shooting over and over again until I'm completely spent. Collapsing onto him, I lick the salty, tangy evidence of his release from his neck and chest, smiling as another shudder rolls through him. We're still for a few moments, catching our breaths, while still joined. He winces as I pull out of him gently and deal with the condom. Returning to him with a warm washcloth, I clean him up, covering his chest and belly with soft kisses as I do it. When he's cleaned up, I toss the washcloth on the ground and sit beside him, adjusting his still limp body so he's tucked into my side, my arm around him. I cover us with a soft blanket that's draped across the back of the couch, and we sit quietly together.
Chapter 17. Jackson. God, Mason is so sweet. Leaning up against him, I consciously relax my body, melting into him. I feel boneless and kind of floaty, but it's not a bad feeling. He starts. That was fucking incredible, Jackson. It was amazing. Are you okay? I didn't hurt you, did I? There's concern in his voice as he whispers to me, his mouth against my temple. I want to reassure him. No, not at all. I'm brilliant, really. So good, I reply in a soft voice. And it's true. I am good. I mean, how could I not be good? I've just had the most earth-shattering sexual experience of my life. What's not to like? I can tell Mason doesn't quite believe me. I may have overdone my insistence that I'm fine. But in the few minutes we've been sitting quietly, my pleasant floaty feelings have been replaced by a raging torrent of emotions I can't decipher. I'm not sure why I feel so strange. Maybe it's because I've been celibate for so many years. Or am I feeling weird because I just had the best sex of my life with someone who is not my wife? When Chelsea and I were together, we didn't fuck, we made love. I mean, it was hot, but it wasn't anything like this raw, desperate passion. There's no mistaking what Mason and I did for lovemaking. This was a good, hard fuck, and it was incredible. I came harder than I ever have in my life. But what does that say about my relationship with Chelsea? Does it mean we weren't as close as I thought? I loved her more than anything. But why is the connection I'm feeling with Mason more intense after only knowing him a few weeks? What the hell does that mean? Fuck it. I shake my head, trying to clear my mind. Mason's looking down at me with concern, so I turn my face up to his. I'm fine, really. I can't find the right words. That was amazing. I mean, it's been so long since I've been with anyone, and this was incredible. Thank you. His eyes soften as a little of the worry leaves his expression. It really was incredible, Jackson. Thank you. He leans down to place a gentle kiss on my forehead, causing my chest to tighten at the sweetness of the gesture. I gather the blanket around me and get to my feet. I'm going to, just grab some clothes. It comes out sounding like a question, not to mention the fact that I've got clothes strewn about on the floor right in front of me. Smooth, Jackson. Mason stands and grabs his jeans off the floor, quickly slipping into them and throwing on his shirt. I should probably head home. Will you be okay? He asks, reaching out and putting both hands on my shoulders. I've got an early morning tomorrow. He grins at me. My client can be very strict. I chuckle and he steps closer and brushes his fingers across my cheek. Then he gently takes my chin and tilts my face up so I'm looking at him. Jackson, it's okay. I feel like you're freaking out. This doesn't have to be a big deal. We can keep things completely casual. It doesn't have to mean anything beyond a physical connection. I don't want you to think I'm trying to get anything from you. I'll never tell a soul about this, okay? I promise. You're safe with me. Oh my God. He thinks I'm freaking out because I'm worried he's going to try and use me for publicity or something. A laugh escapes me because that hadn't even crossed my mind. I'm having a low-grade crisis because I'm afraid of what I might want from him, not what he might try to get from me. I'll shake my head. Oh my God, no, Mason. That's not what I'm thinking. I know you wouldn't do that. I look away from him and run my hand through my hair, blowing out a long breath. I'm just a little in my head, I guess. The couple of hookups I had right after Chelsea died felt so different than this. I wasn't expecting it. But back then I was drowning in my grief, so I barely remember them. But this was different. I'm a little fucked up right now, honestly. He narrows his eyes, confusion on his face. How do you mean different? I didn't hurt you, did I? No, it's nothing like that. It's nothing you've done. I feel a bit off-kilter. I take a step back from him. This is embarrassing, but I feel like you and I have a connection that's different than I've felt before. Fuck. I can't tell him I'm freaking out because I feel more in tune with him than I ever did with Chelsea. That'll be helpful if I want to see a mason-shaped hole in my wall as he bursts through it like the Kool-Aid Man in his hurry to get away from me. I feel like I need some time to process, I guess. Okay. He looks at me closely. That's probably a good idea for both of us. You're sure you're all right, though? It's been a hell of a day for you. He pauses for a moment, and I know what he's about to say, but I don't want to hear it. Jackson, I didn't mean for this to happen. I hold up my hand to him, stopping his little mea culpa speech. Mason, if you're about to tell me this was a mistake, I'm not having it. I've got no regrets, right? Do you? He takes a second before answering me, looking me straight in the eyes, and I swear, my heart skips a beat, like something out of one of his romance novels. No way. No regrets. I could never regret spending any time with you, Jackson. And he clears his throat nervously. And even if we decide that this can never happen between us again, it was amazing, and I will never regret it. Shit. That is not what I was expecting to hear. This bloody man is going to be the death of me. I don't want him to go, even though we both need time to wrap our heads around this. It takes all my willpower not to jump on him, beg him to stay with me, and never leave. And that scares the living shit out of me. He holds my gaze for a moment longer, and then dips his head, his lips meeting mine in the most tender kiss. I'm lost in him once again as he goes his fingers across my cheek, before the corners of his mouth turn up in a sweet smile. I'll see you soon, okay? He says. And I can't even answer, nodding wordlessly as he steps toward the door. Jesus H. Christ on a cracker. I lean against the wall, needing it for support. I am bloody well fucked.
Chapter 18. Mason. The thump-thump of my windshield wipers is the only sound in the truck, giving me something to focus on besides the bald-faced lie I just told Jackson. This was not a casual fuck. No matter what I like to tell myself, it was one of the most intense experiences I've ever had. Maybe if I keep telling myself it was just a hookup, I'll believe it. The problem is, it didn't feel like any other hookup I've ever had. It felt like so much more. But no, I do not do relationships. On top of that, Jackson isn't even out, and it will never be someone's dirty secret again. And he's a client! I can't risk screwing up the whole job because I can't keep my dick in my pants. Fuck. I need to make sure he's okay with everything. Because worse than not controlling my dick would be acting like one by pretending nothing happened. I meant it when I said I don't regret it. Fuck, it was so sexy. I've never felt like I wanted to climb under someone's skin and live there. I don't know what to do with this feeling, so treating it like any other hookup seems safest. I exhale slowly. It'll be good. I got this. It's all under control. After a surprisingly decent night's sleep, the soft pitter-patter sound of rain on the roof wakes me earlier than normal, so I decide to head into Jackson's house. I'm tearing out the last of the old kitchen cabinets when the sound of the front door closing reaches me. When I look over my shoulder a moment later, Jackson's standing there, aiming that smile at me. He's holding a tray of coffees in one hand and a box of pastries in the other. "Good morning," he says. My heart leaps with excitement at the sound of his voice, and the urge to touch him is almost overwhelming. "Hi," I respond, standing and sticking my hands into my jean pockets to prevent me from grabbing him. "Thanks for bringing coffee and breakfast again." He sets everything down on the counter, so I grab my coffee and start doctoring it up with plenty of cream and sugar. "Are we the only ones here?" he asks quietly. I'm about to answer that yes, we're alone, when I hear the front door open and Sam calls out a greeting. "I guess that answers my question," he says, shooting me a sidelong glance. Sam, Tyler, and Andy walk into the kitchen, all laughs and loud, 20-something guy energy. Even though he's my age, Sam could easily pass for a 25-year-old. My cousin is a mix of responsible adult and silly little boy. When he needs to be, the guy is solid as a rock. I trust him with my life. But when he's just having fun, Sam is pretty much an 18-year-old kid. With his mess of curly, dark brown hair and his big, innocent eyes, he even looks like a teenager. "Morning, everyone," I say. "Jackson was kind enough to feed us all again, so grab some, and we'll go over the plan for today." As they shed their coats and start grabbing their coffees, Jackson slings his bag over his shoulder. "I'm going to head out and leave you strapping young men to it. I just wanted to stop in to say hello and drop the food off." "You got a shoot today?" asks Andy, his mouth full of donut. I bark out a laugh. "Andy, Jesus, man, no one wants to see your half-digested breakfast." He swallows and has the decency to look embarrassed. "Sorry, that was rude," he says, wiping his mouth with the back of his hand, earning an eye roll from me. Jackson snorts and answers him. "I'm on my way back to L.A. for a few days, actually. I'll be back early next week." Andy nods and waves at him, mouth still full. "Have fun," he says, and I just shake my head. "I'll walk you out," I say to Jackson. Leaving the three of them to their breakfasts, we're silent as we walk to his car, conveniently parked on the far side of our company pickups where no one can see us from inside. My mouth is a little dry, and I shift from one foot to the other awkwardly as we stop at his car. But I need to make sure things are okay between us, if only for the sake of the company. "So we should talk," I say at the exact same moment as he blurts out, "I think we should talk."
Chapter 19. Jackson. "So, I, have to fly back to LA for a few days. But I wanted to talk to you before I left," I start, squinting up at him as the sun hits me right in the eyes. After yesterday's dreary grey skies and more rain earlier this morning, the sun has broken through the blanket of clouds, but it's a weak, watery sunlight at best. He nods, looking a bit like he wants to throw up. "Last night was incredible," I say, keeping my voice down just in case one of the guys comes outside unexpectedly. A pink tinge starts to creep up Mason's neck, and knowing I'm the cause of it brings me more pleasure than it should. "But aside from the amazing sex, I want to thank you for being there for me when I needed someone yesterday," I continue. "I was really wobbly, and I'm lucky you were there. I'm glad I could help." He hesitates, like he's not sure how to continue. The physical stuff was amazing for me too. Like, off the charts incredible. But it wasn't something I planned." He swallows, looking at his feet. "Like I said last night, I won't breathe a word. I promise I'm a safe person. Our relationship can still be professional." He rambles a little bit, and he's out of breath when he stops talking. I put my hand on his arm and look at him. "You helped take my mind off things for a little while, and I'm so grateful for that. And Mason, I trust you. I'm not worried about you saying anything." He nods, and I continue. "You don't have to worry about work stuff either. Everything is fine on my end. A professional relationship is good." I take a breath. "But a friendship would be better." That seems to get his attention, like I'm surprising him by suggesting we could be friends. "A friendship he repeats. That sounds good. Great, actually. His expression changes from tight and pinched to the easy smile I'm already used to seeing on him. His shoulders visibly relax while the corners of his eyes crinkle up as he grins at me. So can I brag to everyone about my movie star friend, Jackson Cullen? He winks at me, making sure I know he's teasing. I groan. Ugh, if you must. But I don't do birthday party entertainment or bar mitzvahs. It's in my friendship contract. That earns me a true laugh, and the sound of it fills me with pleasure. I'm happy we're on the same page, I say. I do have to go, though. You have my number. Text if you need anything. Gary is around too. I should be back on Friday. If it's early enough, I'll drop by and check in with you. As I'm talking, I open the door of my car and slide into the driver's seat. I don't want to have to do one of those awkward man-hug things. And I don't know for sure, but I'm thinking it might be inappropriate to wrap my legs around my friend and climb him like a tree, which is what I really want to do. Mason starts walking backward as I close the car door, and we both wave awkwardly. When I look briefly in the rearview mirror, he's still watching as I turn onto the street. I finally let my breath out as I drive, reasoning with myself. I can handle this. Friends will be good. It's safer for both of us. He doesn't want a relationship, and I clearly have some issues to deal with regarding Chelsea. I've booked an appointment with my psychiatrist while I'm in LA. She's amazing, and I really need an unbiased perspective on this whole situation.
Mason. The rest of the day passes quickly, and I join in the fun of demolishing a bunch of the old crap in Jackson's house. It's a fantastic way to work through any tension or stress. By the time we wrap up, everyone's exhausted, and I'm looking forward to getting home, taking a hot shower, and crashing on my couch with a beer and the hockey game. I was so busy all day I hadn't spent a lot of time thinking about Jackson. But now, sprawled out comfortably in front of my TV, my fingers itch to text him. He was so emotional over the news of his father-in-law's death. I want to know he's doing okay. Since we had been otherwise engaged the rest of the evening, we hadn't talked about it again. But that's something a friend would do, right? Check in after getting bad news? In fact, if we're really friends, it would be strange if I didn't check on him, right? That's what I tell myself as I pick up my phone and type out a message. Me. Hey, Mr. Movie Star. How was your flight? Feeling okay today? Jackson. Hey, flight was quick and easy. Had a couple of meetings today, so been busy. But I'm feeling well. Thank you, my friend. Me. I'm glad. I was concerned about you yesterday. I hesitate a moment before typing my next line. He's my friend. Friends talk about things, right? I don't want to seem nosy, but... Me. Are you going to contact Chelsea's family? Jackson. Ugh, bloody hell. I've been dithering about it all bloody day. I know I need to reach out to Annabelle, but it'll be so damn awkward. I must do it, though. How's this? I'm committing to calling her tomorrow. You can hold me to that, right? Me. I will absolutely hold you to that. I smile to myself. See? Perfectly friendly. Nothing sexual about it. No hint of the fact that every time I close my eyes I can see his face as he comes. No sign that I can hear the unbearably sexy noises he makes when he loses control and falls over that edge into ecstasy. Nope, not even a whiff of that. I'm a good friend. This is all going to be fine. Resting my head on the back of the couch, I throw my arm over my eyes. Mother of God. How am I going to be friends with this guy when all I want to do is strip him naked and run my tongue over his entire body? We text back and forth for the rest of the evening. Until around midnight, I figure it's time to hit the sack. Climbing into bed, I keep my phone beside me with the ringer on, and I don't even try to come up with an excuse for that.
Chapter 20. Jackson. The 4 days in LA go by in a whirl of agent meetings, PR shit, and other mostly mindless activities. The phone call with Annabelle Chamberlain goes well. Surprisingly, she asked me to come home for a visit. When I ghosted them after Chelsea's funeral, it had been because I couldn't handle seeing them. But when the years passed without contact, it grew into awkwardness and guilt. But Annabelle had been sweet and kind, and while she was sad, she seemed to genuinely want to see me. She also told me that Chelsea's two brothers, Thomas and Billy, would be thrilled. I didn't make any commitments, but I promised to think about it. Mason and I text every day, and I'm getting used to hearing from him. It's nice to have someone who gives a shit about me because they care, not because I'm paying them to. Seattle's Friday afternoon traffic is brutal, and by the time I'm getting close to the lake house from the airport, I expect everyone is clocked out for the day. Back at my rental, I text Mason, surprised to hear he's still working at the house. Me. It's after 7 p.m. What are you still doing at work? Shouldn't you be out at the pub with friends? Or at least home with a beer on your couch? Mason. Huh. I see you've discovered the secret of my non-existent social life. I just have a couple of things to finish up here, but I think you'll be happy when you see our progress this week. Me. Oh, no, I will. Big plans for tonight after you've finished? Hot date or hookup planned? Goddamn, I should not be fishing for information on his dating plans. We agreed to be friends. My therapist reassured me this week that it's normal to feel weird after my first real sexual experience in several years. The feeling that I'm betraying Chelsea because I feel a strong connection to Mason is to be expected, apparently. But she helped me separate them in my mind. I worked on relaxing about where things might go with Mason, but going with the flow isn't my strong suit. The added pressure of having to decide whether to come out publicly ratchets up the stress level. All of this on top of the fact that he's the first man I've been in a relationship with, and my plate is full. She helped me sort things out in my brain, so I'm feeling a little calmer about all of it. But I really don't want to spend Friday night alone in my big empty rental house. I want to see him, and not even for sex. Or at least, not only for sex. It's perfectly normal for friends to hang out on a Friday night. It shouldn't have to be a big deal. Mason. No big plans. Me. Want to come over? I'm knackered, but I could use company. We can order takeaway? Mason. Sounds great. I'm almost done here. Be there in 30. Me. Perfect. How do you feel about sushi? Mason. I feel great about sushi. See you soon. After ordering sushi and making sure the fridge is stocked with beer, of course it is, bless Scary, I'll jump in the shower. My plan is to have a quick rinse, but I get waylaid by some urgent X-rated fantasies about the man currently on his way to my house. I must deal with those, otherwise I could end up embarrassed. Expect nothing, I keep muttering to myself. Mason has been clear about his no-repeats rule, and I'll respect that. Nevertheless, the butterflies in my stomach are throwing quite a disco party. 30 minutes later, he rings the bell, and when I open the door for him, my stomach lurches. He's wearing a pair of jeans that look like they were literally made for his body, and a black Henley under his jacket. Hi there. Welcome home. His easy smile is like a drug I'm craving. Hi. Thanks, I'm happy to be back. There's a brief awkward moment when neither of us knows what to do next. Do we hug? Shake hands? Kiss? Get naked? I don't know. But we're saved when the buzzer sounds again, and it's our sushi arriving. Why don't you grab us drinks from the fridge? I'll get the food, Mason says. And I'm grateful since sometimes delivery people like to chat me up. And right now, my focus is the man in front of me. Our conversation over dinner is easy. Being with Mason is always easy, and I'm not sure what that means yet. Movie? I ask after dinner. Definitely, he replies, and we debate the pros and cons of Sleepless in Seattle versus Notting Hill. In the end, we decide to go with Meg Ryan and Tom Hanks in Seattle first. I start the movie, and as we relax on the sofa, I can't stop my mind from replaying what happened the last time we sat together on this piece of furniture. We each get up a couple of times to grab more beers, sitting a little closer to each other every time we sit back down. So by the end of the movie, our legs are brushing up against each other. Mason's arm is lying over the back of the couch, and I want to curl into his side and rest my head on his shoulder. My heart rate increases, and I try to hide the way my breath catches when he turns to look at me.
Chapter 21. Mason. I don't want to admit to myself that the way Jackson has been slowly inching toward me throughout the evening is both giving me anxiety and waking up my dick. I love making him laugh, though, and he seems to find my ridiculous commentary on the movie to be hilarious. I casually let my arm rest on the back of the sofa, and by the end our legs are touching, his head resting on my forearm. We turn to look at each other, our faces only inches apart. Well, I should probably head out. The words are there, but my body disagrees with me, staying planted firmly beside Jackson. Jackson might disagree as well, as a flash of disappointment flickers across his face, before morphing quickly into a sweet smile. Right, he says, voice soft. Right, because friends, right? I give him a smirk. Right, friends. Yes, definitely friends. But neither one of us moves. Friends, he says again. His breath ghosts across my lips with every word, and I close my eyes as he leans in to whisper in my ear. Although, maybe you're interested in some benefits? Then he sucks my earlobe into his soft mouth, and I shiver. I pull back just enough so I can see his eyes. They're so full of heat and desire that I'm powerless to resist. I take his lips in a soul-crushing kiss. The doubts plaguing me about breaking my one-and-done rule are there, but they're no match for the raging lust coursing through my body as Jackson meets me with a kiss just as hungry and hard as mine. Pushing him back so he's lying on the couch, I run my hands up his sides. His breathing stutters as I slide my hands under his t-shirt and over his abs up to his nipples. I lift myself up just enough to pull off his shirt and then settle on him, placing hot, wet kisses over his jawline to the sensitive spot behind his ear and down the side of his neck. He gets rid of my t-shirt and then pulls me onto him as if he's drowning and I'm his life preserver. His soft skin against mine feels so good I'm a little delirious. His hands move over my body almost frantically, like he can't get enough of me. It's intoxicating, this ability to drive him crazy. He reaches under the waist of my jeans and briefs down to my ass, which he pulls down toward him as he grinds up into me, seeking friction. I pull back for a moment, breathless. I need you naked, right now, I pant, and he looks at me, his eyes glassy. Bedroom, he rasps, his tone urgent. I stand and pull him off the couch. We can't keep our hands off each other long enough to get up the stairs to his bedroom, so we leave a trail of discarded clothes behind us as we make our way there. I push him backward into his bedroom, and just before he hits the big, plush-looking king bed, I tear his boxers off. Literally tear them off. The sound of fabric ripping shocks both of us, and we stare at each other for a few seconds, dumbfounded. Then we both burst into laughter, and I tackle him, pushing him back onto the bed, taking care not to crush him when I follow him down. A bit eager, are we? Jax giggles, his hands on my shoulders. My weight rests on my elbows as I stare down at this beautiful man beneath me. For just a second as our eyes meet, there's something there. A flicker of something I'm not ready to acknowledge yet, but it's there nonetheless. I shift so my body is stretched out beside him, loving the feeling of his smooth skin against my rough, hairy body. My gaze travels over his body from his thick, red hair, down slowly over each dip and ridge of his torso, glancing over his long cock, which stands at attention, and down to his lean, muscled thighs, all the way to his feet. Dragging my eyes back up his body, I finally lean in to capture his luscious mouth in a searing kiss. He reaches down and strokes himself slowly, never breaking eye contact. Are you waiting for an engraved invitation? He says with a teasing grin as a pearly bead of pre-cum appears at the tip of his beautiful cock. I laugh. Patience. I'm savoring the view, deciding which part of you I want to devour first. He groans, arching his back like a cat while continuing to stroke himself. I grab his wrist firmly, moving his hand up over his head, giving him my own mischievous smile. "Oh no, lover," I say. My voice sounds deep and rough. "That's all mine tonight. You keep your hands off it." His eyes widen and his breath quickens. Something about giving him a command like that, taking control, causes something inside me to click into place, and I'm suddenly more turned on than I've ever been in my life. Pinning both his arms over his head, I cover him with my body, pressing our chests together and groaning as our hot cocks rub against each other. He wraps his legs around my waist, using them to pull me into him harder. I slip my hand between our bodies, stroking us together, using our pre-cum as lube. Pulling off him, I spread his legs wide, bringing my free hand to his mouth. He opens for me, sucking and licking my fingers until they're juicy with his saliva. Then I move my hand down and circle his hole gently. When I push against him, he moans and thrusts back at me. I push 2 fingers into him, slowly but steadily. A sheen of sweat covers his chest, and I lean forward, tasting the salt as I lick his collarbone. When he's thrusting against my hand, silently begging for more, I add a 3rd finger and pump in and out of him at a steady pace. The sounds our bodies make is so erotic I could come from just listening to them. He's nearly sobbing when I pull my hand away from him. "Supplies?" I say softly, kneading his ass. "Nightstand," he mumbles, and I reach into the drawer, surprised but pleased that he's obviously gone shopping. Maybe Jackson was hoping things would go in this direction, and I love the way that makes me feel. Tossing the lube on the bed beside him, I shuffle back into place. "On your hands and knees," I say, that thrill of control running through me again when he complies immediately. Rolling the condom on as fast as I can, I line myself behind him and run my hands over his spine before spreading his ass to get a good look at where I'm going. Seeing him so open and ready for me causes a deep groan to push out from my lungs. Slowly and relentlessly, I push inside him. He gasps and falls forward, his face resting on the pillow as I begin to pump into him. The sounds coming from his mouth don't make any sense, and impossibly, it turns me on even more. Grabbing under his arms, I pull him up so his back is against my chest. We're both on our knees, with one of my arms wrapped around his chest, keeping him as tight to me as I can. My other hand is wrapped around his throat, not to affect his breathing, just so he knows it's there. He rests his head against my shoulder, leaving his throat exposed to me. Scraping the side of his neck with my teeth, I run my hand down his abdomen to his rock-hard cock and start to jerk him in time with my thrusts. Something between a growl and a sob breaks free from Jackson, and it's enough for me to blow right there. Then my urge to be in charge of this takes over. I want total control of his pleasure. "Don't come yet," I growl. "Do not come until I give you permission." "Oh, fuck, yes," he hisses, and I feel him shiver. Oh, God, he wants it just as much as I do. I capture his mouth with mine as we move together, and I swallow his moans. A few moments later, I feel his cock start to swell, and I immediately let go and stop moving. "Jackson," I say harshly, my voice deep with an edge I've never heard in it before, "you are not allowed to come until I give permission." He freezes in place, his eyes wide as he looks over his shoulder at me, his expression pure lust. His breathing is shallow, and he darts his tongue out and licks his lips. The look in his eyes goes from mild shock to molten heat. We stare at each other for a beat, and then he blinks slowly. "Yes, Mason," he says slowly. "I'm sorry. I'll wait until you give me permission." And oh my God, I have to slam my eyes shut as the shudder that rolls through me nearly sets me off. Once I gain control, I give Jackson a smirk. "Good boy," I say, and it's his turn to close his eyes, shuddering. I can almost feel the orgasm under his skin, desperate for release. I pull out of him gently, ignoring his whine of protest. "Turn over. I need to see your face." He complies immediately, lying on the bed and pulling his legs wide open so he's completely exposed to me. So beautiful," I whisper, lining up with his entrance and pushing back inside him. "So perfect for me. Oh, God, Jackson." I take over, holding his legs open. He's writhing shamelessly underneath me, and beads of sweat roll down my temples as I work to hold myself back. Circling his hips, he tries to press himself into me further. "I want to fuck you harder. Can I fuck you hard, Jackson?" "Fuck, yes," he stutters. "Please, Harder. Fuck me as hard as you can, Mason. Please. That's all the permission I need. Hands above your head and brace yourself against the headboard, baby. Remember, you can't come until I say you can. Jackson gasps as he reaches back, finding the headboard and locking his elbows. I pull almost all the way out of him and slam back in as hard as I can, my balls slapping against him. He lets out a groan. More. Harder, he pants, and I'm happy to oblige. Over and over I slam into him, and every time he gasps and groans, almost to the point of sobbing. Finally, when my muscles are about to give out, I release his legs and curl them around my hips. I lean forward, my weight on one hand, the other one fisting his cock in a tight grip, jerking him roughly. He arches his back, letting out an anguished cry, his whole body shaking. My face is over his, and I dip my head. But just before I take his mouth in yet another punishing kiss, I whisper, "Now, come for me now, Jackson." He explodes. Thick, creamy ropes of cum shooting out of him. I keep pumping him, swallowing his wails of ecstasy. I jerk him through his orgasm, and when I look down between us, the sight of his thick, sticky release smeared between our bodies is enough to pull me over the edge. I slam into him one last time, roaring like a goddamn lion, and unloading inside him with everything I have. Collapsing forward, I have to use the last of my strength to make sure Jackson isn't crushed under me as we lie there, both of us fighting for breath. We're quiet for a few moments, enjoying the aftershocks. Then I slide out of bed to grab a warm washcloth from the bathroom. I spend a few minutes cleaning him up, and then strip off the top blankets. Since we never actually made it under the covers, the sheets are clean enough for us to sleep on. Snuggling in behind him like the big spoon, planting gentle kisses on his neck, I relax into the smell of sweat and sex and something comforting that must be Jackson himself. He stays nestled against me as we both drift off to sleep. Chapter 22. Mason. It takes me a moment or two to remember where I am when I wake up. This bed is probably the most comfortable thing I've ever slept in, like a fluffy white cloud. I look at the man sleeping beside me, and holy fuck, if I thought Jackson Cullen was gorgeous while he's awake, that's nothing compared to this mussy, relaxed, sleeping version. His mouth is slightly open, and he's making the cutest little snuffling sounds. He's on his stomach, his face toward me with one arm stretched out so that just his hand is resting on my chest. I'm shocked to realize I like the connection. I don't often spend the night with a hookup, but every so often it happens, and I'm always uncomfortable. Either the guy ends up koala'd to me and I boil my ass off all night, or I wake up to find him over on the opposite side of the bed, so it's like two strangers sleeping side by side, which I suppose it is. But Jackson's hand on my chest feels good, like he wants to stay connected, but neither of us needs to be overheated and sweating to death. I lie there for a few minutes watching him and waiting for the sickening feeling of regret to make its appearance, but it doesn't come. I feel surprisingly good. My bladder gets demanding, so I reluctantly slide out from under Jackson's hand and head to the ensuite bathroom. When I return, he's awake, and he gives me a bleary smile. "Good morning," I say, sliding back under the covers and lying on my side so we're facing each other. "Hi there," he replies. We stare at each other for a few moments until I can't stand it anymore, and run my hand down the side of his body from his rib cage to his hip. He smiles, and I take that as my invitation to move closer, pressing our bodies together. He moves his hand to the back of my neck and pulls me toward him. Our lips meet in a languid kiss, and he goes pliant, melting into me. He says and smiles against my mouth. "I'm glad you stayed. This is a nice way to wake up." "Agreed," I reply. "Any plans for today?" "Thankfully, not a fucking thing. You?" "Not a fucking thing." I repeat his words, nibbling at his bottom lip. Then I gather him close to me and roll us so I'm on top of him. "Just more of this," I say, planting kisses along his neck. He moans. "More of this sounds perfect." I make my way slowly from his neck to his chest, my kisses becoming longer and longer as I slide down toward my goal, which is standing at attention, waiting for me. I take a moment to inhale his scent, the delicious, slightly sweaty, musky man smell. I love the way you smell. I whisper right before taking him entirely into my mouth in one smooth movement. He arches his back and thrusts his hips. "Oh, fuck, Mason," he whispers. "I'm not going to last long. Your mouth is... Oh, fuck." I give him a hard suck and pop off him just long enough to say softly, "Don't hold back, Jax. Come for me when you're ready." And then I take him back into my mouth. It's only a few minutes before he's coming down my throat with a long, drawn-out groan. Once he softens, I pull my mouth off him and kiss my way back up his torso at a slow pace, worshipping his body. When I get to his lips, he opens his eyes, and the look I see in them should scare the shit out of me. But for some unknown reason, it doesn't. I don't want to acknowledge it, but there's a big part of me that wants to see that look in his eyes all the time. I move off him and stretch out beside him, running my hand up and down his chest, enjoying the feel of his rough hair against my hand. He's still lying on his back and turns his head to look at me. "I think you've ruined me, mate," he laughs softly. "That was the best wake-up experience I've ever had." We lie together for a few more minutes, and the silence between us is comfortable. It's been so long since I've had this kind of luxurious morning sex. I'd forgotten how amazing it is. I want to lie here with him as long as he'll let me, and then I want to spend the day together. Again, these thoughts should scare me, but they don't, and I'm not going to examine why that is right now. "Do you want to go by your house, and I'll show you the progress we made while you were gone?" "Let's do that," he says, smiling. "After I do this." And in a flash, he burrows under the sheets, pushes me flat onto my back, and takes my cock into his mouth, reciprocating the treatment I just gave him. I laugh, and then give myself over to the incredible sensation. For someone with almost no experience with men, Jackson is taking to sucking cock like a fish to water. He's a goddamn professional. We decide to head over to the new house after we make ourselves breakfast. Gary is an amazing assistant. He makes sure Jackson's fridge is totally stocked with anything he could possibly need, so we make ourselves bacon and eggs before leaving. Sitting at his table, both in our boxers, drinking coffee and talking about nothing in particular, I recognize how domestic this feels. What I don't want to recognize is how much I like it.
Chapter 23. Jackson. We finish our breakfast and clean up the kitchen. Then we spend a while in the shower, getting dirtier before we get clean again. As we're dressing, an idea occurs to me. I shoot off a quick text to Gary to see if what I want to do is even possible on such short notice, and he gets back to me within a few minutes. "Hey," I'll say to Mason as he's putting on his t-shirt. "Would you be interested in a short trip over to the San Juan Islands? I've got access to a home over there that's supposed to be incredible. An acquaintance of mine in LA owns it, and he never uses it. So he's offered it to me to use whenever I want. I've not been there yet, but I'd love to check it out." Mason stops for a second and stares at me. I can almost see the thoughts run through his mind, like a stock exchange ticker tape. He doesn't answer for a few seconds, chewing on his bottom lip. Okay, I guess." He's hesitant. Shit, maybe I've pushed too hard. This is supposed to be casual. But I decide to be honest with him. I'm not interested in playing games, and I don't think he is either. "I don't want to pressure you, Mason. Sorry if that seems like too much too fast. It was just a thought that jumped into my head, and my ADHD sometimes makes me more impulsive than I'd like." "You have ADHD?" he says with surprise. "Yup, but it's well controlled with my medication. Plus, my amazing assistant helps me remember things I forget. But he's not always here to help me tamp down my impulsive urges." I grin at him, hoping that I haven't driven him away by pushing too hard. He nods at me. "Dylan has ADHD and autism," he says. "He had a hard time as a kid, but age and the right medication have made a huge difference in his life." I nod. "Better living through chemistry," I say cheerfully, and pick up my phone. "I'll just let Gary know we won't need for him to arrange for the house to be—" Wait, Mason says, grabbing my wrist. "I haven't answered your question. but I'd love to go check out the island house with you. If you like it, we can use some ideas for your new place. But we'll need to swing by my house so I can get some fresh clothes. A rush of excitement surges through me. The thought of another whole day and night with Mason, causing a warm feeling to settle down low in my belly. Great, I say, and I step forward to put my arms around his neck and tip my head up to kiss him. I thought for a moment I'd scared you off there. This house is apparently quite isolated, on its own big chunk of property. I like the idea of being completely alone with you for a little while. He kisses me back with that smile that reaches right up to his eyes. It'll take more than that to scare me off. Let's do it.
Mason. Jackson throws a few things into an overnight bag and explains that we'll get over to the island using a float plane charter service his friend recommended. Gary has set everything up for us. 3 hours later, we arrive at one of the most stunning homes I've ever seen. It's perched on its own little peninsula, facing Haro Strait and looking toward the much larger Vancouver Island. Gary, who I've quickly learned thinks of everything, arranged for a car service to whisk us from the small seaplane terminal in the town of Friday Harbor to this slice of heaven 20 minutes away. The main room is 2 stories tall, with a balcony loft from the second floor overlooking it. The west wall is entirely windows, with an unobstructed view of the ocean. Big cedar beams, wide trim, and lots of wood and stone furnishings are everywhere. Buttery soft leather sofas and soft, oversized armchairs give it a comfortable, homey feeling. There are stunning pieces of West Coast indigenous art scattered throughout the place, which fit perfectly with the vibe. "Jackson, this place is incredible," I gasped, taking it all in. He's looking around as wide-eyed as I am. "God, it is, isn't it?" he says admiringly. "When my friend told me he owned a place here, he certainly didn't tell me it was anything like this. I was expecting a luxurious little cabin, not a 5,000-square-foot home. But it's stunning, isn't it?" Gary has worked his magic here, and the fridge is stocked with snacks, wine, beer, and anything else we could want. There's even a fire all set up and ready to go in the River Rock fireplace. We find the master bedroom, drop our bags inside, and take a few minutes to explore the rest of the house. Then we settle down on the cozy sectional in front of the fireplace with a bottle of wine and a delicious-looking charcuterie plate. Our conversation is easy as Jackson sprawls across me, his head resting comfortably on my chest. Outside the wall of west-facing windows, the sea is the color of pencil lead, and in the gathering darkness are the navigation lights of a ship passing through Haro Strait. The wind is beginning to pick up, the rustling sounds of the leaves growing slowly into a steady roar as the long branches are jostled against each other. Those sounds are punctuated by the loud creaking of the impossibly tall trunks of the towering cedars that surround the house. "Sounds like there's a storm brewing," I say, taking a sip from my wine. It's cozy in the house, light from the fireplace spilling across the hardwood floor. "I would love a storm," Jackson says. "Maybe we lose power and have to find some way to keep warm. Any ideas?"
Jackson. Mason snorts, sliding his hand down to my butt and giving me a little pinch. I squeal and squirm in his lap. Part of me can't wait to get him into bed again, but I have an odd sense of something being unfinished. I know this is supposed to be casual, but it doesn't feel that way to me. I don't know how to, or even if I should, bring that up to him. I don't want him to bolt like he did that first night. "You know, I've never done this before," he says, while I'm pondering whether to say anything about it. I turn my head to look at him. "Done what?" "Snuck away for a quick getaway weekend like this." "Really?" I say. "But weren't you together with your ex for a couple of years?" "I was," he says. But looking back on it, what we had wasn't really a relationship. I don't know what you would call it. We never did anything together other than hang out at his condo. We had fun sometimes, making fancy dinners together, or even getting extravagant meals catered a couple of times. But whenever we were out of the house, he was so concerned about us being seen together and someone outing him that it just ended up being unpleasant and stressful. Really? He was that worried about it? Oh yeah, to the point of paranoia. He shakes his head. I'm so sorry that happened to you, I say softly. He looks at me, assessing something for a moment, and then he reaches over and puts his wine glass on the coffee table. He takes a deep breath. I didn't actually tell you the whole story, and you should probably know. I'll move to sit up, but he holds me taut against his chest. Is it okay if I hold on to you while I talk about this? He asks, and his voice sounds small and shaky. Of course, I say, settling back down onto him. But, Mason, if this is too much to talk about for you, we don't have to. No, we do. It's time I figure out a way to talk about it. I never have before, other than to a therapist. I nod and stay quiet, tucking my head underneath his chin and running my hand over his shoulder and chest, partially to comfort him, but also to ground myself. The intensity of his voice sends a rush of unease through me. So I told you Brad was jealous and possessive. He would go crazy when I saw my friends or family. The irony was that because he was worried about being outed, he dated women constantly. He swore he never did anything sexual with them, that it was all for show. But I was left sitting alone night after night while he was out on the town, which sucked. I started to get really resentful. Mason pauses, maybe to gather his thoughts, and I stay quiet, wanting to tell me as much as he's comfortable with. Anyway, the first time I tried talking to him about his jealousy, he had a complete meltdown. He broke down, sobbing and crying, saying that if I left him, he would have no reason to live. He had an abusive childhood, and he said that made him distrustful. But he said he just needed more time. That night ended with me holding him, promising to never leave, while he cried himself to sleep. Mason shakes his head and continues. A few weeks later, I was late getting home, and when I got there, I found him drunk off his ass, waving a gun around. I didn't even know there was a gun in the house. I'll lift my head at that, but Mason holds me tighter, kissing my forehead before he continues. He didn't threaten me, but he held the gun to his own head and threatened to pull the trigger if I ever ignored him again. Lying on his chest, I can feel the tension in Mason's body, but I stay quiet. I continue touching him, hoping the sensation will help ground him. He seems far away, his voice flat and emotionless. I'm not sure if that's a good sign or not, but he seems to want to keep talking, so I let him. That cycle repeated itself over and over again. Every few months, he would find a reason to get angry, and he would melt down and threaten to hurt himself. And every single time, it would end with him crying in my arms and me swearing I would never leave. I had no idea what to do. He lets out a dry laugh while I keep still, continuing to hold on to him. Anyway, this went on for months, until finally I was able to arrange a meeting with Gracie and Sam. I told them everything, and within a few days, they had it all arranged. All I had to do was pack my things and leave while he was at work. They had thought of everything. Gracie's boyfriend, now her husband, even got a psychiatrist to do some wellness checks on him. I was terrified when I left, but I knew things were spiraling. He was having meltdowns more often, and I knew it was going to keep getting worse. I tried to press myself closer to Mason, although that's pretty much impossible. I'm so close already. I feel like I want to climb inside him, anything to take away the obvious pain he's carrying. His voice is still flat, and he sounds like he's numbed out. I squeeze his shoulders, nuzzling my face into his chest, trying to keep him connected to this present moment. He responds by running his hand gently down my back. Anyway, a few days after I left, an unknown number came through on my cell phone, and I made the mistake of answering it. It was Brad, saying he needed to see me. He needed closure, all that stuff. I caved and agreed to see him, but Mason stops, and I feel his heartbeat racing. I pull back enough so I can meet his eyes. I'm afraid I know where this is going. It was too late. He'd killed himself anyway. He closes his eyes, and tears squeeze out from under his eyelids, tracking down his cheeks. His breathing is steady but shallow, and I can still feel his heart racing in his chest. His shoulders are shaking just slightly, and I can see him fighting to keep it all inside. "It's okay, Mason," I whisper. "It's not your fault. None of it is your fault." He nods, the tears coming faster now. "I know," he chokes out. "I know, it's just..." And I can see the dam break inside him. He lets out a horrible, heartbreaking sound, almost like a wounded animal. "Oh, Mason," I whisper. I don't know how I manage it, but somehow I get us maneuvered on the couch so that we're side by side, and I shift so he can rest his head on my chest. I cradle him against me, and he curls his big body into mine. I hold him as tightly as I can, carding my fingers through his hair, and murmuring words of comfort as he sobs against me. Finally, the storm inside him passes, and he lies quietly against me, still clinging to me like he's afraid to let go. Eventually, he pulls his head back a little bit and sniffles, but he won't meet my eyes. I shift so that I can hold his face in my hands, forcing him to look at me. "Mason, I'm so sorry that happened to you. My God, I can't even imagine what you went through." He blinks slowly and I continue, still staring into his eyes. "You know it's not on you, right? You know that? He was mentally ill, Mason. His brain was not functioning properly. None of it is your fault." He reaches up and covers my hands with his own, giving me a watery smile. "I know," he whispers. "I still battle the guilt. But intellectually, I know it's not my fault." He takes a deep breath, sounding steadier now. "Thank you for listening to me. I'm sorry I broke down like that. He swallows. "The whole experience has always felt like I got torn apart. But when I put myself back together, a couple of pieces weren't in the right places, you know?" I nod and use the pad of my thumb to wipe away a couple of stray tears. "I don't think your pieces are in the wrong places. Maybe they just need to be reshaped a little, so they fit with who you are now. Thank you for sharing that with me. I know being vulnerable is hard." I lean forward and kiss him, gently, slowly. God, this man, the pain and guilt he must carry. And he was so young at the time, to be saddled with that kind of experience. Jesus. I'll pull away from him. "Thank you for trusting me, Mason. I'm so grateful you shared that part of yourself with me. I don't want you to think about me differently, or treat me differently," he says, and I shake my head at him. "I see more of your strength than I did before. You've survived trauma. That's not a small thing. You're strong, and you care so much about people, Mason. I hesitate. Those 3 words are on my tongue, but he's so raw right now, I need to tread lightly. You are an incredibly special person, Mason. I'm lucky to know you. He smiles, and some of the tension drains out of his body. By this point, it's fully dark, and I'm not sure what time it is, but the fire on the hearth has started to die down. The storm has picked up outside. Rain lashes against the windows, the wind howling. We're quiet for a little while, and I'm glad the heavy conversation we had doesn't seem to be hanging over our heads. He gives me a squeeze. "I love being here with you," he says, and I shift so I can look him in the eye. "I'm loving it too," I say, and lean forward to take his lips in a soft kiss. "Are you getting sleepy yet?" He nods. "I'm a little worn out." His eyes are still red-rimmed, but he's calm. I snuggle against him. "Let's go to bed then."
Chapter 24. Mason. It's still dark when I wake up the next morning. I'm not sure what time it is, but knowing there's nothing on the agenda is relaxing. From the sounds of it, the wind has died down, although I can still hear the rain on the roof. The conversation last night was both exhausting and exhilarating, if that makes any sense. I was spent after breaking down in front of Jackson, but his reaction, the kindness and tenderness he showed, and the fact that I didn't see even a trace of judgment in his eyes made me feel like a weight had been lifted. For the first time in forever, I've slept all night pressed up against another person, and I love it. Somehow my body must have relaxed into the experience because I'm not sweating like a pig like I normally do when someone's sleeping on me. Jax's head is resting on my shoulder, and he's plastered up against my side with an arm draped across my chest, our legs tangled together. My arm is around him, keeping him close to me, and as I slowly come to full consciousness, I become aware of his hard-as-nails morning wood pressed up against my hip. I brush his hair back and press a soft, reverent kiss to his forehead. The feelings bubbling up inside me for this man are overwhelming, but I'm also beginning to crave them. He stirs against me, still half asleep, but his body is seeking friction for his hard cock, and I can feel him rubbing against my hip. I slowly turn onto my side so we're face to face. He's still drowsy, but his body knows what it wants. Our hard dicks press up against each other, and it feels amazing. I slide one arm between us and take both of us in hand. I'm leaking already, and I spread the pre-cum over both of us, then slowly begin to thrust. He groans softly, and his eyes flutter open. He begins thrusting against me, a slow, languid rhythm. He tips his head back, and our mouths meet in a breathy kiss. The pace we settle into is slow as molasses in January. We're in no hurry, just doing what feels good, letting our bodies set the pace. The desire to touch every part of Jax is strong. Pulling him tighter against me, it's clear there's no way he could ever be close enough. I want to be fused together with him, to be one. Like so many other things with Jackson, this feeling is completely new, but I find I like it. Instead of kissing, it's more like we're sharing the same breath, breathing into each other as we move together. I've never been so in tune with another human being. Staring into each other's eyes, we both start to quicken, our movements speeding up just a bit. Jackson's eyes flutter shut for just a moment, but he opens them again, and we're both so close to the edge. The soft groan that leaves my body at the same time Jackson lets out a soft gasp is enough to push us both over. But instead of a frenzied fall into space, like an orgasm usually is for me, this is more like a gentle slide into bliss. The knowledge comes to me gently, more like waves softly hitting the beach and dissolving into foam instead of a tidal wave. I love him. I've fallen completely in love with Jackson Cullen, but now that I've realized it, I have no idea what I'm going to do about it. Chapter 25. Mason. Jackson's amazingly comfortable bed feels decidedly less so when I wake up. The sheets that had felt so amazing last night feel like scratchy sandpaper against my back. I reach over to find his warm body long gone. We got back from the island house late last night, after squeezing every last drop out of the experience. And by that, I mean we didn't even put clothes on, but instead spent the day making love in various positions and locations around the stunning home. The weather was dreary all day, but being with Jax is like standing in a beam of warm sunlight. And if that's not some sickening romantic bullshit, I don't know what is. He mentioned offhand that he was talking to his agent this week about coming out publicly. He didn't say whether it was because of what's happening between us or just that he's more confident in his sexuality and wants to be open about it. Either way, it made my insides feel warm and gooey, which then made me anxious. I still don't know what this thing is that's between us. The knowledge that I'm in love with him is sitting in my belly together with a big ball of anxiety because I don't know what Jax is feeling. I could very well be on a path to getting hurt again. But I'm trying as hard as I can not to listen to the part of my brain screaming at me to run. I get to the lake house early, and when the other guys show up, it's a good distraction for the rest of the day. Jax said he may not have much time to even text between the reshoots he's working on and other meetings, but that doesn't stop me from checking my phone regularly. At the end of the day, Sam and I are the last ones at the house. "Drinks at Harley's?" he asks as we're putting away the last of the supplies. "Sure," I reply. It's probably better for me to go for a drink or two than to sit in my house alone. Once we're seated at the bar, we order our drinks, and then Sam hits me with the look. "You seemed a little off today," he starts, and I know right away he's not going to let me keep anything from him. Leave it to Sam to see right through me. The guy's some kind of empathic savant. "I'm fine," I say, suddenly fascinated by the beer in front of me. "Just a little tired. With Dill so busy with the Olsen job, I've had more on my plate than usual." He grabs a chicken wing and looks at me thoughtfully. "So, how was your weekend? I thought I'd hear from you about watching the game on Saturday night." "Yeah, I just got busy during the day, and by the evening I was fried," I say without meeting his eyes. I am the world's worst liar. Ended up going to bed pretty early. At least that part's true. I can feel him looking at me as I take a long pull from my beer. "When's Jackson getting back?" he asks. I think he'll be back at the end of the week," I say, like I haven't been counting down the hours until he gets home. "He seems like a good guy," Sam says, and I know he's watching for my reaction. This is a useless game. There's no way I won't cave in and talk to him, so I just look at him and cock my eyebrow. "Come on, Sammy, go ahead. Ask me what you really want to ask," I say, and he smirks at me. "Okay." He sets his beer on the bar and looks at me. "You two seem to have gotten pretty tight, and you're always making up vague excuses when I ask what you're up to. Spill it, Campbell." I laugh, as I always do when he calls me by our last name. "Well, Campbell," I start. "We've hung out a few times and tested a lot while he was in L.A. last week, but I don't know what to call it. It's probably nothing." I try to cover up my uncertainty by shoving a nacho in my mouth. He glances around, making sure no one can hear what he says next. "So, are you, you know?" When I hesitate before answering, he doesn't wait for a response. He just flags down the bartender and gestures to an unoccupied corner booth. "Hey, Dave, we're going to move over there, okay?" After we're settled in our new, more private location, he looks at me and gestures for me to keep talking. I exhale before taking a swig of beer, struggling with my need to talk about what's happening, but knowing I promised Jax I wouldn't say a word. I trust Sam more than anything, and I know without a shadow of a doubt he would never ever break my trust. We sit there for a moment, staring at each other, when he raises an eyebrow at me. "Come on, Mason, spill it." I set my beer down and look across the table at him, all traces of amusement gone from my face. He reads me immediately, and his expression goes from teasing to concerned. "Sam, if I talk with you about this, you have to promise me, like swear on Grandma's grave, that you will never, ever say a word to another soul about it." "Of course, Mason," he says, his expression still serious. "I promise whatever is going on stays between us. But," he stops, chewing on his bottom lip, "unless you're in a situation where you could be in danger, I can't keep that to myself." I shake my head. No, it's nothing like that. You don't need to worry about anything that way." He nods, seemingly satisfied that I'm safe, and it just makes me love him that much more. I take another drink and then suck in a deep breath. "Yeah, something's happening between us." I give Sam a quick recap of what's been going on between Jackson and me, and then I confess to spending the weekend in his bed. Wow, Sam says when I finish. I don't want to freak you out, Maze, but that sounds like it could be serious. I mean, more serious than you've been since, well, for the past decade or so. I can't meet Sam's eyes, so I look at the table and shrug. I don't know. I don't want to read too much into it, you know? I can't let myself get into anything with anybody who's in the closet, so this probably can't go anywhere. Have you told him about Brad? Sam asks. Since Sam was instrumental in helping me escape from the whole shit show that was my relationship with Brad, he understands where I'm coming from on this. He knows most of it, I say, and he lifts an eyebrow at me. How much is most of it? He asks, and I know where this line of questioning is heading. Look, Sam, I don't want him to see me differently when he finds out all the details. Before Sam can argue with me, I continue. He actually mentioned he's going to meet with his agent and his PR people this week. He plans to bring up the idea of coming out publicly. Well, that sounds promising, Sam says. But Mason, you need to tell him the whole story. I mean, if you really want to give him a chance, you have to trust him enough to let him know how important that issue is for you. I believe part of the reason I got so entangled in my abusive relationship was because from the very beginning, I allowed Brad to hide us. I came out to my family almost as soon as I knew I was gay, so I never experienced being in the closet. Having to hide who you are every second of the day is exhausting and degrading. But by the time I realized how awful it was too late. I was head over heels in love with him. And after that, it was a downhill slide. I look down to find that I'm tearing the paper coaster into tiny pieces. I understand what Sam's saying, and he's probably right, but I don't want to make any assumptions about what Jackson is thinking. I don't want him to feel like I'm pressuring him, and I sure as hell don't want him to worry that I'll out him. When I don't say anything for a moment, Sammy leans forward and catches my eye. Maze, he seems like a good guy. You should give him a chance to earn your trust. I want to, I think. I'm going to say just one more thing about it, Maze. You know how much I love you, so just listen. You're a relationship guy, Mason. I know Brad fucked you up, but deep down, that's who you are. This commitment-phobic hookup machine you've been for the past decade is great, but it's not you. You've given up enough of your life. It's time to forgive yourself for something that wasn't your fault to begin with and move on. It's time, Maze. Fuck me. I think Sam might be right.
Chapter 26. Jackson. Leaving Mason in my bed this morning was one of the hardest things I've done in a while. As it was, I was nearly late for the flight because I spent extra minutes just lying beside him and watching him sleep. I wanted nothing more than to stay in bed, curled up together. Our conversation while we were on the island has been playing in my head all day. The man's been through the ringer, relationship-wise. I understand why he's hesitant to try again, and why he doesn't trust easily. But the longer this goes on between us, the more I want it to grow into something more. I can't deny the thought of coming out publicly, and the potential of major fallout has me spooked, though. And I know being with Mason will mean I need to face the public at some point. It's not fair to keep him a secret after he's been through so much. I know I'll still get offered roles if I come out, but I also know the quality of those roles might change. There are still plenty of people out there who don't want to see a gay man playing a leading role. I really do want my life to slow down, but the thought of burning all my bridges makes me feel wobbly. I think this thing with Mason could be important. Once I reconciled my strange feelings about Chelsea, I could see how much potential we have, but I'm afraid to. What if I come out and my career goes to shit, but then Mason decides he can't handle a relationship? Then I'm left with no career and no relationship. I would never try to keep him hidden away like his ex did, but I'm afraid to act too hastily, since I could end up with nothing. I need some time to figure this out. Talking to my agent seems like a good place to start. Maybe coming out in Hollywood isn't a big deal as I think. I walk into the Roger room at 7:30 on the dot and look around the dimly lit bar, spotting David, my agent, sitting at the table toward the back. He stands up when he sees me coming. "Jackson, great to see you." David Goldman is an interesting guy. He's engaging and professional, but I can't say I know him well, even though he's been my agent for more than 5 years. Our relationship is purely transactional, but he's a great agent. We settle back and order drinks. He knows I'm planning to take some time off after this movie is done, but he doesn't know I've been thinking about stepping way back and leaving Hollywood entirely. That's something I'll keep close to my chest until I'm nearer to a decision. But I need his advice about going public about my sexuality. "So, David, I need your opinion about something that might be a big deal," I say after we place our orders and get through a little chit-chat. He raises his eyebrows at me and he takes a drink. "Oh? I've started seeing someone up in Seattle, and I think it might be serious," I say. "Congratulations," he says cautiously, as if he can tell there's more coming. I take a deep breath. "So, the thing is, the person I'm seeing is a man," I blurt out in a stage whisper, looking around suspiciously like I'm spilling state secrets. He doesn't react other than his eyes widening slightly. "Well, that is news," he says before he takes another drink. "I didn't know you were gay?" His tone is completely neutral. "I'm bi, actually. Or maybe demisexual. I don't even know the proper label, but I've developed feelings, and it could be serious, I think." He nods thoughtfully and sets his glass down on the table. "Are you thinking you'd like to go public? We can work with PR and figure out a strategy." "I think I want to. But I can't deny I'm nervous. It's not like there's any scandal, but I'd rather not call attention to it at all. I'm afraid if I don't address it, that will make things worse." I let out a huff and rub the back of my neck. Since I've had no social life for so long, I'm not used to managing every little thing I do, even though I know it's a necessary evil of my career at this level. David nods at me. "I get it. Why don't I text Carly right now? We can meet with her tomorrow?" I nod and take another drink while he shoots off a text to Carly Klein, my PR genius. When he finishes, he sets his phone down and gives me a look I can't decipher. "You probably already know this, Jax, but they're going to try to talk you into keeping it quiet." "Yeah, I'll figure they will. If you want to come out publicly, you need to go into that meeting being crystal clear on that. If you have doubts, she'll use them to convince you to stay in the closet." He almost spits out that piece of information, and I send him a sidelong glance. I don't think I've ever seen him show so much emotion. We stare at each other for a minute, and I know he's hesitating about something. Finally, he sets his glass down and leans toward me. "I'm queer too. I'm gay," he says in a quiet voice, and now it's my turn to control my reaction. I've known David for so many years, but had no idea he was queer. He certainly keeps that quiet. "I'll be straight with you, Jax," he says, and we both chuckle at his choice of words. Everyone in this fucking town says all the right things about accepting all sexualities and genders. But as soon as someone wants to come out, they come up with all this crap about this demographic or that demographic not liking it. Of course, it's easy to point to the guys who've come out and done really well. But you and I both know there are dozens more who won't come out because they see what can happen. The PR team will make all the excuses in the fucking world about how it's best to wait for some asinine reason. They'll never tell you outright not to come out. They'll just string you along and keep saying it's not the right time. It's all bullshit. He rubs a hand over his face, and I can see his anger. Look, Jax, I'm 100% on your side for this, of course. But there are some discouraging realities to face about coming out. It could affect your options going forward. But speaking as a gay man, Maybe you're in a place where that risk is worth it to you. But don't let anyone push you, not even me. You're the only one who can decide what you're ready for. I'm surprised at the passion with which David delivers this speech. He's usually so controlled. I'll believe him when he says he's on my side. But I know he's right. If I want to come out, I'm going to have to be real fucking clear about it. The problem is that I just don't know if I'm all that clear yet. We finish our dinner and discuss some other issues, but knowing I have this hanging over my head is distracting. I knew it might be complicated to go public, but David's reaction surprised me. Maybe Hollywood isn't as accepting as they want everyone to think. The worst part is that I really want to talk to Mason about it, but that puts him in a weird position. I know it's important to him that I come out, but maybe he'll be okay with waiting a while. Maybe until we're a little more settled in our relationship. Fuck, I don't know. I get back to my cold, unwelcoming condo, and after texting Mason that I'm knackered and going right to bed, I lie there for hours, trying to figure out what to do. But by morning, I'm no closer to the answer. Chapter 27. Jackson. The tall glass office tower sparkles in the harsh glare of the Southern California sunshine, and it's a relief to step into the air conditioning as David and I enter the lobby. After a sleepless night, I'm no closer to knowing what I should do. I figure I'll listen to what the PR team says, while keeping in mind they're pushing their own agenda. But I need the information before making huge life changes. I thought I was ready to make a seismic shift in my life, but now I don't know. Carly and her team are already in the conference room when we get there, and I'm not sure whether that's a good thing or not. David told me on the way up that he had a longer conversation with her after our dinner last night, so she'll be ready with the information I want. Once we're all settled and everyone has said hello and introduced themselves, Carly starts the meeting. So, Jackson, as you know, I spoke with David last night and he gave me the details on your situation and said you're looking for some information. Is that right? I'm uncomfortable with how she's referring to this as a situation, so I decide to make sure everyone is aware of why we're here. Right, yes, I say, and clear my throat. Just so we're all working with the same information, I hesitate here and take a deep breath. I'm bisexual, or maybe demisexual. I haven't settled on what label feels right for me yet, but I've recently met someone, and the relationship has the potential to be serious. This person is a man, and I need to know the best way to handle that with the media. Carly nods. Yes, thanks for sharing that with us, Jackson. We were able to pull together some numbers for you this morning, so I want to go over those. But before we get into the nitty-gritty, I just want to congratulate you on your new relationship. Thank you, I say, and glance at David, whose face I can't read. Carly continues. It's my firm belief that you should go into a decision like this one with your eyes wide open. As much as we all hope and strive for everyone to be treated equally, regardless of race, gender, orientation, or anything else, we know that isn't how things work in the real world. It's my job to anticipate and let you know the possible outcomes for letting this kind of information get into the public sphere, even when they aren't easy to hear. I understand, I say. And then I proceed to sit quietly while Carly and her team present me with a slew of charts and graphs, detailing about 1,000 reasons I should stay firmly locked in the closet and throw away the key, at least if I want to have a semblance of a career as a leading man. I'm shell-shocked as she finishes her presentation, and I guess I'm not being a great actor, because there's no hiding it. Bloody hell, I knew the PR gurus wouldn't be thrilled about this, but I haven't been expecting this kind of full-on assault on the idea of living transparently and honestly. She must sense my feelings, because she shuts off her tablet and looks at me with kind eyes. Carly is a striking woman. In her late 40s, she's been a Hollywood publicist for decades, but unlike a lot of women in Hollywood, she wears her experience and her age proudly. I'm confident she knows her shit, And while she's a kind person, she also pulls no punches with her clients, always giving them the unvarnished truth. That makes this meeting even more difficult. She lets the rest of her team go, so it's just David and me in the room with her. "Look, Jackson," she says, as the last employee lets the sleek, white conference room door shut behind them. "I know a lot of this is hard to hear. It's so fucking offensive. Unfortunately, the cold, hard truth is that your career will take a hit if you come out, but that doesn't mean you shouldn't do it." I'm quiet for a few moments, staring out the floor-to-ceiling windows that face the sprawling metropolis that is Los Angeles. It's a fascinating, exciting city. But as interesting as it is, I've never felt at ease here. On the other hand, if I go public with my personal life, I could be closing the door on this place and the lifestyle permanently. I'm not sure I'm ready for that. Fuck me. I've been hoping this meeting would help clarify my decision, but it's only made things more jumbled in my head. Right then, I've got some thinking to do. I push my chair back from the sleek glass conference table, shake hands with Carly and David, and I walk out. We're on the street before either one of us says anything. He puts a hand on my shoulder and gives it a squeeze, steering me around the corner of a side street to get away from the lunchtime flow of office workers on the sidewalk. "Jax, I don't have any great advice for you. Hell, I'm not even an actor, and I don't advertise my place on the rainbow. But I feel like you need to consider more than just your career here. I know those numbers are scary, but there's no way to put a number on living as your true self." I look at him with wide eyes. I didn't expect this kind of straight-up honesty from my very calculated agent. He continues, "Look, I don't want to push you in either direction. Of course, you need to consider that the roles you get offered might change, but maybe that's okay. You've been talking about taking some time away. Maybe you do that, and when you come back, we take you in a different direction. More character roles instead of action roles. Or we can aim for something entirely new if you want." I nod, taking in his words. "All I'm saying is that it's not as black and white as what Carly just presented. We've other things we can do if you want to stay in the industry and live openly. Just remember that, okay?" "I hear you, David. And thank you. But can I ask you why you're not open about it?" He smiles. "Jax, the funniest thing is that I'm not technically even in the closet. If someone asks me directly whether I'm gay, I answer honestly. But you would be astonished at how easy it is to simply not volunteer the information. I'm not a star. The public doesn't care about me, so no one digs into my personal life." He pauses for a moment, and I see a slight twinkle in his eyes as he finishes his thought. "Also, consider the environment we work in. It's not exactly difficult to stay out of the spotlight. Actors and celebrities don't tire of talking about themselves easily. A few thoughtful redirections and a couple of open-ended questions always do the trick." He's grinning as he finishes his sentence, and I can't help but let out a laugh. "Jesus, David. We really are a bunch of self-centered assholes, aren't we? Bloody hell. I'm so sorry I've never asked about your life outside of work." He chuckles. "Seriously, Jackson, I deliberately don't advertise it. You don't need to feel bad. I'm quite happy with my business and my personal lives being separate. It works for me, and has for a long time. But like I said, it's pretty easy for me to do so. You're in a very different spot. People are hungry for knowledge about your personal life, so what I do can't work for you." I smile at him. "Yeah, I hear you, David. Thank you for sharing it with me anyway," I sigh. "I think I just need time to clear my head a bit, right? Thanks for your help. I'll ring you in a few days." "Of course, Jax. There's no rush on any of this. And if you want to talk to me about it, give me a call anytime. I can make an exception and issue you a backstage pass into the personal side of my life if you like." His eyes are still twinkling when we shake hands and say goodbye. Chapter 28. Jackson. After David and I go our separate ways, I'll head back to my West Hollywood condo. I need some time to collect myself before I call Mason. The blinding Los Angeles sunshine feels harsh on my skin, like I'm a bug under a magnifying glass, and I'm longing for Seattle's velvety gray blanket of clouds. The meeting ratcheted up my anxiety to record levels. My breathing is erratic, and my heart feels racy. I need to take a few moments and meditate to try and prevent a downward spiral. So as soon as I get into the condo, I head to my den and sit on the floor, breathing in through my nose and out through my mouth. I've been taught to do this 1,000,000 times, starting when Chelsea got sick. Once I'm feeling more calm, I pour myself a drink and find a shady spot on my patio. The weird thing is that I've never really felt closeted until I met Mason. Being married to a woman, no matter how long ago it was, has always stopped most speculation about who I sleep with. And because I've been celibate for so long, it hasn't really been a problem. But I feel like things are changing. That odd sensation of being at a fork in the road of my life has been with me for a while now, and it's getting stronger. My fear kicks in when I think about burning bridges. My relationship with Mason is so new. I'm not even sure if we're officially together. What if it doesn't work out, and I've turned my back on my career? Without work to distract me, I'm not sure I'll be able to survive another heartbreak. It's jarring that the thought of trying to get over Mason seems even more daunting than losing Chelsea. I know Mason is sensitive, but maybe if I'm as honest and transparent as possible and tell him the reasons I'm nervous, he'll understand. Maybe there's a way to be out privately and not be obvious about it. Not exactly closeted, more like discreet. But is that what I want? Is keeping my career options open worth hurting Mason by keeping him hidden, even for a short time? And do I want to hide what is fast becoming the most important thing in my life? God, I am so fucking confused. I sit on my balcony for a few hours until it's dark. Then I go back inside and pour myself another drink. Maybe the answer to this question is at the bottom of the bottle. After my second drink, I'm able to muster up the courage to call Mason. But I still don't know the right words for this conversation. Fuck. He's all smiles when he picks up the FaceTime call, and my heart squeezes. I want to curl up beside him, lay my head on his chest, and fall asleep listening to his heartbeat. Hey, you. He gives me that smile that feels like I'm the most important person on earth. I miss you. You were still coming home on Friday, right? I'll miss you too, I say, my stomach roiling. It's true. I miss him so fucking much. Yeah, I'll be there Friday afternoon. Then I take a deep breath and rip off the Band-Aid. So, I met with my PR team today, I start, and I can see the uncertainty flash across his face before he can stop it. Oh? How did that go? I'm still not sure what I want to tell him, so I decide to lay it all out on the table. I give him the Cliff Notes version of what Carly presented to me. By the time I get through it, Mason has gone quiet, and I can see that he's gotten up from his couch and appears to be wiping down the kitchen counters. Sounds like she gave you a lot to think about, he says quietly. She did. But, Mason, I want to make sure you're comfortable with whatever happens. You're important to me. I want us to find a solution where we're both happy. I feel like the words coming out of my mouth aren't communicating what I'm trying to say. I sound like some corporate wanker, but I'm so discombobulated that using shitty Hollywood speak is the best I can come up with. I hate it because it sounds like if I decide to go public, I won't be happy, which isn't true. He finally meets my eyes for just a moment, but it's not long enough for me to read him. Jackson, I get it, I do. Your career is important. You need to make a decision you'll be happy with. You shouldn't worry about what makes me comfortable. Mason, of course you need to be comfortable. You're a big part of my life. I won't. He cuts me off suddenly. Oh shit, Jax. I completely forgot. I'm supposed to meet Dylan for a drink at Harley's in like 10 minutes. He needs to talk to me about some stuff for a different reno. I'm so sorry, but I've got to go. I'll talk to you later, okay? Oh, right. Right then. Can we talk later? I sound desperate, but there's nothing I can do about it. It's clear he's giving me the brush off. Can I really blame him? Fuck. Aren't I essentially brushing him off by keeping a secret? We'll talk later. Have a good night, Jackson, he says, and ends the call. He sounds weirdly formal, and I know he's upset. But maybe he just needs some processing time. Hopefully tomorrow we can have a proper conversation about it. And I'll be back in Seattle on Friday, which is only a few nights away. I try meditating again to calm down, but I'm still wound up tight when I get into bed a few hours later. I spend most of the night staring at the ceiling, wondering whether I fucked everything up beyond repair.
Chapter 29. Mason. As soon as Jack starts talking about all the shit his PR people presented to him earlier, I know exactly where the conversation is going. It's happening again. I should have fucking known. I should have known. No way is Jackson Cullen going to risk his entire career just for a relationship with a small-time construction worker. Someone who's too insecure to be in a relationship with anyone, let alone a major fucking movie star. How goddamn stupid am I that I let myself believe it even for a moment? I pace around my living room. It's like there's a wild animal under my skin that's clawing at me from the inside, desperate to get out. The problem is that I don't know how to let it out. My cell phone is still clutched in my hand, and I stare down at it for a moment before hurling it against the wall as hard as I can. It makes a pretty decent-sized dent in the drywall before hitting the ground. "Motherfucker!" I shout. Standing still for a minute, I stare at my probably dead phone on the floor across the room. I need to move, to exhaust myself so completely that my body can't resist sleep anymore. It's the only thing that worked for me after Brad died. In a surprisingly clear-headed moment, I decide to throw on some gym clothes and run on my treadmill for a while. I do my best to take most of my fear and anxiety and, yes, anger out on the treadmill, running until I'm damn near ready to collapse. Being kept a secret again is not an option. Jackson knows this. I've told him enough about what happened with Brad that he must understand how important it is for me to not be pushed into the closet. Haven't I? Even though he doesn't know all the details, it should still be obvious. Shouldn't it? Sam thinks I should tell Jax everything about what happened with Brad, but I don't see how it will make any difference. My baggage can't be the only reason he makes a career choice he clearly isn't sure about. Shit, maybe I'm completely overreacting. I honestly don't know. After running until I feel like I can't take another step, I guzzle a bunch of water, but I'm still on edge. Fuck it. I grab the whiskey from my booze cupboard. I'm dying to take a long swig right from the bottle, but I refrain, congratulating myself when I pull a glass out of the cabinet instead. After pouring a healthy amount, I head back to the couch and force myself to turn on the TV. I won't be able to concentrate on anything, but the background noise helps me feel less like the walls are closing in. I debate calling Sam or Dylan, but instead, I down a few more drinks and crawl into bed, hoping the alcohol will help me fall asleep. Unsurprisingly, it doesn't help much, but after lying there for what seems like forever, I'm finally able to drift into a fitful doze. A few hours later, I wake up with a pounding heart, drenched in cold sweat and shaking. I look at the clock. 3:47 a.m. Fuck. I haven't had a nightmare this bad since the first year after Brad's suicide. I close my eyes and try to slow my breathing down, the way I learned in the darkest days after it happened. I must have been yelling in my sleep because my throat feels raw. There's no chance of falling back to sleep, so I head into the bathroom to shower off the sweat that's drenched my briefs and the sheets on my bed. I look like death warmed over, but hopefully a long shower, lots of coffee, and a decent breakfast will help me get through the day. After forcing down some eggs and taking as long as possible to tidy up the house and throw my sweat-soaked sheets into the washer, I decided to head over to Jackson's new home and get a couple of hours of work in before the rest of the guys arrive. When I unlock the door and walk into the dark house, I'm greeted by the comforting scent of fresh paint and sawdust. I get quickly to work, and I'm so focused, in only an hour I've finished all the one-person jobs. I take a few minutes to suck back some more coffee, but I'm restless as fuck. Pulling out my phone, I distract myself with it for a bit, avoiding my texts and messages. I also thank my past self for buying one of those indestructible cases, so my phone survived the collision with the wall last night. Wandering into the rec room area, I see the box with the new light fixtures for this room. Oh, what the fuck? I mutter. I grab the box, gather the needed tools, and fetch the ladder. I shouldn't be doing anything on such a tall ladder while I'm alone, but I've never had an issue before, and the ladder I use is stable, so I'm not worried. After making sure everything I need is within easy reach, I grab the new light fixture and start climbing the ladder. I'm doing everything I can to avoid thinking about Jackson, but it's impossible. I think back to what Sam said, about how I'm not giving Jax a chance to prove I can trust him. Maybe I haven't been clear enough with him about this issue. I just don't fucking know. My head is a goddamn mess. Jackson will be back in town in 2 days. Maybe I'll figure something out by that time. By this point, I'm standing at the top of the ladder, my hips braced on the very top edge, where I've set the new light. My mind is still on Jax, but I've done this kind of thing so many times I could probably do it with my eyes shut. So even though I'm a little distracted, I'm not concerned about doing it properly. I reach up to the ceiling and start to work. But then, like some kind of bad dream, I realize I never turned off the breaker that sends electricity to these fixtures. At the exact moment I realize my mistake, a bone-jarring shock jolts through me as my fingers contact the live wires. "Fuck!" I yell as I reflexively jump and yank my hand away. I grab the top of the ladder, trying to save the glass light fixture, but it slips off, hitting the floor with an ear-splitting crash. I've barely registered the fact that the light fixture has fallen when I feel the ladder hit the point of no return as it tips over and I'm falling. And then there's nothing but a searing pain up my back before there's only blackness.
Chapter 30. Jackson. My phone starts buzzing just after 7 a.m., and I groan in protest. I don't know what time it was when I finally fell asleep, but it wasn't long ago, so the annoying sound pisses me off, until I wake enough to realize it could be Mason. I had sent him a few texts before falling asleep, but he didn't respond. I'm not really surprised about that. He probably needs time to process. But I'm trying hard not to panic over the fact that he clearly doesn't want to talk to me. A couple more nights here in LA, and then I'll be back home in Seattle, where we can talk in person. I'll be able to see his face and read his body language to try and understand how he's feeling. Not to mention the fact that it's harder to run away from me physically than it is to just hang up the phone. All this races through my brain as I fumble to grab my phone, and with bleary eyes, I see Mason's name on the screen. A tidal wave of relief hits me as I punch the green answer button. As long as he's talking to me, we can work this out. I'll do anything for this man. And that knowledge hits me with the same intensity. Holy fuck. I will do anything for him. I know what I'm going to do. I can't lose Mason. I won't. Nothing is more important than having him in my life. Mace. Oh fuck, I'm so glad you're calling. We need to talk. I care about you so much, baby. Whatever this is between us is so important to me. I want this to work. I want us to be together. And I'll do whatever it takes to make it happen. I'm so sorry I didn't realize how much this would hurt you. I can hear myself rambling, but I'm compelled to get the words out. He needs to hear them before he makes any decisions about us. I finally stop talking and wait breathlessly for him to respond. Or maybe he'll even chuckle at my anxious babbling. But I'm getting nothing. He's not saying a word. Mason? Mason, are you there? I'll look at the screen to make sure the call hasn't dropped, but it's still active. Mason, what's going on? Mason? I sit up in my bed and press the phone to my ear harder, trying to hear any sounds that come through. I can hear some faint rustling, like fabric sliding over the speaker. Maybe the phone's in his pocket. Shit. Maybe he didn't mean to call me. Well, whatever, he's got me now, and I'm not letting him go so easily. Mason! I'm fully yelling now, and the noise that comes back through the speaker chills me to my bones. It's a gut-wrenching moan, and not the good kind. It's faint, but it's definitely Mason, although he doesn't sound right. Jesus fucking Christ. Has there been some kind of accident? A car wreck while driving to the lake house? 7 a.m. is early for him to be heading over there, but it's not unheard of. What if his truck slid off the side of one of those mountain roads near his place? He told me all about his house in the foothills, and how the downside is that road up to it can be dodgy. He could be at the bottom of a ravine right now, hurt and bleeding. Oh, holy fucking shit. Mason! I'm still yelling, but I'm getting nothing in return. Shit. What the fuck do I do? I don't want to hang up just in case he says something, but I need to get help to him. Then I remember my condo has a landline that I've never gotten around to cancelling. I race to the kitchen and grab the phone off the counter. Still talking to Mason and trying to listen for any response, I look up Dylan's info and dial his number. Come on, I mutter, still listening. I just want some sign that Mason's alive. Finally, I hear Dylan's voice. Hello, this is Dylan. Oh, thank fuck you're there. It's Jackson Cullen. I think something has happened to Mason. You need to find him, I blurt out. There's a moment of confusion on his end before he responds. Jackson? I'm sorry, what? Why do you think there's something wrong with Mason? Where are you calling from? This isn't your usual number. I'm in LA. This is my condo's landline. Look, I've got Mason on my cell phone. He called me a few minutes ago, but he hasn't said a word. And I thought maybe it was just a butt dial. But then I heard him groan like he's in pain. I don't know if he's been in a car accident or what's happening, but something's not right. I can feel the moment Dylan catches on to my urgency, and then I hear a keyboard clicking. Okay, he says. All the company trucks have that roadside assist system. I can check to see whether it has reported any accidents. Just give me a sec. Okay, I whisper, pacing back and forth around the condo living room. There's no record of any accident, I hear Dylan say. But hang on. I think there's a way for me to see where all vehicles are located. Give me a second. I've never used this function before. I nod without saying anything, a phone pressed to each of my ears. I bite down on my lip hard enough to draw blood. I'm desperately trying to keep quiet, both because I want to hear any sound from Mason, and because I know prodding Dylan to hurry won't help anything. It feels like hours before I hear Dylan say, Okay, Mason's truck is at your lake house. I'm leaving right now. I can hear keys jingling, followed by footsteps, and the sound of an engine turning over. Jackson, I'm about 15 minutes away from him. Can you stay on the line with Mason? And call me back if you hear anything from him? I nod stupidly, before realizing he can't see me. Yes, of course. I'll keep trying to talk to him, I say, doing my best to keep the panic out of my voice. Okay, thank you. The next 15 minutes are the longest of my life. I keep talking to Mason, but I hear no response. Just eerie silence. Finally, I hear Dylan's voice in the distance. Mason? Mason, are you here? Mason! My blood runs even colder when I hear Dylan swear, and then his voice gets louder. Fuck. Mason? Oh God, Mason! A few seconds later, I can hear Dylan talking to what must be the 911 dispatcher. Yes, hi. Ambulance. Yes. My brother has had an accident. He's fallen off a ladder. No, he's not conscious. Yes, he's breathing. Yes. He gives the address of the house, and then I hear him talking to Mason. He's obviously forgotten I'm still on the line. "It's okay, Mace. You're gonna be okay. They're coming to help you. They're gonna be here in just a couple minutes. You're gonna be fine, Mace, it's gonna be okay." Listening to Dylan's voice break while he speaks to his brother cracks something inside me wide open. I keep the cell phone to my ear and pick up the landline. Gary picks up after the first ring. "Gary, I need to get back to Seattle on the next flight. Mason's been in some kind of accident at the house." Without hesitating or asking questions, Gary says he'll call me right back, and I start throwing clothes into my bag. A few minutes later, I have my flight confirmation, and the car service buzzes from downstairs to take me to LAX. Right now, there's nothing on this planet that will keep me away from Mason Campbell. Chapter 31. Jackson. The flight from LA to Seattle has never seemed so long. I hadn't even showered before running out of the condo a few hours ago. Before my flight, I texted Gary so we could contact Dylan for updates, but Gary wasn't able to reach him. Eventually, he had spoken with Sam, who could tell Gary which hospital Mason's been taken to, but nothing beyond that. I register all this info quickly as I run for the car service. I tell the driver I'm in a hurry and where to go, but he's already well aware of the situation. Even in my panic, I make a mental note to give Gary a big bonus. By the time the car service drops me off at the hospital, I'm a sweaty, disgusting mess. The nurse at the front desk gets flustered when I ask where I can find Mason Campbell, but she directs me to a waiting room on the 3rd floor. When I get up to the small room, I find Dylan, together with a group of other people. I'm guessing the younger couple is Mason's sister, Grace, and her husband, and the older couple must be their parents. Their eyes all widen as they recognize me. Dylan's first to recover, and he comes over to me. "Jackson, what are you doing here?" Suddenly, I realize the situation I've created. I have a choice to make right now. I can tell everyone that I'm together with Mason, or I can hide us, choosing to keep my career safe over giving Mason the respect he deserves. There's really no choice to make. Keeping our relationship hidden means there won't be a relationship at all. I suck in a breath and look down for a second, and when I look up, everyone in the family is staring at me. I clear my throat uncomfortably before blurting out, "Mason and I have been seeing each other." Everyone looks suitably shocked, except maybe for Grace and her husband. She looks at me for a moment, and then steps forward and pulls me into a bone-crushing hug. "Thank you so much for coming," she whispers. Her husband comes forward and extends his hand. "I'm Derek, Grace's husband," he says with a warm smile. "I'm sure Mason will be glad you're here when he wakes up." "Is he okay?" "Do we know what happened?" I ask, desperate for information. "He's still out. But he apparently fell off the 13-foot ladder. It looks like he was trying to change one of the ceiling light fixtures in the great room. I have no idea what would possess him to do something like that with no one else around, though." Dylan's voice trails off. "He's going to be all right, though, yeah?" I ask. "What have they told you?" This time, Grace answers. "He's got a broken arm, and he must have hit his head because he knocked himself out. But they're most concerned about his back. He's cracked some vertebrae, and they aren't sure if there's been any damage to his spinal cord." Her voice wavers just a bit, and Derek puts his arm around her shoulders, giving her a comforting squeeze. I nod, but before I can say anything, Grace sniffles and then says, "Come over here, Jackson. You need to meet Mom and Dad." She leads me over to her parents. "Mom and Dad, this is Jackson Cullen," Grace says, still holding my hand tightly. "Jackson, this is our mom, Linda, and our dad, Bob." I shake hands with his parents, who both smile politely, but understandably, no one feels like making small talk. Can I I feel my voice catch, so I clear my throat and start over. Can I get anyone a coffee or anything? There are a few murmurs, and then Grace squeezes my arm. You must be hungry and tired from your trip. I'll come with you to get something. After taking orders from everyone, Grace and I walk down to the hospital cafeteria. As we get into the elevator, she gives me a long look and smiles. I suspected he was seeing someone. He's been so happy lately. I haven't had a chance to make him tell me all about it. But you're obviously good for him. He's good for me. I smile back at her. It's on the tip of my tongue to tell her I'm in love with her brother. Even though I want to shout it from the rooftops, I should probably tell Mason first. We pick up all the orders and make our way back to the waiting room. As we're handing out coffees, a doctor comes through the double doors and asks for Mr. and Mrs. Campbell. Mason's parents jump forward, and the rest of us gather around to hear him. Hi, everyone. I'm Dr. Reed Morrow, ER physician. Mason is currently sedated, but we expect him to wake up in the next couple of hours. The good news is that his injuries are not life-threatening. He has a broken arm, which we've set in cast. He also sustained a moderate concussion, which we need to monitor. The primary concern is the damage to his back. He has cracked a vertebra, and there is some bruising to his spinal cord. We can't be 100% sure until the swelling goes down, but it's possible that the bruising could affect the use of his legs. Wait, Bob says. Are you saying he could be paralyzed? His voice shakes as he chokes out the last word. The doctor smiles kindly at him. There is no way to tell right now whether any paralysis will be permanent. We need to keep a close eye on him for the next few days. He will also have to be in a back brace for several months regardless. The good news is that the spinal bruising doesn't appear to be extensive, which is a good thing. I know it's difficult, but right now, the only thing we can do is wait and see. Mason's parents nod, and the doctor reaches out and gives Linda's elbow a quick squeeze, followed by another kind smile. I know, it's excruciating to sit and wait. We'll keep you posted the moment anything changes. Linda wipes her eyes and tries smiling back at the doctor. Thank you, she whispers. Can we see him? He's being moved into a room right now. As soon as they've got him settled, we'll come get you. For the time being, we can only have 2 people at a time in his room. She nods, and although she still looks pale, she doesn't seem like she's on the verge of collapse anymore. I blow out a long breath and try to process what the doctor said. But before anything has a chance to sit back down, a nurse comes through the doors and nods at the Campbells. Mr. and Mrs. Campbell? Mason is settled in his room, and you can come see him now. He smiles at the rest of us. For now, we'll just let Mom and Dad visit, all right? I'll let you all figure out who gets the next turn. He leads the Campbells back through the double doors, and Derek puts a hand on my shoulder. You should go in with Grace next, he says, and both Grace and Dylan nod in agreement. Oh, but couldn't... I start to respond, but Grace shakes her head before I get my words out. Jackson, you need to come in with me. I know he'll want you there. Dylan and Derek can come in after us. Sam will be here shortly as well. I nod and sit back down. It feels a little strange for them to welcome me into the family so easily, when I'm not sure Mason is even going to want to see me when he wakes up. I don't know what to expect, but I can't leave here without letting him know my feelings.
Chapter 32. Mason. I'm trying to open my eyes, but it's not working. Fuck, why do my eyes feel too heavy to open? Where the hell am I? I'm not in my own bed, but I'm in some kind of bed, I think. Mustering up as much energy as I can, I try to open my eyes again, and for just a second, I get a glimpse of bright light and some fuzzy, people-shaped things at the end of this bed. There's a sharp beeping noise coming from somewhere close to my head, and it fucking hurts. And oh my God, my head. The pain is like someone has conked me with a sledgehammer, and every time the beeping sound goes off, it throbs. I guess I did something to attract attention because now I can feel someone squeezing my hand. Mason? Mason? It's Jackson. I try again to wrench my eyelids open, and this time it works. My vision is foggy, but Jax is beside me, and Grace is standing at the foot of the bed. I turn my head to look at Jackson, but fucking hell no, that's a bad idea. Oh, fuck, I croak. What happened? You're in the hospital, Grace says. You fell off a ladder. Jackson squeezes my hand again. You were at the house. You fell while you were doing something with the light fixtures in the great room. Oh, right. It starts to come back to me. I was at the top of the ladder, reaching for the wires for the lights. Oh, shit, now I remember. I forgot to turn off the breaker. Fuck. What? I struggle for a moment to sit up straighter, but my left arm won't move, and my legs feel weird. Don't, Grace says, quickly putting a hand on my leg. You, She glances at Jackson, then continues. When you fell, you broke your arm and gave yourself a concussion, but you also cracked some vertebrae in your back. Your spinal cord is swollen. I usually like seeing Grace in work mode, where she's all knowledgeable and no nonsense. But this feels weird because she's using that voice on me. Something occurs to me. Wait, am I blink, and even with the pain in my head, I look quickly between Grace and Jackson. Am I paralyzed? What the fuck? I immediately try moving my legs, but they don't respond the way I feel like they should. Mason? Grace says in her sternest professional voice. I stare at her, and I'm sure my eyes are as wide as dinner plates. I'm having trouble processing all this information, and I'm unbearably exhausted. We don't know yet how serious the injury is. Your spinal cord is swollen, and it will take a few days for it to go down. Then we'll know what we're dealing with. But Maze, from what the doctor said, it doesn't sound like the bruising is very serious. I think your movement will come back in a day or two. Her words register somewhere in my brain, but I can't be asked to care right now. I just need a minute to rest. A minute to let this weird lightheadedness pass. Then I'll deal with whatever it was that Grace was just talking about. Jackson squeezes my hand again, and Grace moves from the foot of the bed up toward my head. She squeezes the fingers poking out of the cast on my arm. Wait, they said that my arm was broken, right? Okay, that explains the cast. So many things to remember right now. I'm so goddamn tired. Grace puts her hand on my shoulder. Mason, I know this is a lot, but you're going to be okay. No matter what, you're going to be fine. You need to rest now. You'll feel better after. I try to nod at her, but pain stabs through me again, so I try to smile at her. But I'm sure I look like a weird version of the Joker. What the hell did they say was going on with my head? Concussion? Right, concussion. That explains that pain. I think I muttered something about needing a few minutes to rest, but I really have no idea. Someone presses a soft kiss to my temple, and I know in my bones it's Jackson. He whispers softly into my ear. Go to sleep, baby. You heard Grace. It's going to be okay. I'll be here when you're ready to wake up. That feels like permission to check out of whatever's happening right now, and I let myself slide blissfully back under the blackness. Chapter 33. Mason. I have no idea how long I've been asleep, but right away I noticed that my head isn't throbbing as much as it was earlier. I'm also able to open my eyes without much of a fight, and they stay open, which feels like a nice change of pace. I look around to find Jackson sitting beside my bed. He's dozing. I can see him doing that thing where you fall asleep just until your head drops forward and you half wake yourself up, readjust your head like a drunk person, and repeat the whole thing over and over. It's dark outside, but it could be 8 p.m. or 3 a.m. No idea. As I'm watching him, Jackson's eyes open slowly, and he looks around sleepily until his gaze finds me. Holy shit, you're awake! He reaches out and grabs my hand. I'm so bloody glad you're okay, Mason. I was fucking terrified for a while there. He's looking at me with the most tender, vulnerable expression. It nearly takes my breath away. We stare at each other for a few moments. I have some questions that need answers, though. What time is it? Actually, what day is it? How long was I asleep? It's Wednesday night. Well, it's actually Thursday morning now. He looks at his watch. 4:30 a.m. Right. So I haven't been sleeping too long. A few hours. Your family went home to get some sleep. They'll all come back first thing. They wanted to kick me out, but I pulled the celebrity card and they gave in. He grins wickedly at me, and even as shitty as I'm feeling, that goddamn smile of his shoots bolts of desire right through my balls. God, this man. Wait, you're supposed to be in L.A., aren't you? I'm confused again. Last thing I remember, he was in L.A., and he was going to talk to his PR people about... Oh... Our last conversation starts coming back to me. He must be able to tell I'm confused because he explains before I can ask. We think when you fell off the ladder, you landed on your phone and it butt-dialed me. I got this call from you, and I couldn't hear a thing except you moaning in pain. I was... His voice catches here, and he takes a breath. I was fucking terrified, but I'm so goddamn relieved you're all right. His voice is shaking, and he squeezes my hand. The picture's starting to come clear, but I'm still struggling to put some pieces together in my head. So, wait, did you come back early from L.A. because of this? He nods and squeezes my hand again. I didn't know what was happening, just that you were hurt. Nothing could have kept me away from you. And suddenly, I remember what we talked about the other night. He's scared to come out. He's afraid coming out, being openly queer and publicly in a relationship with a man, will damage his career. He wants to put off going public. Just like Brad, one word from his publicist about how it might damage his image, and he runs right back into the closet, trying to drag me with him. The realization that I have to end this nearly takes my breath away. I love him, more than I ever loved Brad. I love Jackson. But I have to prioritize myself, because if I don't, this will destroy me. I can't let it happen to me again. I cannot be in a relationship where I have to hide or pretend to be his friend or roommate or whatever other goddamn lie will make homophobic fans comfortable. This has to end now. Otherwise, I'll be too weak to follow through with it. A dark wave of exhaustion creeps over me again, but this has to happen now. I take a deep breath. Jackson, thank you for coming, and thank you so much for everything you did today. But I know you have a lot going on. He opens his mouth like he's about to say something, but I don't stop. I won't have the strength to do this later. I'm so gone for this man already that I can't afford to spend one more minute with him, or my heart will shatter into so many pieces I'll never be able to put it back together. I'm going to be fine, though. You heard what Grace said. You can head back to L.A. and you don't need to worry about me. The look in his eyes turns to hurt. It's killing me, but I have to be strong. Mason, I want to be here with you. You're going to need help while you're recovering. I want... Jackson, I cut him off. I don't want to hurt you, but it's probably best if you go back to L.A. I've got Dylan and Grace and Sam to help me. Plus my parents are close by. I've got all the support I'll need, and you've clearly got a lot going on. We're both silent for a few moments, and I still can't meet his eyes. When he speaks, his voice is both hurt and confused. Mason, I don't understand. I didn't commit to anything. I wanted to talk with you before making any decisions. I want to be with you. I was just scared. I need to know we're in this together before I take such a big risk. I'm terrified you'll change your mind, and without my job, I'll have nothing. Jackson pauses here, and I open my mouth to speak, but he beats me to the punch. Mason, I love you, he says, his eyes filled with tears. I stare at him for a moment, my jaw practically on the ground. But then I snap my mouth closed. I cannot fucking deal with this right now. I just can't. I've heard tearful promises of love too many times before, and it never ends well. Jackson, I think you should go. Bile rushes up my throat, but I try not to show how sick I feel when I say coldly, whatever this was between us is over. I force myself to keep my breathing steady. It was never going to be anything more, Jackson. You're a movie star, and I'm the hookup guy, remember? I don't do commitments. Watching the expression in his eyes go from hope to hurt feels like a knife through my gut. but I'm firmly in self-preservation mode, and there's no going back. Mason, I stop him again. Jackson, please. My voice shakes, and I'm lightheaded. Please, I can't. You need to go. I can't do this again. I can't. I croak. Exhaustion is creeping ever closer now, and the urge to let myself sink back under the darkness is strong. I want away from this pain, physical and emotional. Jackson says nothing for a moment, and then his chair scrapes against the floor as he stands up. With my eyes closed, I can't see him, but I know he's standing beside the bed for a few seconds. Then he brushes his lips against my temple so softly it could be a dream. The last thing I hear before letting myself sink back into the blackness is the soft click of the door closing behind him as he walks out of my room, out of my life.
Chapter 34. Jackson. I need to get the fuck out of here. The thought of facing Mason's family, who have all been so kind to me, makes me feel like throwing up. I'll look around for a way out of the hospital that doesn't take me back through the waiting room. But I'm disoriented, so I wind up there anyway. When I walk in, the only ones there are Grace and Derek. She looks up at me and smiles, but it fades when she sees my face. She jumps up and hurries to me, grabbing my arm and giving me a gentle shake. Jackson, what happened? Are you okay? Is Mason okay? I nod and force a smile that probably makes me look deranged. Apparently, being kicked to the curb after almost losing the man I love in an accident takes away any acting ability I have. He's fine. No problem there. All good, I say, looking anywhere but at Grace. He's all good. I just need to get going. Lots to do, and, She narrows her eyes and looks at me carefully. I realize that I'm not going to be able to hide shit from this woman. Apparently, having the love of my life tell me to fuck off doesn't help my acting chops. Jackson, what's going on? She gives me another small shake, and I finally meet her gaze. I have to go. He doesn't want me here. I need to go. I'm desperate to get out of this room, out of this hospital. I feel like the walls are closing in, and I can hear my own ragged breathing. I step back out of her grasp and turn toward the lifts. I'm dizzy and desperate for air. Until now, I've been able to push down my feelings about hospitals. But the agonizing memories of Chelsea being sick, and the hundreds of hours I spent with her in hospital, have slammed into me. Thankfully, the lift is right here, so I get in and start jamming on the buttons. But Grace jumps in after me just as the doors close. Jackson, I'm sure he's just in shock. I know he wants you here. He must be having trouble processing all this. We reach the ground floor and step out. I haven't said a word, fixated completely on getting outside. She runs beside me as I walk as fast as my legs will carry me. Once outside, she grabs my hand, pulling me off to the side. Jackson, she says, and her voice is kind, but it leaves no room for negotiation. Did something happen? What's going on? I rub my chest, like that's somehow going to help ease the ache there. I try to figure out where to start. I don't even know what's going on myself. How can I explain it to her? Come over here, she says, and pulls me around the corner to where there's a bench, and we both sit down. He said he wants to end things. Things were fine, I thought. But I spoke with him last night, and I wanted to talk to him about the advice my PR team gave me. But as soon as I brought it up, he cuts me off and said he was late to meet Dylan for something. I'm not. What advice from your PR people? What was it about? She asks. They advised me to wait a while before coming out. I don't like it. But I wanted to talk to Mason before making a decision about what to do. But he wouldn't listen to me, which must be why he wants to end it. But I don't want to push him into the closet. I just need a little time. But I don't even know if... I'm babbling, but I don't give a shit. Grace is still holding my hand, and she squeezes it. So you asked Mason for some time before coming out to the public. Is that what I'm hearing? Grace's eyes are kind, but there's an edge to her voice that wasn't there a moment ago. I nod. Jackson, has Mason told you about Brad? She asks. His ex? Well, yes. He told me about the emotional abuse. That he was closeted and that he committed suicide. But this isn't the same thing. Is that all he told you? He didn't give you more details? She takes a breath before I can respond. I'm pretty sure you don't know the whole story. Tell me what you know. I'll think for a minute and tell her everything I can remember from our conversation. Grace stares down into her lap, picking at threads on her shirt with a hand that's not clutching mine. I probably shouldn't tell you more details than he did, but I think you should know. She takes a steadying breath. So he told you Brad was able to contact him a few days after he left and convinced him to come over? I nod and she continues. Thank God Mason was smart enough to call the police before he went to Brad's apartment. The cops met him there. She pauses, and I'll mentally brace myself for whatever is coming next. When Mason unlocked the door of the apartment, Brad was sitting right there in the living room, with a gun to his head. When he saw the cops come in behind Mason, he pulled the trigger. I gasp and cover my mouth with my hand. But to my horror, she's not done. Brad left a suicide note. It was a letter blaming Mason for everything. He said Mason had driven him to suicide. Oh my God. Oh my God, I repeat, barely comprehending what she's just said. He didn't tell me. I knew he'd been through trauma, but not something like this. He's never been the same, Jackson. He's spent the last 10 years looking for any reason to avoid getting close to someone. Any little thing, and he bolts. But, in my opinion, it's time he finally trusts another person. I think that person is you, Jackson. But he's terrified. And he's frantically looking for a way out so he doesn't have to take the risk of trusting you. I'll sit speechless for a few minutes. This is so much worse than what he told me. The first step in this sick man's manipulation of Mason was forcing him to hide. No wonder the faintest sniff that I might be heading in the same direction scared him off. Motherfucker. I didn't know. He never told me. I know, she says, and squeezes my hand. But Jackson, you've already gotten closer to him than anyone else has. This is a big deal for him. I don't want you to give up on him. We sit on the bench for a few minutes until I break the silence. I don't know what to do. He was clear about wanting me to leave. But Grace, I'm in love with him. She looks at me, surprise written all over her face. I know it's ridiculously fast, but I love him. I'll do anything to help him, Grace. I can't lose him. Her eyes fill with tears as she looks at me. He can be a stubborn shit, and I know he's scared. But I think I can get through to him. We need to give him a little time to process, though. We both stand, and she reaches to give me a hug. I'll be in touch, okay? She sniffles, her nose still red from crying and from the cold. I'll get through to him, Jackson. You won't lose him. You two need each other. Chapter 35. Jackson. When I walk slowly into the kitchen, my rental house feels particularly cold and empty. My stomach churns thinking about what Mason has been through. It's not surprising he was so freaked out by the mere suggestion of keeping things quiet. It makes sense now that I have all the information. It's hard, but he's going to need some time to deal with all this. The almost scalding water from the shower feels good, but the fear and sadness from the past couple of days still cling to me as I step out and dry off. It's still early in the afternoon, and the temptation to just fall into bed is nearly too strong to resist. But keeping busy right now might help with my sleep tonight. After throwing on some clothes, I head over to the lake house. Dylan might not be there, but Sam and the other guys from the crew should be around. Maybe Sam will have some more info on Mason, and it will mean I'm not alone for a little while. After stopping for coffees, relief courses through me when I see two white, hot damn Holmes pickups sitting in the driveway. Sam is in the kitchen with Tyler and Andy, and they're all happy for the shot of caffeine. "Jackson, why don't you come downstairs so I can show you the progress we made while you were out of town?" Sam says as we're finishing our drinks. I'm relieved I don't have to try and come up with some kind of excuse to get him alone. Sam and I head to the walkout basement. As soon as we get down the stairs, he turns to me and says in a hushed voice, "Jackson, Mason told me about you two last week. He was really hesitant to tell me, but he needed to talk about it, and you can both trust me. I would never say anything to anyone." I'll give him a smile. "It's okay, Sam. I told the rest of the family earlier at the hospital, so it's not a secret anymore. But I know we can trust you anyway. Thank you for being there for him." Sam smiles at me. "I'm actually a little surprised to see you here. I thought you'd still be by his bedside now that he's awake. You must be fucking exhausted, though. Honestly, Sam, I don't know what the hell is happening right now. Right after he woke up, he told me he wants to call off whatever this is between us, and asked me to leave. I stare at the ground, kicking at an uneven spot on the cement floor with the toe of my shoe. "What? Fuck, are you serious?" Sam asks, his eyes wide with shock. "Grace texted me that he woke up early this morning, but she didn't tell me that." "The main thing is that he's going to be okay," I say, still avoiding his gaze. "Well, that's good, obviously. But it sounds like he's being a total asshat." He shakes his head and rubs the back of his neck. "Well, I screwed up, Sam. He ended things because I gave him the impression I wanted to keep us hidden." Sam raises his eyebrows, so I keep talking. "I wasn't aware of what he went through with his ex. Grace gave me the pieces I was missing earlier. If I had known, I would never have. Oh, shit. Yeah, I understand what happened." Sam sighs and chews on his bottom lip. "Look, Jackson. He does this. I can't tell you how many times I've seen him pull this kind of thing in the past few years. It's a defense mechanism. He expects people to figure out these things about him, but he never tells them what he needs. When they inevitably make a mistake, he uses that as an excuse not to trust them." I nod, unsure of what to say, so I just decide to spill my guts. "I really care about him, Sam. I'm in love with him. I don't want to lose him." Sam's eyes widen slightly, and he puts a hand on my shoulder. "Jax, you've been really good for Mason. He's been more himself these past few weeks than he's been in 10 years. He pauses for a moment. "I wouldn't be surprised if he feels the same about you, and that's what's got him running scared. He's got these big, scary feelings, and now he's got his recovery to deal with. My guess is that he's completely overwhelmed. He can't exactly run away from his injuries, so he's running from his feelings for you." I swallow and rub my jaw, moving my gaze away from Sam out to the floor-to-ceiling windows on the other side of the room. "I don't know what to do," I say, looking out at the lake, a soft gray color today in the watery sunshine sifting through the clouds. "Well, The biggest question is whether you're interested in trying to save this, whatever it is, he asked gently. Sam, I'm going to do whatever I can to make Mason see he's wrong, that he can trust me. All I can do is try, and hopefully, that will be enough.
Chapter 36. Mason. I'm trying to stay asleep, wanting to remain cocooned in this comfortable blanket where there's no pain. Voices murmur around me, but I keep my eyes closed, trying to sink back down into the blissful darkness. Whatever's out there can wait. Even though I've been woken up every few hours to make sure I can remember my name, each time I've managed to sink back into the comfort of unconsciousness right afterward. But apparently my body is done with sleep, because I'm unable to will myself back into the emptiness, no matter how hard I try. I have no idea how long I've been sleeping. After sending Jackson away, I crashed. The memories are still fuzzy, but when I think about how I made Jax leave, the urge to curl up in this bed and go back to sleep forever grows really strong. After what seems like a reasonable amount of time, I give in and open my eyes. It's surprisingly easy to do compared to the last time I woke up. Grace stops talking and squeezes my hand. Mason? After blinking a couple of times, I meet her smiling gaze. There you are, she grins at me. Dude, you took your sweet time coming back to us. She reaches over and picks up a small plastic cup, holding it up to my desert-dry lips. After swallowing a couple of sips, I take a quick inventory of how my body feels. My head is still throbbing, but not as bad as before. There's pain in my back and in my left arm, but it's all sort of muted. I must still be on the good drugs. Hi, I finally say. How long have I been asleep? You've been in and out for the last 2 days. They've been hitting you with the big painkillers since you first woke up. But there's good news. The swelling around your spinal cord has gone way down. They've been testing your reflexes a couple of times a day, and everything's improving. Now that you're awake, I'm guessing they'll take you down for another scan. I try to move my toes, and thank God there's movement under the blanket. Thank God for that, I mutter. There's a sharp rap on the door, and in walks a doctor. And while I'm not really in any kind of shape to be noticing things like this, the doctor is possibly the hottest dude I've ever seen in my life. Well, maybe the second hottest. I might be fucked up and broken-hearted, but I'm not dead. He gives me a jeans-creaming smile as he stops at the foot of my bed. Mr. Campbell, welcome back, he says, and his voice is deep and rich, like dark roast coffee. I'm Dr. Morrow, but you can call me Reed. How are you doing? Better than it was 2 days ago, I reply. Good to hear. Looks like you've already made great progress. He grins at me. I just wanted to come in and see how you're doing, and to say thank you to whichever member of your family sent the amazing gift basket to us in the ER. He smiles at Grace, who smiles back at him. I'd love to take the credit, she says, but it was our brother Dylan's idea. He's the one who first found Mason after he fell. Well, now that's a surprise. Was Dylan's body snatched while I was sleeping? Because him buying a thank you gift for anyone is definitely new. Well, please thank him for me, Reed says, just as another doctor walks into the room. Reed waves at me and heads back out the door, leaving me with a new doctor. Hello, Mr. Campbell, she says with a warm smile. Nice to see you awake. How are you feeling? I'm okay, I answer. Just hoping to go home soon. She nods. I get that. I'm very pleased you slept for so long. It gave your body a chance to take care of a lot of things, even with our constant interruptions. We're going to take you down for an MRI soon so we can get a better idea of how you're doing. How long am I going to have to be here? Well, the scan will tell us more, but assuming we don't find any big surprises, I think we'll probably be able to spring you in a day or two. But you'll need to make sure you have lots of home support for the next few weeks. Grace steps up and introduces herself, explaining that she's a rehab therapist. I tune out of the conversation and let Grace handle it. Okay, Mason, the doctor says after they talk for a few minutes. They'll bring you to your MRI shortly, so I'll come back and let you know what we see. Sounds good, I say, and she walks out of my room. Grace sits back down in the chair beside my bed. I know you just woke up, but we need to figure out where you're going to stay when you get out of here, Maze. You can't stay at your place alone until you're more mobile. Ugh, Though staying with my parents isn't appealing. I mean, they're great, but my mother can be smothering at the best of times. And I know with certainty staying with them will be more stressful than it probably should be. Not to mention the fact that their house has stairs, while in mine the master bedroom is on the main floor. But I'm reasonable enough to understand I'm going to need some help for a while. Fuck, I close my eyes. I don't know. Mom and Dad's... their place has stairs. Plus, you know...
Yeah, I know, my sister says with a little smile. Luckily for you, I talked to Derek, and if you want, the two of us can come stay with you at your house for a while. That makes more sense than staying with Mom and Dad, since I'm trained to help you, and Dee can help me.
Yes, please. Thanks so much, Gracie, I say, relieved.
Okay, that's settled, she says. Now we need to talk about Jackson.
Grace, there's nothing to talk about, I say. We were together for a few weeks, but it's not going to work out. I don't do relationships, you know that. One and done, that's me. I'm doing my best to sound like this is a done deal, but she acts like she hasn't heard a word I said.
That man adores you.
When I don't respond, she continues.
I've been worried about you for a while. You've spent the last 10 years punishing yourself and cutting yourself off from any kind of connection. Hookups are all fine and good, but I know you, Maze. You're a relationship guy.
My chest tightens. Look, Gracie, I know you love me and you want the best for me, but that shit with Brad changed me. I'm not a relationship guy anymore. She reaches to grab my good hand.
I know it fucked you up. It was a super fucked up situation. But don't you think you've paid for it long enough? Do you want to run away from any meaningful relationship for the rest of your life? Will you be happy with that choice at 60 or 70 years old?
Grace, I can't do this right now, I say, looking down at the hospital blanket. I don't have it in me. She cocks her head to the side and looks at me. And for the first time since everything with Brad went down, I see pity on her face. It's unnerving.
Okay, I'll leave it alone for now. But I believe Jackson is a good guy, a trustworthy guy. And Mason, that man loves you.
I keep staring down at my blanket. He told me he loves me right before I sent him packing. I can't deal with it right now. It's too much, Grace. My throat is thick with emotion, and my eyes fill with tears. She nods and gives me a gentle smile.
I know you're overwhelmed, but just remember, he loves you.
She leans over to kiss my cheek, just as someone walks in to take me down for an MRI. Chapter 37. Mason. Several weeks later, I'm sitting in my kitchen holding a glass of whiskey, watching Grace putter around. She and Derek have moved in with me temporarily, and it's been a huge help. It would be impossible for me to manage everything on my own while I'm still healing, but I'll be sad to see them leave. I'm not looking forward to how empty my little house will feel with no one here. The front door opens, and Derek's and Sam's voices announce their arrivals for dinner. Sammy slaps me on the shoulder while Derek plants a kiss on Grace before heading to the guest bedroom to change. "How are you feeling, dude?" Sam asks me, twisting open the beer Grace hands him. "I'm good," I reply. "Still tired and sore, but getting better. It's just slower than I want." He nods and takes a drink. "I hear you. You're probably losing your fucking mind being closed in the house all day, no?" "Well, I'm not loving it, but as soon as I open my mouth to bitch about it, this one here reminds me how lucky I am that it wasn't worse. So it's easier if I keep my trap shut." I chuckle as I gesture toward Grace, and she narrows her eyes at me.
"Well, it's true, you idiot," she says, laughing. "Bitching about being bored isn't helping you get better, and it annoys the shit out of me. So unless you want Dee and me to ditch you and move home, you'll quit moaning and whining and work on getting better. Those exercises I gave you might be a good start."
We all laugh, and I roll my eyes at my baby sister, who, out of the 3 siblings, is by far the most level-headed and responsible. She's also bossy as hell, but we love her for it. "Did you see Dill today?" I ask Sam as he sets the table. "Yeah, he'll be here, but he might be a few minutes late. That second big job he took on is keeping him busy. Not to put pressure on you, Maze, but I think he'll feel better when you're able to at least drop in and check on Jackson's house, so he doesn't have to think about it as much. I know he can't quite relax while I'm running things. Not the way he can with you." Yeah, I say quietly, but I'm glad Sam is facing away from me so I don't have to look him in the eye. I know I need to get back to work, but I also know that getting back to work means I won't be able to hide from real life anymore. I'll need to deal with Jackson and figure out whatever is going on between us. I miss him more than I want to admit, even to myself. I don't even know if he would talk to me right now. I think I acted too hastily when I freaked out and told him I wanted our relationship, if that's even what it was, to be over. But I don't know where to begin, so, as usual, I'm avoiding the issue for as long as possible. Just as Derek walks into the kitchen, I hear the front door open again, and Dylan comes in. From the sounds of it, he's got at least one dog with him, but when he rounds the corner to join us, I see that he's actually got two. Alexis and Frankie are both labs, and he's done an amazing job with training them, so he can bring them almost anywhere with no trouble. When we sit down to eat, there's lots of laughter and teasing, as usual, which makes me feel good. But I miss Jax. He hasn't even been to one of these family dinners, but I know he would fit right in and love it. I told him that after Brad, I felt like I got torn apart and then put back together with a couple of pieces in wrong. Somehow, Jackson has a way of making those pieces fit. Partway through our meal, Grace puts her fork down and takes a sip of wine, then clears her throat, looking at me over the rim of her glass. The rest of the crowd quiets immediately, making me suspicious that something must be up. "So, Mason, have you talked to him yet?" she asks, setting the wine glass down. I shake my head, not meeting her eyes, and the way they all exchange looks is ridiculously obvious. "All right, look," she says. "We're all concerned about you, Mason. We all think you need to talk to Jackson and at least hear him out." Before I can respond, Sam pipes in. "She's right, Mace. You gotta talk to the guy. He told me what went down between you two and he's broken up, man. He was never planning on keeping you a secret. He just wanted to talk it through first. But you shut things down before he could explain, and then with your accident, he didn't want to put pressure on you." I can't meet anyone's eyes, but I know they're right. Being alone all these years has almost become a habit. Yes, the fear is still there, but it's not as big as it used to be. It's also true that deep down I'm not really a hookup-only guy. I don't want to be that dude who's still cruising the gay bar on weekends looking for hookups when I'm 65 years old. I want a family and all the rest of the shit that comes with it. Looking around this table right now makes me feel at home, and that should be enough to tell me I'm not really built to be a lone wolf. I do best when I'm surrounded by the people I care about. "I know," I say, blowing out a breath and trying not to laugh when I see the shocked look on everyone's faces. Clearly, they thought I was going to put up a much bigger fight. "I know you're right, you guys, but I'm afraid I've pushed him away too hard. I'm scared I fucked it up too badly, and now he won't want to talk to me at all." "I don't think that's the case," Sam says. "I saw him a couple of days ago. First thing he did was ask a bunch of questions about you. But you're going to have to be the one to make the first move. I guess you were pretty, firm when you sent him packing. He wants to respect your wishes, so he's staying away, but he really wants to see you." Grace starts laughing suddenly, and we all look at her. "I had this whole damn speech prepared to convince you to talk to him, and now I don't even get to use it. Jesus, Mason, you're so frustrating." "I aim to please." Giving Grace a cheeky grin, I turn to the rest of the table, a cozy, warm feeling settling in my chest. No matter what happens, this motley crew of lovable dingbats is here for me, even if it means saving me from myself. Seriously, guys, thank you for trying to get through to me. I know I'm not the quickest on the uptake with this stuff. I was getting there on the Jackson thing on my own, but hearing that you don't think he's going to slam the door in my face is helpful. I raise my glass to them in a little toast. "To those who love us no matter how dumb we are," Sam says, and we all laugh. After dinner is cleared away, we all settle in front of my big screen TV and tune into Stephen Colbert's Late Show. I have satellite, so we can watch it earlier by using a station on East Coast time. As usual, there's plenty of chatter and laughter between us. Normally, the TV show is just background noise for us to continue chatting, but tonight, Grace is adamant that she wants to hear who the guests are. I don't really get it, but maybe there's some hot dude on tonight she really wants to see. I don't think much about it until I hear the voiceover guy in the opening credits say Jackson Cullen's name. and my mouth drops open. What the hell?
Chapter 38. Jackson. As I'm standing in the green room of the Late Show with Stephen Colbert, I second-guess this elaborate grand gesture plan of mine. Thankfully, David insisted on coming with me to New York for the appearance. I didn't think it was necessary at first, but I'm bloody glad he's here now. It's been a few weeks since Mason's accident, and we haven't spoken since he sent me away. I've been hoping he would reach out to me, but I've heard nothing. My only updates have been from Sam and Grace, who I called a few days ago to tell her about this appearance on Colbert. My palms are sweaty as fuck, and my stomach has that quivery, fluttery feeling, but not the good one. I've spent hours analyzing whether doing this show was the right decision. I still don't know, but I'm clinging to the idea that, even if Mason decides he can't do this with me, at least I won't have to hide anymore. Of course, that's not helping my current nerves, and while David is making a valiant effort at keeping me distracted, I'm still jittery. Even though it's only early afternoon, David walks over to the minibar area and pours me a glass of white wine. "Here, just to take the edge off," he says, handing it to me. "You're making me nervous with your fidgeting." I take a small drink as he puts a comforting hand on my shoulder and looks me in the eye. "Jackson, I know this feels like a big risk, but I believe you're doing the right thing, both by Mason and for your own mental health." I smile at him and take another drink. "Thanks, mate. I appreciate that." We sit around for a few more minutes, and then a PA comes to grab me. I take a deep breath and run a hand through my hair. I've done these shows more times than I can count, but this time is obviously different. I just hope the outcome is what I want it to be. Our first guest tonight is someone you all know. He's the star of multiple action series, most recently the Extreme Justice series, where he plays the very hot and sometimes bothered secret agent Colin Price. Everyone please welcome Jackson Cullen. I step through the curtain and onto the stage, and thankfully my years of appearances and interviews take over. After Stephen and I greet each other, I take my seat beside the desk, and we begin our chat. A few minutes in, we get to the interesting bit. I take a deep breath and keep my movie star smile firmly in place. "So, Jackson, you're here tonight to talk about something special, right?" Stephen says. His eyes are kind behind his glasses. We chatted briefly a little earlier, and I confessed how nervous I am for this. I know he will make it as easy as he can for me. "You might say that," I smile at the audience. "I've had a few big changes in my life recently, and I'm ready to share with everyone." "So, do tell," he smiles encouragingly. "Well, as some folks know, the Extreme Justice movies were shot in and around the Pacific Northwest and Vancouver, BC area, and I have fallen in love with that part of the world. So I've decided to move up there. I'll be relocating to Seattle in the next few months." "Wow, that's exciting news," Stephen says. He asks a few questions, and then I decide to jump in with both feet. "So I have some other things to share," I say, and Stephen follows up with a grin as he knows what's coming. "There's been an important change in my life recently. I've met someone, and we've been getting pretty serious. But I've managed to cork things up. I did something stupid recently, and I hurt him." The audience reacts with sympathetic noises, but I hear a few confused murmurs at my pronoun use. "You know you can't say something like that and then not tell us what you did, right?" Stephen laughs at me, as the audience throws me some hisses and boos to tease me. I laugh and then continue. "The short version is that I followed some bad advice. I made it seem like I was ashamed of being together, which couldn't be further from the truth. So, before I say anything more, I want to apologize." I turn to the camera and talk directly into it. "I am so sorry, Mason. I'm so proud of you, and so proud to be with you. I hope you know, if you give me another chance, I will spend the rest of my life showing you how proud I am to be with you." The audience erupts with cheers and applause. "So beautiful and so heartfelt," Stephen says. "How could anyone resist that?" He pauses for a few moments to let the audience settle down. Then he continues, and my stomach clenches, knowing that after this, my life will never be the same. "So, are you going to tell us who this mystery person is?" "Well, I'm not going to mention his full name, because this person isn't in the public eye, but..." I clear my throat. "But he's a wonderful person, and I am completely gone over him. I'm madly in love. I just hope he'll give me a second chance." I place a little emphasis on the pronouns he and him, and I wait while the audience absorbs what I've said. There's stunned silence for a moment, followed quickly by cheers and clapping. To my surprise, people start to stand up and clap. Stephen and I both start laughing, but my stomach churns with anxiety and relief. I feel lighter. The knowledge that I don't need to worry about trying to hide anymore is amazing. But I'm also terrified that it won't be enough.
Chapter 39. Mason. It takes me a few minutes to get over my shock when the announcer says Jackson Cullen is the first guest. What the fuck? You all knew about this? I look around at everyone, and I end up with a whole lot of shit-eating grins staring back at me. What the... How? Just shut up and watch, Maze, Dylan says, grinning. You people have not heard the end of this, I promise you, I say as the show comes back on after the commercial break. My stomach is roiling, and I'm not sure whether it's from nerves or excitement. I'm shocked to see Jackson on the show as a guest, but it's not like it's unusual. He's an A-list movie star. He does these appearances regularly. What's weird is that my whole family knew ahead of time that he was going to be on. But I'll chew on that later. When Jackson comes out, they chat for a few minutes, but then Stephen prompts Jax to tell the audience the something special he came to talk about. Jax grins that huge Hollywood movie star grin and turns to the camera. He looks fucking hot, as usual, but there are little lines around his eyes that betray him, telling me he's more nervous than happy. Stunned silence falls over my family as we watch Jackson Cullen apologize to me, and then promise to spend the rest of his life proving how proud he is to be with me, on national television. Then they're all talking at once, but the whooshing sound in my head is so loud I can't hear what anyone is saying. I know Jax is still talking, but I hear nothing after he says he wants to spend the rest of his life showing me how proud he is to be with me. After what feels like an hour, my head clears. Grace must sense that I'm coming back into reality because she looks at me with tears in her eyes. I told you he loves you. She wipes her eyes. Maze, you need to call him. You're going to call him, right? At this point, I still haven't said a word. I'm sitting there too astonished to say anything. But then it's like the bubble I'm in bursts open, and I know exactly what I'm going to do. I turn to Grace. I need to find him. Where is he? Is he back in L.A.? I think he must have flown back to L.A. right after they taped, Grace says. He told me he would be back in L.A. tonight. I look at my phone and see that it's almost 9:30. Will you book me a flight? I say, and Grace claps her hands in delight and laughs. She throws her arms around me in a giant hug. I've missed you so much, Maze. She pulls away from me and jumps off the couch, immediately taking charge. Okay, people, we need to get this man to L.A. stat. Sammy, you help him pack a bag. I'm going to book a flight. Sam is already heading out to the garage where he knows I keep my luggage, and Dylan helps me off the couch while Grace grabs her laptop and flips it open. Sam and I are in my room throwing shit into a bag when Grace calls out that she's booked a red-eye flight. It doesn't get into L.A. until nearly 3 a.m., but my need to be with Jackson right now is so overwhelming it's physically painful. I believe he wants me back, and that he will forgive me for being such a dumbass, but I can't know for sure until I can be in his arms.
Chapter 40. Jackson. After wrapping up the interview with Stephen Colbert, David and I hustle out of the Ed Sullivan Theatre to LaGuardia, and we're boarding our private flight back to L.A. almost before I catch my breath. All I can do now is hope my apology and my plea for Mason to give me one more chance get through. We arrive at the private terminal in Van Nuys a few hours later, and David and I wait for the valet to bring both of our cars around. I think it went really well, David says, even though we've been over and over the whole appearance during our flight. I appreciate his efforts to calm my nerves, though. He's going to get in touch, Jax. I know he will. I've been checking my phone constantly throughout our entire journey home, but I've got nothing. I have no idea whether Grace and Sam were going to get him to watch on East Coast time, or when it replays later. It's just after 11 now, so it's entirely possible Mason hasn't even seen it yet. Thanks, May. I really appreciate you coming along to babysit me, I joke with David, and we give each other a genuine hug before getting into our cars. After getting back to my condo, I'll take my time with a luxurious shower. Once I get out, it's about midnight, so I sit down and flip on CBS to watch the show. While the segment is on, I get up and grab a couple of beers out of the fridge. Maybe a little alcohol will take the edge off. The segment is okay. I think my sincerity came through. So I watch through to the end of the show. But as Stephen pops on screen to close it out, my phone is still silent. Mason has to have seen it by now, right? I'm so desperate I consider texting Grace to make sure he saw it, but I managed to hold myself back. Jesus, I knew it was a risk. Why am I so shocked that I haven't heard from him? Even though I know I should go to bed, I sit on my white leather couch in my very pricey LA condo and watch James Corden, who comes on after Colbert. I've deliberately turned off all social media notifications. I'm sure things are blowing up. But for tonight, I don't want to know about it. Instead, I clutch my phone and will it to ping me with a text notification. It's almost 2 a.m. when I haul my ass off the couch. I know it's gross, but I don't even have the mental energy to brush my teeth. The amount of effort to do even that tiny bit of self-care seems too much right now. There's always tomorrow, I guess. I must have eventually dozed off, because I jump when the iPad beside my bed chimes to let me know someone is in the lobby. I touch the screen for the camera and see Mason standing there, looking more than a little uncomfortable. Without saying a word, I press the button to let him in and haul ass to the front door of the condo, wrenching it open. The elevator door opens a few moments later, and Mason steps out. He's pulling a small rolling suitcase and leaning pretty heavily on a cane, and he's the most beautiful thing I've ever laid eyes on in my life. We make eye contact, and he licks his lips as I swallow hard. "Hi," he whispers hoarsely. "Hi," I answer. He comes slowly down the hall. Finally, he reaches where I'm standing in the doorway of my condo. We're so close to each other. I can feel his body heat coming through his clothes and warming my skin. He starts. But I can't wait one more goddamn second. I surge forward and take his mouth in a kiss that reverberates right down to my toes. For just a second, he's frozen, but then he lets go of his cane and it falls to the floor. He puts his arms around me and pulls me roughly toward him. The heavy back brace he's wearing prevents me from accessing his skin, so instead, I hold his face with both my hands and keep kissing him, desperately trying to pour all the longing and love inside me into him. Pulling back to catch my breath, I growl at him. Inside, now. I lean down to grab his cane and his bag, and then back through my doorway. I don't want to take my eyes off him. It's like there's a chance he'll disappear if I lose sight of him. The second the door closes behind him, I wrap my arms around him again. "I've missed you so much," I whisper into his mouth between kisses. "God, Mason, I'm so in love with you." Madly, hopelessly, head over heels in love with you. He smiles against my lips, tightening his arms around me. I love you, Jackson. I'm so sorry I sent you away. I didn't. Shh, I say, pulling back just slightly. We'll talk tomorrow. Right now, I need you in my bed. I need you. We can talk tomorrow, but if I can't have your body against me in the next 5 minutes, I may actually die. He chuckles softly. Then you'd better take me to your bedroom. Turning to head down the hall to my room, he swallows thickly, and for just a second, his lips tighten into a thin line. It dawns on me what he might be worried about. I grab his shoulders, turning him so we're facing each other, kissing him with as much tenderness as I can summon, and then pull back to look him in the eyes, cupping his face with my hands. Mason, I just want to be close to you. We don't need to do anything too vigorous. You are still healing. He smiles, his eyes darkening. Jackson, I may not be able to do all the work, but you'd better saddle up, lover, because you're going for a ride. It might just be a little slower than usual. We stand together in my hallway, just smiling at each other like a pair of goofy fools, until I hand him his cane and grab his bag again. Slow is good. Slow is very, very good.
Chapter 41. Mason. I'm lying on the most comfortable bed I've ever been in, and Jackson Cohen is crawling slowly toward me like a predator closing in on his favorite prey. His dilated pupils and shallow breathing tell me how turned on he is. He softly presses his lips to that extra sensitive spot right behind my ear and then buries his face in my neck, inhaling deeply. Mason, he breathes, shifting onto his side and sliding one hand under my shirt. He skims over the wraparound back brace I'm still wearing until he gets to my chest. Tugging gently at my piercing-free nipple, he raises an eyebrow at me. Wait, no piercings? Had to take them out because of all the physical therapy and different braces. The piercings will be back as soon as I get the go-ahead. I love the sexy smile that crosses his face. Well, that's something to look forward to, but I like you au naturel just as much. He smiles down at me, and the emotion in his eyes nearly undoes me. I love you so much. He plants another soft kiss on my mouth. Please, please, let me take care of you tonight, yeah? He begs. As I look into his eyes, the world recedes into the background. There's nothing but Jackson and me. Grabbing the back of his neck and pulling him down to me, I brush our lips together and whisper into his mouth, my voice cracking with emotion. Please. He moves so he's covering my body with his, and I'm desperate to feel his skin. He sits up on his knees, straddling me, but being careful to keep his weight on his knees instead of on me. He slowly flicks open each button on my shirt, pushing it off my shoulders. I'm still wearing my back brace, which looks like a girdle, and I'm about to get self-conscious about it when he gives me a stern look. Don't even think it, Mason. You're beautiful. Do you need to keep this on? He says softly, running his hands over all the exposed skin he can reach. As long as we're careful, it can come off, I say, and he starts undoing the laces and Velcro with gentle care that I know is hiding white-hot desire. He places the brace beside the bed, then smooths his hand over my chest, back up to my shoulders, and down my arms. It's as if he's mapping my body. God, you're beautiful, he whispers. So perfect. I've missed you so much. He leans over and takes my mouth, reaching down with both hands and lacing our fingers together. Then he brings my arms over my head, pinning me, and stretches his long body over mine like a blanket. I don't want to hurt you. Promise you'll tell me if anything is too much. Untangling our fingers, he runs his hands lower and lower, slowly, until he reaches my jeans. Sitting up to straddle me again, he makes quick work of my belt and shuffles back as he slides my jeans and boxers off. Then he stands up and quickly shucks his own clothes. Stretching out over me again, being careful to support most of his own weight, he slowly thrusts his hips against mine, and I gasp at the sensation of his hot cock rubbing against my length. Pre-cum slicks our cocks as we glide them together. Oh, God, he groans, pulling back while breathing heavily. I want to be gentle and tender with you, but I don't know if I can last. He chuckles. I respond by pulling him back down and driving my tongue into his mouth. I don't care. I need to be inside you right fucking now, I gasp. He groans and reaches over to grab lube and condoms from his drawer. Do we need those? I said, looking at the condoms. I was tested in hospital. I'm negative. He groans, leaning back down to take my mouth. I am too. I haven't been with anyone for years before you. Are you sure? He searches my eyes and I nod, so he tosses the condoms onto the floor. I feel him shift to reach behind himself, but I stop him. Let me, I whisper. He flips around, giving me unobstructed access to his ass, and I'm powerless to stop the animal sound that comes from my mouth. Once he's in position, I slick up my fingers with a lube and start playing with his pink hole. He nuzzles the spot on my body where my legs meet my torso and takes a deep breath. Then he kisses his way over and licks up my shaft from base to tip, and I have to fight not to arch into his mouth. Another hoarse groan leaves my lips as I spread his cheeks and tongue a long path from just behind his balls to the top of his crack. He gasps and shivers like he's received an electric shock, putting an evil smile on my face. Fuck, I love knowing I have this effect on him. I press my slippery fingers against his entrance and play gently with his rim, tonguing him at the same time. Soon he's pressing back on me, his body begging for more, so I slide one finger in, followed quickly by a second. He groans and has to take a moment as he pulls his mouth off my cock, letting his head fall forward, whimpering. When I feel his entrance softening under my tongue, I add a third finger to the mix, and he hisses. You okay, baby? I ask, freezing my movements immediately. I don't want to hurt him. Fuck, don't stop. Please don't stop. Oh, fuck. He's all but given up on sucking me now, as if he can't manage the sensations coming at him from both ends of his body. But I don't care. I want to last as long as I can, and if he keeps teasing me with his mouth, it won't be long enough. I can feel his muscles start to contract, but I can't let him come until I'm inside him, so I pull my fingers out quickly. He swings his body back around and leans forward to capture my mouth as he lines me up and slowly, so slowly, starts to sink down onto my desperate cock. As I breach his first ring of muscle, I think I might pass out from the intensity of the sensations. He's so hot and tight around my cock. It's been years since I fucked Bear, and the feel of him with nothing between us is blowing my mind. Oh, God. Oh, fuck. Oh, God. I groan as he starts to rock his hips, positioning himself so I'm punching his prostate on every downstroke. I want so badly to slam my hips up to impale him on my cock over and over again. I'm dying to feel my thighs slam up against his ass as he grinds down on me. But my injury prevents that, so I'm forced to lie as still as I can. Jackson easily takes charge, though, and I hold his hips and watch his powerful thigh muscles working as he moves over me, his head thrown back and whimpers of ecstasy escaping his mouth. Oh my God, Mace, I'm close already. I'm so close, he pants. There's a sheen of sweat covering his body, and he's so beautiful it's nearly painful. My fist is cocked tightly, jerking him in time with his movements, and it takes only a moment for him to fall over the edge, crying out as his muscles contract, and he shoots thick ropes of cum landing on my belly and torso. Watching him and feeling his muscles clamp down on my cock pulls me right over with him, and I unload deep inside him. He collapses onto me. We're both slick with sweat and cum, still connected as the aftershocks roll through both of us as we catch our breaths. After we've both returned to Earth, Jax gets up to go to the bathroom, emerging a minute later with a warm, wet washcloth. After gently cleaning me off, he drops the towel in the hamper and slides back into bed, curling up beside me with his head on my chest. I pull him in close, and we fall asleep, holding each other tightly. There's nowhere else in the world I would rather be.
Chapter 42. Jackson. I feel like I've been asleep for all of 15 minutes when the phone rings at 7:30 a.m. When I see that it's David calling, I slide out of bed, taking care not to jostle Mason. David, hi, I say, walking into the kitchen. What's up? Morning, Jax, he says. Sorry to call so early, but I wanted to catch you before you left your place. Oh, why's that? Well, I'm sorry to be the bearer of bad news, but the press has already discovered Mason's identity, and they've tracked him to your place. Paparazzi are outside your condo already, "Aw, shit," I say. "They figured that out faster than I thought." I blew out a long breath. I'd hoped to have a couple of days to fly under the radar, but I guess not. "Yeah, sorry, Jax. You two should probably get out of LA for at least a couple of days. Maybe find somewhere they won't expect you." Immediately, I know what we're going to do. "Okay, David, I'll make it work. Thanks for the heads up." After a quick call to Gary to make the arrangements for us, I slide back into bed beside Mason. We still have to talk. Last night was one of the most incredible experiences of my life, but there are still unanswered questions between us. And going back to the place I first fell in love with him feels like the perfect bookend. I snuggle back into him, grateful the phone didn't wake him. His body still has healing to do, and yesterday was a long day for us both. I'm enveloped in his unique scent. He smells like pine and moss and rain. He smells like home, and I fall back to sleep with a content smile on my face. A few hours later, I blink slowly awake while Mason is also stirring. He presses a kiss to my forehead, and I open my eyes to find him smiling at me. "Good morning," he says. And he's so fucking beautiful like this, tousled and relaxed. The smile he gives me is serene, and I can almost feel the energy of his love pouring out of him and surrounding me in a warm hug. "Hi," I say, and tilt my head back to kiss him properly. Morning breath be damned. "So, David called me a little while ago," I say. "Looks like we've been found out. Paparazzi are outside." He groans. "Oh, shit. That's a pain in the ass. What should we do?" Good news is Gary already made the arrangements. We're going out to Van Nuys to catch a private charter to the San Juan Islands. The same house as last time. Mason's eyes light up. "Really? That's fucking amazing." "Yup. It's a perfect place to lie low for the first few days, until the interest in me being not straight dies down a little. So haul your fine ass out of bed, because the sooner we get out of this place, the sooner I can get you all to myself." He flips the blankets back and carefully moves his feet to the floor. "Shower?" he asks. And I'm already tearing off my shirt and heading into the ensuite to turn on the water. It's late afternoon when we pull up to the breathtaking home on the island, and I'm assaulted by memories of the last time we were here. It was only a few weeks ago, but so much has happened, it feels like years. After we get inside and drop our bags in the bedroom, I head into the kitchen to find Gary has worked his magic again. The fridge and pantry are stocked with delicious food, wine, and anything else we could possibly want. I don't know how he does it, but that man is getting a big bonus for Christmas in a few weeks. Mason appears in the kitchen as I'm pouring the wine, and he sets about putting together a lovely charcuterie plate for us, complete with all the most delicious local food, like smoked salmon and goat cheese. A few minutes later, we each take one end of the buttery soft leather couch. Our feet are tangled together in the middle, and we're covered with a cozy blanket. It started to rain, and the wind is blowing through the giant cedars on the property. It's utterly perfect, and I have to fight my urge to throw myself at Mason, strip him naked, and ravish him to within an inch of his life. "So," I start, and he meets my eyes with that beautiful smile. "So," he repeats, his lips curling up. "Let me start, okay?" I nod, and he continues. "I'm so sorry, Jax. I'm so sorry I was too afraid to give you the full story about what happened to me. And I'm sorry I let my fear of being manipulated scare me away. I should have been able to see from the start that what we have is nothing like my past relationship. But most of all, I should have been way clearer with you about how important it was for me to be open. Sam was right when he said I was looking for a reason not to trust you. I was too afraid." I take a sip of wine and rub my feet, encased in cozy wool socks, against his. "Mace, I love you. And I'm sorry I even considered keeping us a secret. I was afraid to give up the life I've lived for the last 5 years, even though I'm not happy. I think it was a case of the devil you know is better than the devil you don't. I take a deep breath and continue. When you got hurt, all I could think of was how I don't think I could go on if something happened to you. And the idea that something could happen to one of us before we ever had a chance to experience how amazing we could be together was more distressing than anything else. I continue with my little soliloquy, wanting to get this necessary conversation over so I can take him to bed. Mason, I promise you, I will never hurt you intentionally. As long as we're open and honest with each other, we can get through anything. So I promise I will always, always be honest and transparent with you about what I'm feeling, no matter how scared I am. Mason smiles at me. I promise the same thing. I will always, always be honest with you. I'll never let my past interfere with our relationship again. We're both smiling at each other, but he's got more to tell me. I've decided to start seeing my therapist again. I don't want to unconsciously sabotage what we have. Grace and Sam are right. I've let what Brad did control my life for way too long already. I'm done letting that happen. I lean over and place my wine glass on the reclaimed wood coffee table. Then I turn back to him and flip my body around so I'm climbing up his. When I reach his lips, I lie down on him, settling my body gently over his, and once again marveling at how perfectly we fit together. I hold his face in both my hands, and we stare into each other's eyes. I love you, I whisper softly. I shiver as his big hands run up the side of my body in a caress. We're gonna make it, Jackson. This is it. You are it for me. He smiles up at me, and his face is the most beautiful thing I've ever seen. I love you, Jackson Cullen. As our lips meet in a searing kiss, I know I've finally found my home.
Epilogue. 10 months later. Mason. Walking across the pool deck to the covered patio area, I sigh with relief when I step into the shade. It's hot again, too hot for me, but it will be great weather for the official pool christening we're having this afternoon. We've been living in the lake house for a few months now, but it's only been totally finished for a couple of weeks. Since summer's coming to an end, we decided to have our housewarming quickly. I can't believe it's only been 1 year since my first visit to this house to try and sell our services to an unknown millionaire who ended up being Jackson Cullen. I walk to the railing and look out over our sloping green lawn down to the lake, where I can see just the end of our brand new boat dock, with a new 17-person ski boat tied up and ready for some fun later this afternoon. It's almost mind-boggling to consider how much my life has changed in the space of just 1 year. I smile to myself when I think, for the millionth time, about how I believed I was perfectly happy and doing just fine before Jackson. I hadn't been aware of how amazing life can be if you go through it with the right person at your side. After Jackson's big coming-out appearance on the Colbert Show, things did change. His promotion schedule for the new Extreme Justice movie was cut way back, which was a clear insult to everyone in the LGBTQ community. Jax made a point of calling out the studio and the producers for that move, resulting in him not being that studio's first choice of leading man anymore. But while it was offensive, we love the fact that his schedule has slowed down. He's been enjoying some downtime and is planning to take some smaller roles in projects that are meaningful to him. He's also been working with producers who are LGBTQI+, or who are strong allies of our community, to bring even more great stories to life. I'm still working with Dylan at Hot Damn Homes. He was finally able to convince me to sign on as a full partner, and the business continues to grow. We're hoping in the next couple of years it will be big enough for Sam to sign on as a third owner. Sam has taken over a lot of what I did before meeting Jackson, while I've started up a mentorship program at the company. We find candidates who are talented and hardworking, but who may need a few accommodations to be successful in whatever trade they choose. I bring them on and train them, and they commit to working with us for a period of time afterward. It combines construction and sales management with my desire to teach and mentor young people, and it's perfect for me. Even though Tyler was already working with us, he agreed to be our first member, and we've been able to hire 2 additional guys. One is a veteran with a below-the-knee amputation on his right leg, and the other is a local college graduate with autism. Both are amazing workers, and hope they stay on with us long after their commitment is done. I hear the French doors open, and I look over my shoulder to see Jax coming outside with a cold beer for me. Trailing along behind him are the 2 newest members of our family, Harry and Sally, both rescued labs. Harry is a big, gorgeous black lab, and Sally is a sweet and gentle yellow. They're absolutely wonderful, and while we've only had them a short time, I can't imagine life without them. "Hey, baby," I say, leaning down to scratch Sally's big, blocky head. Jax hands me the beer and sidles up beside me at the railing, snaking one arm around my waist as we stand and look out over the lake, soaking in the view.
Jackson. I walk out onto the patio and hand Mason his beer, and then snuggle in beside him with my arm around his waist and his around my shoulders. We're quiet for a moment, just looking out at our view. I'll rest my head on his shoulder as I take a drink from my own beer. "I'm the luckiest man on earth," I say, sliding my hand into the back pocket of his jeans and giving his ass a playful jab. He squeezes my shoulders and kisses my temple. "I'll wrestle you for that title," he whispers, and I turn to kiss his mouth. Baby. I will wrestle you any time, even without a title on the line," I say. And all of a sudden, I know it's time. I'd planned to wait until the party, but this moment right here is perfect. I turn my body into his so my front is plastered against his side. "Hey, Mason," I say, nudging him so he turns toward me. We're standing chest to chest now, and I slide my arms around his neck, while his hands rest on my hips. "Yes, Jackson," he says, his lips curling into a smile. We're doing that thing again, where we grin at each other like a pair of fools in love, which I guess we are. "Marry me," I blurt out, and his eyes get wide, his jaw dropping open. "What? Are you serious right now?" he asks, and I grin at him. I was planning to wait until there was a perfect romantic moment, but just standing here right now, this is perfect. This home you helped build for us, our friends and family coming over later, the dogs, the view, the beer, our work. Mason, it's all fucking perfect. I spent so long trying to find my home, a place to belong, and finally build something that lasts. And it's you, my love. You're my home, and I never want to be away from you again. The moment he realizes I'm serious, he throws his head back and laughs. Then he grabs my face with both hands and plants a searing kiss on me. When we pull apart, I raise an eyebrow at him. I'm waiting for an answer here, asshole." He snorts at me, and then reaches down to where Sally is lying at our feet, with her head on her paws, content to just be near us. He fiddles with something on her collar, and then suddenly he's down on one knee, and in his hand is a simple platinum band, and it's my turn to stare at him, open-mouthed. "I was planning to ask you later, with everyone here, but you're right. This is better anyway," he says. And when I realize what's happening, I start giggling before lowering myself onto my knees, and we're kneeling on the patio, facing each other, smiling like a pair of besotted fools. Jackson Cullen, before you came into my life, I had no idea what I was missing. You've brought color back into my world, and you've made me happier than I could have ever dreamed. You're it for me, baby. Let's do the thing. Will you marry me? I'm laughing and crying as he slips the band onto my finger. Well, of course I will, but I asked first, and you still haven't given me an answer. He grabs my head with both hands and we smile into each other's eyes. Yes, Jackson, I will marry you. We'll marry each other, and it's going to be the best thing ever. And I've never felt more at home in my life. This concludes From the Ground Up by Harper Robson, narrated by Dexter Thornton and Kevin Earlywine. Copyright 2022 by Harper Robson. This unabridged audiobook is published by arrangement with Harper Robson and was produced in the year 2026 by Tantor Media Incorporated, a division of Recorded Books, which holds the copyright thereto. Please visit Tantor.com for more information on our growing library of unabridged audiobooks.